Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. A few pieces of news coming out of the NFL that have affected or may affect the Steelers. First off, Deebo Samuel goes from the San Francisco 49ers to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. That was a few days ago. That's not new news, but that's new enough because we haven't been on the air since that news came down. Also, this is coming 7 hours ago. A report says a league source believes Russell Wilson will sign with the New York Giants, and it seems that the New York Jets are going to release Devontae Adams, which means that for how highly he talks to Mike Tomlin, perhaps he would be considering the Steelers as his next option if that report is indeed true and he does get released. So a lot going on. A lot going on in the NFL. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com and the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking. I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure, and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Spring is just around the corner, and that means sunlight pouring through your windows, and you don't want that light to reveal pet dander. You don't want that light to reveal dust and dirt and salt stains. No, spring is about revival. It's about renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the over 10,000 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So, schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And we're at the beginning of the week. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station. And I'm tired of this cold. Not having it. It's 20 degrees right now in the Pittsburgh area. It's probably going to warm up a little bit. The high's supposed to be 41 today, and it's going to be clear skies. It's just going to be cold. I'm tired of it. High's supposed to be 60 tomorrow, then 59 on Wednesday. Then it's supposed to drop back into the mid to low 40s. So next week, and the same thing's going to happen. The high's going to push 65 Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, according to early forecast projections. We're going up and down and up and down. Every time the weather changes, I get sick as well. Could that be because I don't wear a jacket regularly? Perhaps. Perhaps. But I don't like it. I'm looking at all these baseball games being played down in Florida, looking at spring training going on, and I'm like, man, I want baseball season to get here, which we're getting there. We're getting there. We're in March now, the end of the month. Regular season games are going to be played. And I'm just looking at the warm weather down in Florida. I'm like, man, why is it 20 degrees right now? I actually don't know if my perspective on the weather has been altered either, just because, like, we wake up in an hour, and over the summer it is warm. There's no doubt about that. We don't worry about freezing overnight. But, I mean, maybe it's just a perception of waking up too when, like, the sun is not out. Like, we wake up, and it's like, you know, it's still like nighttime. So I don't know if that ruins the perspective either. I mean, I used to work nights when I was here when I started, and so I was usually coming in at like the hottest points of the day, like 4 or 5 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, it's been an adjustment, like getting used to the sun not being out or getting outside at a time where the sun hasn't been out in hours. So, you know, for those of you out at this hour, whether you're working or whatever you're doing, or whether you're waking up for work now, you go in, you know, just as early as we do, like, respect for you, because I didn't realize. I mean, I talk about the weather all the time, but I mean, this is like the first full winter that I've been here full time. I just got hired officially in July of 2024 as a full-time guy. I was 3 days a week before that for a little while when the show changed. But like doing this 5 days a week now, like I'm starting to feel all the seasons. I do prefer spring and summer as opposed to fall and winter. No offense to anybody out there who likes those seasons, but man, I'm ready for the warm. And just watching the Major League Baseball teams play, I'm like, man, whew, I want it. I'm ready for baseball season. I'm ready for hot weather. I'm ready for the summer. I'm ready for pools and hot tubs. Yes. All right, let's talk about sports. No more about the weather. 412-928-9370 if you want to call and you want to talk, feel free. I'll be here, and you can call anytime. Talk to me on X as well, at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. So you can type out whatever you want to say to me, as well as using your voice, whatever you prefer. Don't mind. But yeah, if you want to talk to me in the typed form, that would be X at Callas_33. And again, the phone number, 412-928-9370. Few sports going on today. Pirates still playing in spring training games. And they won over the weekend. They won a couple. They beat the Baltimore Orioles 5-2. I said a couple. I think that they won on Friday too. So they beat the Rays 3-2, beat the Orioles, but then lost yesterday to the Tigers 10-4. Again, still spring training games, still nothing much to dissect here. Just a lot of players getting a lot of reps early on. Penguins, they're continuing the losing train. They lost to the Boston Bruins 3-2 on Saturday. Lost in overtime yesterday to the Toronto Maple Leafs. They got a game tomorrow against the Colorado Avalanche at 9 o'clock. Then you got Steelers news, right? They're not playing games, but there's plenty of juicy news that they are linked to, so we can talk about that in a moment here. I do want to focus on the Steelers today. And then college. Pitt men's basketball lost to Louisville 79-68. Not great. They got 2 more games left, and their next one's going to be on the road against NC State, and that game will be played on Wednesday. And they got one on Saturday against Boston College to wrap up the regular season. So there you go. Your 2 teams in season right now, not doing well. Pirates heading toward the regular season, but again, their games really don't quite matter yet. They won't matter until the 27th when they start a 4-game series against the Miami Marlins. They're going to stay in Florida as well. They're going to play the Tampa Bay Rays after that. But, yes. I'm excited for baseball season. But let's talk about the Steelers a little bit, because there's some news that is interesting. I've been following some reports over the weekend, and I just looked them up to confirm, and you know, all kinds of quarterback rumors are swirling. All kinds of interesting nuggets of information keep getting sprinkled over about who's going to be the Steelers quarterback this next season. Many clamoring for Justin Fields. Russell Wilson seemed determined to be coming back to the Steelers. He said, "Well, I'm ready to play. I'm going to stay ready, and I believe that they're the choice," whatever he was saying. Something along those lines. And, well, now it seems like a report's out there that the New York Giants are interested and will sign Russell Wilson. So I saw a report out there that said that, which, interesting enough. I'm not too concerned about that, but it did surprise me a little bit. Like, I don't know if I should be surprised about anything that Russell Wilson does anymore, just because I think he wants to say things to, have good PR, have good public relations, be out there and just paint himself as a team guy, even though he's going to do whatever he wants to do. I mean, after his time with the Denver Broncos, I think his public image took a bit of a hit, and just because Sean Payton was saying things over there that made him look bad, and they weren't playing well either over there. Then he comes to the Steelers, he wants to work hard, he wants to do good things, and he did some good things. He just struggled at the end, but I think he wants to seem like a team guy through and through. But now there's this report out there saying he's going to go to New York and play for the Giants. So that one hit me. Jets wide receiver Davante Adams available for the Steelers, according to multiple stories here. It looks like the New York Jets are going to release the veteran wide receiver, which means could be available for the Steelers. And if Mike Tomlin's such a great coach, and Davante Adams went on and talked this previous season about how great of a coach Mike Tomlin is and how great of an organization the Steelers are and how well run they are, and how he would love to play for the Steelers. Well, now he has the opportunity to do so. He was traded from the Las Vegas Raiders to the New York Jets this past season, lost to the Steelers in back-to-back weeks. I got to play for Aaron Rodgers, and that didn't seem to go all that well. But now he's released; he'll be a free agent, so the Steelers could, in theory, pick him up and have him on the team. And it seems like he had such glowing words for the Steelers, so there should be no trouble signing him, right? With all those great words that he said this past season about how the Steelers are run and how great Mike Tomlin is. And then, of course, the news that came out. This isn't as new. This was actually the first report that came out of the three that I'm mentioning here. But Deebo Samuel on his way to the Washington Commanders from the San Francisco 49ers for a fifth-round pick. A fifth-round pick for Deebo Samuel. And that's the one I really want to focus on this morning. That broke sometime on Saturday, I saw. A fifth-round pick for Deebo Samuel. And my first instinct is to tell the Steelers, stop negotiating with the 49ers right now. They don't want any business. They don't want any business with you. They don't want any serious business. The Brandon Ayuk thing fell out. And then it was all right to talk about, the possibility of Deebo Samuel getting moved because it seemed like the 49ers wanted to move him. There was no doubt about that. Apparently, he either didn't want to go to the Steelers or the 49ers weren't interested in sending him to the Steelers because there's no way the Steelers couldn't afford a fifth-round draft pick to get Deebo Samuel. Or maybe the Steelers know something that we don't about the condition he's in or what he's capable of doing at this point in his career. He's getting older. But a fifth-round pick for wide receiver depth, for wide receiver experience that he brings. I mean, that's crazy to not get that guy. Commanders, I mean, they're on the upswing. They were a more or less shock-the-world team last season. Made it all the way to the NFC Championship. Looks like they're getting better. They sacrificed a fifth-round draft pick to get a veteran piece in there, a guy with experience, a guy who won with the 49ers. I mean, that's a cheap. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't know how he went for so cheap, and at that, I don't know how the Steelers couldn't do or try to make a phone call and do a little bit better, maybe part with a fourth or a third. Because I heard some discussions here on the Fan, too, and I was thinking and I was talking and I was hearing things, and I'm like, well, if they can get, a third would seem fair, just based on the guy's age. And then he goes for a fifth. It's like, you couldn't try to influence that a little more? I'm just saying, a fourth or a third? The Steelers couldn't do a little bit more? I guess they know. They know something we don't. Steelers always know something we don't, right? They're smart. They're smart people over there. They're always making the right moves. Maybe they know something that we don't. I don't know. But one fifth-round draft pick for Deebo Samuel. Again, the 49ers might not have been interested in negotiating with the Steelers at all. Or the Steelers just didn't want to try to negotiate any further. Any further than, that's, they didn't want to give up any more than a fifth round. The Steelers thought that the fifth round was right, and anything up from that, a fourth or a third or 2/5 perhaps, I don't know, was too much. So that's that. I mean, that's a little bit frustrating. Now, seeing this Devontae Adams news makes me a little bit more curious to the idea of maybe the Steelers saw this coming, that Devontae Adams was going to be released, and they could pick him up in free agency and get him on. Because I mean, it looks like again he's talked glowingly about the Steelers, so why wouldn't he want to sign here if he loves it so much? That's my thinking. Steelers will also have to want him. I understand that too, but like, yeah, I mean, maybe the Steelers are interested in Devontae Adams and they wanted to wait, and they didn't want to get Deebo Samuel. They didn't want to invest in a trade because they knew they were going to get Devontae Adams. I don't know. They do need another veteran receiver, though, that's for sure. I would help them, so we'll see, of the options they have, where they'll go. But I mean, even if you're, I don't know, even if you already have one option, like one fifth-round pick surprised me. It surprised me a lot for the Washington Commanders to trade for Deebo Samuel. One fifth-round pick. It was really surprising to me that was the compensation the Commanders had to give up for this guy. Again, somebody somewhere may know more than we do. Perhaps something's going on. And I mean that now the Commanders are in a great position too because they didn't invest that much in Deebo Samuel. If something goes wrong, trade him again or cut him. That's again a fifth-round pick. It's not that much collateral. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the full ins and outs. I just saw the report. I think it was Saturday. The news broke, and I was just shocked. I just saw it. I saw a bunch of people reacting, and I felt the same thing. I'm like, 1/5. Can't get over that. 1/5 round pick for Deebo Samuel. Something must be wrong over there. The Steelers or the rest of the league might know something we don't. I think the Commanders got a little bit better after that trade, though. And again, their investment is not overly binding either. Their investment isn't catastrophic. So again, I mean, if something doesn't work out, I mean, they're in a great position. They can just comfortably cut them, comfortably trade them again, and they'll be in okay shape. They'll be in pretty good shape because losing 1/5 round pick is not so bad at all, really. It's a bargain for a veteran of his reputation. So that's the big news coming out of the Steelers, or just surrounding the Steelers, involving the Steelers, in speculation about the Steelers. Those are the three big ones. Russell Wilson, a league source believes he's going to sign with the New York Giants. It's a report. There's also a report that Devontae Adams is going to become a free agent. The New York Jets are going to release him. And then the definitive news that Deebo Samuel is going to the Washington Commanders for a fifth-round pick. Feel free to react with me. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. That's how you can talk to me. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. Again, the call one more time. 412, the phone line one more time. 412-928-9370. Pirates won one and lost one over the weekend. If you count Friday as the weekend, though, they won two. They beat the Tampa Bay Rays and Baltimore Orioles, but lost to the Detroit Tigers yesterday. Penguins lost two over the weekend. They lost to the Boston Bruins on Saturday, lost to the Toronto Maple Leafs on Sunday, and then Pitt men's basketball lost to Louisville on Saturday. So, yeah, may the Pirates save us. We could, as the season continues the spring training season continues to come through for the Pirates. I mean, may the Pirates save us, to be completely honest. There are a lot of good players, there are a lot of things looking good. I always take spring training, though, with that grain of salt because they are games that, unfortunately, they don't matter, even though we may be longing for baseball. You got to be patient because these games are about repetitions. It's really about what the teams do when the regular season begins and when the 162-game grind begins for the entire league. So We talk more about anything Pittsburgh sports related next. 412-928-9370. I got to go to a break here, but I'll come back. We'll talk more, and we'll keep doing this thing on a Monday morning. You can talk to me on X as well. Don't forget, type out anything you want to say. You can do that, again, in typed form on X at Callis_33. Just make sure that you tag that handle, at Callis_33, CALLAS_33. Tag me so I can see whatever you post, and I will respond to those in due time as well as I do phone calls. So stay tuned, stay around, or stick around, I guess is the phrase there. Stick around. More coming up after the break. Reserve your phone line. Talk to me online. Do whatever you got to do. Participate. Stay awake this morning. It's early. It is 5:26. So stay awake with me. We'll talk Pittsburgh sports more coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chris Sylvester with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The 49ers are trading wide receiver Deebo Samuel to the Commanders for a fifth-round pick, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. The trade won't become official until the new league year begins March 12th. Rappaport also reports the Niners are open to trading Brandon Ayuk as well. Meantime, the Jets are fielding calls for wide receiver Davante Adams and plan to release him if they can't find a trade partner, per Rappaport. Adams, who played 11 games with the Jets last season after being traded from the Raiders, set to earn nearly $36 million in base salary each of the next 2 seasons with zero guaranteed money. Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott says he doesn't anticipate the hamstring injury he suffered Week 9 late last season will cost him any more games going forward. He added that he feels confident he'll be back on the field at minimum by Week 1. Prescott was diagnosed with a partial tendon avulsion. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
I had the worst dream last night. We were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
The second half of the basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs continues on PrizePicks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is so simple. Just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the PrizePicks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on PrizePicks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in bonus credit just for playing, and it's guaranteed. PrizePicks. Run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Starting this Monday morning traffic, and not a lot to talk about. Traffic is very clear on the parkways east, west, north, and 28. Same with 79, so you are good to go to start this Monday morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020. KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit, come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan of the Morning Show. And it's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Starting the week off on a cold note. It's going to get warmer toward the middle of the week and then cool back down toward the weekend. Some rain in the forecast as well this week, so just be mindful of that. Be aware that that's what's going on. Warm but rainy when it is warm. Dry and sunny but cold when it's not raining. That's the forecast. That's a bummer. You got a little catch-22 there. Something's going to go wrong in the weather. But springtime's rolling around. Daylight savings time. That is, that's coming up too, is it not? Yes, next week. So next Sunday we will be pushing the clocks forward and doing that thing that I think a lot of people don't like, which is changing the clocks. I guess, I've kind of talked about my sports opinions long enough here, so I'll give you my quick, what I know about daylight savings. A lot of people think it's something about farming or whatever, which is not entirely true. They wanted to extend the work days back when lights didn't exist, so you would shift the clock to maximize daylight so that businesses or companies or business owners could get the most out of a day, because when the sun went down, you went home. So the longer the sun was out on any given day, the longer people could work. And that, again, that's just how business owners can maximize work out of the workers and employees, was to make the days longer. So the society implemented daylight savings back when lights weren't a thing, when electricity wasn't a thing. So it's not like you could just turn on a light. You'd have to burn candles, but nobody's burning candles and working, because, fires and stuff. So, yeah, I think it's moot these days. I don't really think we need daylight savings, and it bothers me. Like, it throws me off even when the clock goes back an hour in the when winter comes around. It just throws me off. Like, I like the extra hour of sleep, but then I'm like, oh man, I want more. Blah. But then then the clock moves forward, and it's like, I'm not prepared for this. Everything seems more intense. So, maybe we can have a conversation about that next week when daylight savings actually rolls around next Monday, the day after it happens. We can talk about it. Yeah, who knows? We talk about whatever we want because this show is at 5 o'clock in the morning. So every morning, so we can talk about whatever we want before the sun rises here on the Fan Early Morning Show. So we'll see what we get to next week. But yeah, we'll see what news evolves this week as well. Steelers seem to be a part of a lot of these talks. There's a lot of things going on that the Steelers could be involved in, and I'm excited to see what happens. I sure hope the Steelers, I want them to rebuild. I'm not going to get overly excited by moves, but it'll be interesting. It'll be worth talking about, whatever they end up doing or whatever circumstances end up benefiting them. So we just got to wait and see. Got to be patient, but it seems like things are brewing around the Steelers. So who knows? We'll see. But that's it. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan would like to thank everyone who attended the Fan 15 anniversary party. We look forward to continuing to bring you the best sports coverage and talk in Pittsburgh. Special shout out to our fine partners, including Boyd and Blair Vodka and Rum, East Suburban Sports Medical Center, Hampton Beer Outlet, New Flow Men's Health, Icy Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out. Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity will be holding a Casino Royale on Saturday, March 29th at Live Casino. For tickets, go to cwhfh.org/gala. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Bressman attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You thinking just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the Elder Law Firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
This is Ron Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, we're seeing some more activity on the roadways, on the parkways east and west coming on into town, but still no real issues when it comes to delays at this hour. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84 Lumber.
Boo-hoo.
I know, it's a snowball rolling downhill. I stayed up to watch West Virginia basketball, and I couldn't fall asleep, and our baby is in a sleep regression. And then Wednesday, we had the 15th anniversary.
Well,
and
you're coming home from New Orleans, too, and that was draining. I mean,
That's right.
You had to...
With travel issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boo-hoo.
And so last night, every day Callis goes, I'm more tired than I've ever been in my life. And now he asks me, and I'm telling you.
Every time I talk about myself, you're like, Callis, nobody cares. Wake up. And now you're like, oh, I'm Crowley. Oh, boo. I got kids and a party I went to. Oh, no. Oh, boo.
Really coming at you
It does drive me nuts when somebody who doesn't have kids and doesn't arrive as early as we do, Doran, complains about being tired.
Right.
Yeah.
Live in Green Tree. Sign my petition. Everything will be better. Get a pool. Get a nice pool. You can call your own communities.
Anyhow, so last night I told my daughter, why don't you read the book? You read the book to me instead of me read the book to you. And she was reading to me. And then the next thing you know, I just hear, Dad!
You were asleep.
Dad! I was out. I was out.
She
Because I thought if she read to me, I wouldn't fall asleep, but my eyes were tired. This was like 7:15. So, yeah. We'll get the energy will come back. It's a Monday morning. We're all good.
You shaved your face.
I did, yeah.
Is that was that an on purpose shave or was that I messed up shave?
We had a fundraiser for my daughter's school on Saturday night, and my wife was like, just clean the beard up a little bit. I was like, okay. And then I usually go with a 3. I went with a 2 by accident. And once you do the one
swipe.
One swipe, and then that was it. Then you have to go with the rest of it. What a moron.
Yeah.
And I usually like to go with the mustache one less. Like I'll go usually with the 2. I should have started on the damn mustache.
Right.
You start on the mustache because it's fine. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's where I am.
Yeah, it's very low.
Does it look bad?
Looks different.
See, that's what everybody says. I went to my parents yesterday. Whole family was there. And I walk in, they're like, what's going on here? Something's different with you. I was like, oh, I shaved. And then my sister arrived late, and she said, oh, something's different about you. I said, yeah, I shaved. And she's like, yeah. It's like, does it look good? And she goes, looks different. But yeah, it looks good. That's what happens. Everyone's been telling me it looks different, but nobody's been telling me it looks good.
Well, yeah, it looks different.
Callis?
Why was your sister late?
Because she's always late.
Is she?
She is always late.
Always late.
Actually, my wife and I were talking about this yesterday. Everyone in our lives is always late, and I'm very punctual, and I can't stand being late to things, and so I don't understand how people can be late to stuff.
Me too.
I know.
I agree.
It drives me nuts.
Me too.
It's one of my biggest pet peeves. If you are late to something, something's wrong with you. I think it's a massive character flaw. I'm not saying you're a bad person, but I don't think it takes that much effort to be on time for stuff.
It's a careless tactic.
Yes.
It's a careless thing that if you're late. Wanstead used to tell us if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late.
Yes. I buy that.
Yeah.
There are people I've worked with in the past just late all the time. I just can't stand that. Texter, someone responding to your pre-show today, Callis. Please stop feeding a dead horse. Yeah, that's not the saying.
Feeding a dead horse?
Yeah, the saying is beating a dead horse. Feeding a dead horse. What are some sayings that are commonly screwed up? 412-928-9370. Please stop feeding a dead horse. I don't know why
I addressed a bunch of news.
Funny.
Blessing in
reports.
disguise.
I don't understand.
Blessing in disguise?
Blessing in disguise, I used to say. The skies.
Blessing in the skies.
Yes. Like a blessing in the skies, like you're looking up to like heaven.
I see that. Understandable. I used to think it was in play it by ear. I thought it was play it by year.
Yeah.
Y-E-A-R. I only found that one out like 2 years ago.
Nip it in the butt.
Also makes sense.
Does it?
Yeah, you want to nip the thing in the butt. Butt and buds are very similar. Maybe.
Wait, what is it? Actually,
bud.
It's bud.
It's bud. I thought it was butt.
Nip it in the butt.
That's why I said why does it? Okay.
I thought it was a moo point, not a moot point.
Okay, I can see that. Yes.
Like a cow. I don't know that I needed to state it so explicitly. Yeah, moo, cow. Yeah. Moo point. If you've got one, 412-928-9370. I am lacking energy. I got to get going.
I was thinking about this the other day, like why things are called the things they are whenever it could be called something that's more justifiable for what it is, like a free throw. Like, it's not a throw. Like, why isn't it a free shot?
Free shot.
Like, why is it a free throw? Like, who said free throw? What are you throwing? You're throwing the ball in, I get it, but, like, then you call a shot a shot? Why isn't it a free shot?
It's not a 3-point throw. It's not a 2-point throw.
Right.
Good point by you.
Like, stuff like that. Like, I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, there's some football terminology, too, that's like, this doesn't make sense.
Oh, let's explore that.
Yeah. Like,
that's why they've transitioned guys on the edge to edge rushers instead of linebackers. You ain't behind the line anymore. Like
right.
TJ Watt. You're a linebacker until like the last 10 years, then you're an edge guy, but edge guy actually makes a lot more sense. Remember when I think it was last year right before the draft, and they were listing positions by position, and it said ED, and I was like, what the hell's an ED? And you're like, it's an edge, you moron.
Yes.
Texter, could care less when they mean couldn't care less.
Right.
Texter, when people say for all intensive purposes, my hair catches on fire when I hear that. Multiple people texting in for all intensive purposes.
Huh.
Here's another one. Taken for granted.
Yes.
Instead of for granted. Couple people texting in cold as hell versus cold as hail. Is it?
Which one is it?
Okay, Greg. I don't know.
It's cold as hail. I've heard that one before.
It's cold as hail?
It's supposed to be cold as hail?
Yeah.
I say cold as hell.
So do I.
Well, hell's not that cold, genius.
No, I understand that, but.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah. Right.
Texter, why do you park in the driveway, drive in the parkway? I think we've done that
too.
one before.
Yes.
Hill or high water? Thought it was hell. I thought it was hell too.
Hill?
Come hell or high water is what I thought. They're saying it's hill or high water.
Wow.
My dad's buddy used to say nub nuts instead of numb nuts.
Nub nuts.
I like that one.
I do too.
The little chiclets.
Nub nuts.
Hey, nub nuts.
Oh, here's a good one from Pete Libby. Why is it a touchdown? What's a touchdown?
That's from rugby, I think.
Okay. Well, what do they do?
They have to touch the ground with the ball.
Okay.
Now you
That makes sense.
you have to cross the plane, and then you have to touch the thing down. Touchdown.
Got it.
Interesting, though. Yeah, because it's, I mean, what the hell is that? I always like pay dirt. Pay dirt's a good description to me. Hey, finds pay dirt.
What's that?
Because, you get to the dirt, and then you do that enough, you're going to get paid. You get to the end zone, pay dirt, you get paid. Touchdowns, that's how you get money. Texter, best is when you show up to somebody's house on time and they think you're early because you're always late. Do you not plan for, which friends are coming over? Like, you'll tell them different times?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
For sure.
I've-
Earlier for some people who I know are going to show up late.
Yes. Like, my cousin John.
Mm-hmm.
He will routinely show up to things, no joke, 90 minutes after they start. Like, any family function, 90 minutes. And it's because he always has to go poo at his house and then shower afterwards. He's a freak. I love him to death, but my God. So we'll tell him, if we're going to have dinner at 5, we'll tell him come over at 3:30.
Yes.
And then generally, right there.
Yes.
Texter, it's a guide rail, not a guardrail. What?
Guide rail? Yeah, it makes sense.
A guide.
Oh, well, actually, a guardrail makes it. Yeah, you're guarding yourself from falling. What about, here's another football one. Okay, you got the center, you got the guard. That makes sense. The center's in the middle. The guard is, guarding, the quarterback. But then you have a tackle.
Tackle makes no sense.
Right.
What are you tackling?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. In fact, I realize, some people call them nose guard. But you're a nose tackle.
I call him nose guard.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make
What's
any
he
sense.
guarding? Safety makes sense.
The nose of the defense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Guarding the nose of the defense.
Yeah, I guess so. And you are,
over the guard, kind of.
Oh, yeah. Nose guard. And you're gobbling up blockers, too, so you're kind of guarding your linebackers. We figured that out.
Yeah.
Texter, look at gift horse. I went Mike Tyson there.
Left the gift horse in mouth.
Look at gift horse in the month, they wrote. Why would anybody do that? Had a coworker that actually thought the ghost is clear, not the coast is clear.
The ghost is clear.
Why is it eat and park instead of park and eat? It's a good question, Brett the mailman.
That's a good one, too.
I like that one. Someone texted in that Broderick Jones he actually is a tackle. Because he's always tackling people out there on the edge. I like that. All right, you got any more of these? 412-928-9370. This isn't exactly part of it, but it drives me nuts. Hot dogs sold in packs of 10, but buns are sold in packs of 8. They want to sell more buns. I mean, that's why it is, but it drives me crazy.
That is nuts.
You try to match it up, you can't match it up. It's Big Bun. Big Bun's out to get us, man.
Mm-hmm.
Big Bun just trying to sell more bread.
That is nuts. That is weird. Never really thought about that, actually.
Well, what if you did some other culinary stuff with the other couple hot dogs? You could chop them up and make them little sausage pieces or something. I mean,
I've seen people do burnt ends with hot dogs.
Yeah.
Bet you that'd be pretty good.
Franken beans.
don't buy more buns. Get creative.
And now I just got 2 extra buns.
Right.
I mean, so
Wait, they sell the hot dogs in packs of 10?
Or
What
vice
did you-
versa.
What did you say?
Yeah,
Oh,
packs of 10 and then hot dog buns, packs of 8.
Oh, so you got 2 extra dogs. My bad, yeah.
yes.
That's what
See,
you said.
Matt,
Yeah.
that's what you said, right?
Yeah. I think it's more dogs than buns.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You can.
Oh, yeah, I got it backwards. So it's not, sorry, my bad. It's not Big Bun, it's Big Wiener.
Yeah, but like
No, because I
if
thought
you're
you meant
making
like
hot dogs,
if
like-
you're looking for hot dogs, you would actually buy 2 packs of buns to match all your hot dogs. I thought that's
Yes.
what you were going for.
Oh, that was. But now I've confused
No,
myself.
But that is, you would buy 2 packs of buns because you have 10 hot dogs. You have to buy extra buns because you want to cook all the hot dogs.
Right. So I knew.
So it is big bun.
Yeah.
Right. I was just saying you could get creative with the hot dogs.
Yeah,
to
but
not
nobody
have
wants
to buy
to
the
get
extra
creative
pack.
with the hot dogs.
I
You're
was
cooking
just
the
trying
hot
to make
dogs.
conversation and confused himself. That's all.
You're cooking the hot dogs to eat the hot dogs
I
on a
understand,
bun.
Doran. I agree with you. I'm just sorry. I'm not sorry. It's your fault, Crowley.
I know. You have pointed out the flaws in my ways, and then now I've confused myself to the point where I don't know.
There's more buns than there are. No.
There are more hot dogs than there are buns, which is not big bun. You thought it was big wiener, but it's actually not because you have to buy 2 packs of buns to fit all the 10 hot dogs that you want. So you have to buy 16 buns to have 10 hot dogs. All have a bun.
Yes.
I like bologna. Texter, why do they call it taking a dump when you're not really taking it, you're giving it?
Yes. Yes.
I like that one. Texter, incorrect grammar. Where's the party at? That's a big Pittsburgh thing.
Mm-hmm.
Big Pittsburgh
We have
thing.
a lot of those.
Oh, this is good. Astronaut and proctologist should be swapped around. Yeah, if you're a butt doctor, why aren't you an astronaut? I love that.
That is good.
That's a good one.
Uh-huh.
Texter, what hot dogs are you eating? The ones I buy come in 8-packs, same as the buns. No, I mean, yeah, no. Now the impetus is on you to tell us where you're getting your hot dogs. Clearly, we are 3 men struggling with this and have been for 30-some-odd years in our cases and 20-some-odd years in Callis's case. You tell me where you're getting your gosh darn hot dogs, bro. Oh, this one drives me nuts. I own a coffee shop. My wife used to say espresso instead of espresso.
I used to do that all the time. All the time. I thought, because express is fast.
Yes.
And an espresso gets you going. Right.
Gets
Express.
going.
Like you're expressed.
Texter, cut extra 2 hot dogs into nickels, fry in butter, mix scrambled eggs. Oh, my God.
See, there you go. Great idea.
Now it's Big Egg coming after us. You can get yourself a dozen eggs anymore for $38. Texter, I feel like Austin Powers after that hot dog combo. Oh my God, I've gone cross-eyed you. I started reading it before I should have read it. That's what the pre-show's for. If you said where something's at, someone texts, my grandfather would always say right before the at, never end a sentence in a preposition. Yeah.
You know what I actually just learned a couple years ago? What soft drinks really meant.
Oh, do tell.
Because it's not hard drinks, it's not liquor.
Barely know her. Damn.
Right. Soft drinks. I'm
Oh,
like, why do they call it soft drinks? Because you don't put liquor in it.
Oh, you do put liquor in it.
Not the soft drinks. You're just getting a soft drink.
But you put the liquor in it, but it's not.
Right. It's not a liquor. It's not a hard drink.
Oh, but if you put the liquor in it, it will be hard.
Yeah, hard drink.
What are you doing?
Yeah, you guys are going to be carrying me today. Clearly. You know what it is? I've been reading about the Combine for 2 days. In bracketology. And it's all this mind-numbing nonsense with math and numbers and 40 times and net rankings. And that's what's happening.
Too much, and it's unnecessary. Like, people are ready to get drafted, and that's it. Like, I could go away with the Combine, honestly, at this point. Like, it's kind of ridiculous.
You don't like the Combine?
Not anymore.
You're done with it?
Yeah, I'm done with it.
You've jumped the Combine shark.
Yeah, like, just do pro days. Like, it's just a spectacle now.
See, you would, so you could always have the fastest time.
Well, yeah, of course.
You know what?
But, like, you got Daniel Jeremiah and Rich Eisen up there. I don't care what they have to say. Like, put some players up there.
Doran tweeted out his 40 time on a graphic.
Yes.
This weekend.
I did. Yes.
I mean, damn right. I would, too.
Yeah. It was on the screen.
And then also, I saw a lot of people tweeted it to you before you even put it out. Like,
Yeah.
Our guy, Doran Dickerson,
Right
Fan Morning Show, Doran Dickerson. Here's our guy.
Yeah.
So I get it.
It's my claim to fame.
One of them, sure.
It's a good
Absolutely. You know what? So I've got your back on this now. I say we, here at the Fan Morning Show, start the first legitimate push to stop the NFL Combine.
I agree. And we have Doug Whaley, too, who could help.
Doug Whaley will help us with that.
Pat Bostic can help. Some guys, college, we have pro guys. I don't think that they should do the Combine anymore. It's just a spectacle.
Cancel it.
Cancel it.
Cancel the Combine.
It's ridiculous. Stupid.
Dexter, you guys got to realize it's a conspiracy. Big Wiener is in with Big Bun to screw us. That's right.
Yep.
Texter, when people say Reese's Pieces instead of pieces.
You want to try that again?
No, because I don't know what they're going for.
No, people would say it. They would rhyme
Reese's Pieces.
Yeah,
There
that's
you
what
go.
I. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I say.
Isn't that what Reese's is going for?
No, it's supposed to be Reese's Pieces. It's not pronounced Reese's. That is an incorrect pronunciation. So people would say Reese's Pieces because they'd mispronounce both. It's just supposed to be Reese's Pieces.
Do you call it Reese's Cup or Reese's Cup?
It's supposed to be Reese's Cup.
I think I call it Reese's Cup.
Reese's Cup.
Reese's Cup.
Reese's Cup. Yeah.
The goat candy.
Yes. That's it. The goat one's coming around about a month. Is the eggs?
Yes, the eggs are much better than the
cups.
The eggs and the pumpkins are good.
Yeah.
The pumpkins around Halloween and the Easter egg Reese's cups are. There's more peanut butter in there. I feel like.
Yes.
They're fatter.
Yes.
You get the little individual one.
Oh, so good, man.
Shoddy thick, dude.
The ratios to peanut butter to chocolate is different, and the edges are smoother. It gives you a little bit of a softer texture instead of the hard
Easier
edges of the
bite.
cup.
Easier bite.
Yes,
Easier on
you
the
feel
mouth.
like you're getting into a fluffy bite there. Although I do like the original Reese's cups, putting them in the fridge,
Those
and
are
then
good.
when you bite in, you do it. I like the texture of kind of a little bit of a crunch then
yeah.
around the end.
Mm-hmm.
But you are right that the eggs are better. Are you a peep guy?
No, but like I don't hate them like other people do. Like I would eat one. Like I've eaten them before, but they're not my go-to. A lot of people hate them.
I hate the Peeps.
Yeah, I mean, like
I guess I'm not really. I just won't eat a Peep.
You ever heard of the Peep soda that's come out too?
Ugh.
I tried that once. It was
What
terrible.
about jelly beans?
No. No, I do.
Yeah, every once in a while. Like if they're there, I'll eat them.
Yeah, I'll eat them, especially around Easter time.
I don't like go buy them though. Like
No. I used to get those Birdie Bots every flavored beans, the Harry Potter flavored one, and they'd be like grass flavored,
I've had those
dirt
before.
flavored.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, those are sick.
Those are disgusting.
What
I used
other-
to love doing that as a kid, though.
What else do you put in an Easter basket?
You going Peeps. You're just going various types of candy. I don't know that there's anything else more that's specific to Easter besides those. We used to put the Peeps in the microwave, and then they
just melt.
They would get big old puffy because they're
they grow.
marshmallow. They'd
They
be
grow?
huge. Yeah. You put a couple of Peeps in there, and they'd grow like 5 times the size.
But you don't like Peeps.
No, I would just murder them in my in my microwave.
You just let them blow up.
Yeah.
That's messed up.
Sadistic, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Peeps.
I don't know if I can read this. I'm going to read it the best I can. Hot dogs only come in packages of 8, but I can only fit 6 in my. All right. Walked in today. Dorn and I were getting coffee. I said, Dorn, what the hell are we going to talk about today? Like, there's a lot of combine-related stuff. There's a ton of Steelers stuff out there. And I feel like the word rumor doesn't even do it justice because now you have some big dogs reporting on all the Steelers things. We got Josina Anderson with a cryptic tweet about the Steelers. We'll get into all that coming up around the 7 o'clock hour, plus the potential return, ... of Ben Roethlisberger. A lot to get to in today's show. We'll start with the hockey team. We'll meander all over the place. We're going to have fun with you. Start your morning off right on a Monday in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Winds it and shoots, scores! William Nylander with a lightning strike, overtime winner, and the Leafs take it 6-5.
Penguins lose yesterday 6-5. That from TSN. Thank you to them for allowing us to use their audio. William Nylander in the slot. It was the easiest goal I've ever seen. I mean, he just sort of goes 70% speed, walks into the slot, and just effortlessly rips it into the goal in kind of an FU way.
Yep.
Like, that thing came out of the goal as fast as it went into the goal. And I tweeted out this weekend, Doran, that the Penguins are bad, but they're fun bad.
Mm-hmm.
And they are. They are, because they've been scoring a fair amount of goals of late, but they've also been giving up, oh my God, a ton of goals. And even when they play well defensively, which is few and far between, the goalies can't make a save. And then when they're playing bad defensively, the goalies seem to be okay, but they still give up too many goals because it's just the sheer volume of high-quality scoring chances against. At least they showed pushback. Like, we talked about that last week with Tyler Kennedy's comments. Like, they fell behind 3-0 to the Flyers. They battle all the way back, and then they win in overtime. Yesterday, they give up just such a back-breaking goal at the end of the second period. Erik Karlsson, my God, with just one of the most ghastly, egregious, horrendous turnovers you're ever going to see, and then 0.1 seconds-ish left on the clock, the thing finds the back of the net, and you're thinking, all right, they're done. They're just going to pack it in. Well, they come back, they score. Ricard Raquel, who they should trade, they force overtime, and at least they battled. So they're doing that. They're showing the requisite want-to, Doran, and they're entertaining despite their losses. To me, it's actually the best-case scenario. It is. And guys who they should be thinking about trading or at least racking up the points. I mentioned Ricard Raquel with the goal, and then Erik Karlsson. I mean, if you're just looking at the stat sheet, okay. Numbers have been pretty good since he played for Team Sweden in the Four Nations face-off. If you use your eyes, though,
oh my God,
he does 2 to 3 things every game where you go, oh, my God. But real quick, some context here, Doran. Karlsson's 13 points since the 29th, the most among NHL defensemen during that span.
Wow.
So maybe someone will take him off the hands of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Well, we've officially entered Pirates territory with the Penguins, where we're all looking at the milestones, and that's it. That's all we can hang on to is the milestones, and that's with Sidney Crosby, and we'll talk about that. Obviously, he's passed a couple guys in milestones in his career. A lot of the two big names he's passed, and that's what we were doing with McCutcheon a couple years ago. Whenever he came back, it's like, okay, what milestones how many home runs? What's the milestone that he's gonna surpass? Because that's all we can hang our hat on, and that's all we can look forward to. So we've entered that territory, I believe, with the Penguins, and it's very weird to me. I don't know if it's like, I don't know the feeling whenever I've watched the Penguins games, the last 2 games, and on national television. It's very uncharted territories, I guess, because it's like, that they're bad, and that they're not playing for anything, and that they're going to be bad moving forward in the next probably couple of years. And I just never really felt this feeling where it's just like an empty feeling. It's almost empty. And even though Sidney Crosby's on the ice, it's still as empty as it's ever been, personally, for me, watching the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Yeah, because you're in the middle of watching the game, and, you want them to win.
Right, but I don't.
But you don't, because the best thing for them to do is lose.
Right.
And then, last evening's game-winning goal, almost any other year since the X generation would have been a dagger through your heart. Like, oh, man, they fought to get a point, and here they are in the middle of the playoff race, and damn, that sucked. It was just sort of what happens to them anymore.
Like, I told you when we first came in, I was like, man, I was watching the Celtics-Nuggets game, and that just ended, and I was, flipping through, and I was looking at my phone, I was like, oh, Penguins are tied 5-5. Oh, it's about to go or it's in overtime. Let me flip this on real quick. And as soon as I flipped it on, Nylander scores overtime, bang, quick. I mean, literally within the 15 seconds I turned the game on. Score. And I was just like this, huh? Before I'd have been like, are you kidding me? Like, what? I just turned it on and they lose a game like that. They're in overtime. It's 5-5. They lose. I'd have been upset. Yesterday, I was like, huh.
Same thing happened when I got to my parents yesterday. Right when we got there, I flipped the game on just for the start of overtime, and they scored. And my parents aren't huge hockey people. My aunt was there. She's not. My sister. None of them are huge hockey people. So the goal happens. They go, oh, Adam, that sucks. I'm like, not really.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but no. They're actually, I think, in a perfect place right now. And here's why. They are entertaining despite stinking. So the games are watchable, but you kind of want them to lose. You do want them to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And then Crosby going to break Gretzky's all-time record of most consecutive point-per-game seasons. And he's going to do that. And then he's also climbing the ranks historically, as you mentioned, Dora. they're in a perfect spot right now. Like Crosby's now scored more goals than Bobby Hull, which is, I can't believe we're here in Crosby's career. And now he's got more assists than Mr. Hockey, one of his all-time heroes, Gordie Howe.
Right.
More assists than Howe, more goals than Hull. Top 10 now in assists all time. He's 18th in goals all time. And Ovechkin's getting all the accolades right now. Ovechkin's getting all the talk because he's going to pass Gretzky.
Well, because they're good.
They're good. And it's also one of the most hallowed, unbreakable, we thought, records in all of sports. And so I get it. I'm not saying that Ovechkin shouldn't get shine, that Ovechkin shouldn't get all the pub that he's getting. And we're getting to a point, honestly, where, I think ESPN's going to be breaking into games, when they're on the power play, because he's that close. I think once he gets to within 5 goals, that's doable for Ovechkin.
Yeah.
Once you get to within 5 goals, you should probably be breaking into games. I understand all that. We're not that far away, I think, from the same thing happening with Crosby, because there's an outside shot, and maybe even a better one than that he finishes second all-time in points. I never thought anybody would catch Gretzky in goals. It's going to happen. No one's ever, because of the way the hockey has evolved, going to catch Gretzky in points. That's just, it's never going to happen. But when it's all said and done, Crosby can pass Yager. He's only 250 some odd points away. And when you think about Crosby and what he's done in his career, so that's 3 80-point seasons-ish away, 80 and change point seasons away from catching Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, then he'd be 40.
And I think, if he finishes second all-time, that's as impressive to me as Ovechkin being first all-time in goals. And that makes sense to me, and that's exactly what the NHL wanted with these guys. Ovechkin, the prolific goal scorer, first all-time, and Crosby, this playmaking, assist guy, going to finish second all-time in points if he keeps going, and I think that he will. That's pretty damn cool, man.
Yeah, it's real cool. It's real cool. And that's kind of why I think that we want to dissect it like the Penguins have been on national TV, and they haven't been pushed off of national TV knowing that they're bad, is because of things like that.
That's true.
And, the games like yesterday and him passing passing Hall, they know that. And I'm glad that they get, the Penguins still get a chance to showcase that, because, we see games all the time. Even think about NFL games, they get flexed out and flexed in. And, if you're a bad team, you don't get, put on that pedestal of, a national TV worthy game. And the Penguins could have really been in that realm these last couple games of just being we're gonna go a different direction. Maybe, I don't know how that set up. Hockey may be different than football, but in my mind, it's okay. Do we want to watch the bad Penguins, or do we want to watch a good game and televise a good game? But they know that Sidney Crosby is doing the things he's doing, and will continue to. So they put him on a pedestal, which he deserves. At least anything that he deserves.
Man, it is crazy. I did say that there's no shine, and meanwhile, you're right. They are on national TV. Every damn game. Saturday and Sunday last week, and coming off Four Nations, it was Washington and the Rangers, both games nationally televised. You had an ESPN Plus broadcast this week, and I know that irritates people because you can't always watch it, but you got the John Buccigrassis on the call with the ESPN song. And then this weekend, both games on national television. They're honestly, the more I've thought about this, they are going about this, and everything that you could hope to happen is happening right now. They're going about it the right way.
Right.
Once they traded Getzel, they signified that they are tanking. The players don't feel that way. The coach isn't going to feel that way, but they're tanking. All the while, Crosby's still racking up the points, and they're still fun to watch. So it's kind of the perfect thing that's happening right now. They're going to finish bottom 5 in the NHL. They are. The only team, this is nuts, that is a worse goal differential than them is San Jose, and they're far and away the worst team in hockey.
Right.
If Crosby was a shell of his former self, they'd be battling for the 1 or 2. He has dragged them to points this year that they shouldn't have. Malkin the other night still dragged them to that victory against the Flyers. They're still the best players on this team with Rickard Rakell right in there. That's crazy, man. And so they deserve credit for that. They do. And if you're Dubas, you're not going to move Crosby, obviously, and you can't move the other guys.
My question, maybe in the next segment, is what do you do coaching-wise moving forward, after the season? And I know that there's a mean of how to answer that question, but If you are tanking and you are rebuilding and you are tearing it down to the studs, like, are you going to build this house back up with the same regime? I don't know. Some people may say, of course, yes. I mean, he's still a very good coach and probably could utilize young players, but, like, I don't know. I don't know which direction you should go.
I think it's a good question. If there's only a few untouchables on the roster, and most of that has to do with just their contracts and the no-trade clauses, like, is the head coach one of these untouchables? We'll get into that coming up next, plus a National Hockey Insider with a take that really, as far as sports opinions go, pissed me off. We'll get into that. Bunch to get to this morning. Ton of Steelers rumors coming out of the NFL Combine. Stick with us until 10 o'clock. Mark Caboli from 9 until 10, but right now it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost both of the games that they played over the weekend. Lost to the Boston Bruins 3-2 on Saturday. Lost in overtime to the Toronto Maple Leafs yesterday. Penguins are off today. They're going to play again against the Colorado Avalanche tomorrow at 9 o'clock. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Store.
Look, I need to get this off my chest. The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log onto the app, I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in Western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location and pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Deebo Samuel got his wish to be traded, and no one could be happier than Washington quarterback Jaden Daniels, Commanders All-Pro wideout Terry McLaurin, who will be even more scary, and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. This is Christmas to those guys. Meantime, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy is losing one of his most dangerous weapons, although there's going to be more money available now for Purdy's new deal. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
College basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. And right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. You want to be tracking these teams that are getting hot at the end of the year, getting ready to make a little bit of a run, maybe. So underdogs, there's a local one who might fit that bill. $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on a Stone.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Clouds and sun today, the high 48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More activity we're seeing on the roadways of the Parkway West coming on into town, top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway still looking okay. 28 looking okay. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I got to call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. There's a National Hockey Insider that threw a take out there that made me want to pull all my hair out. Also, you asked the question, okay, the Penguins in the midst of this rebuild, and they're not going to be good, you wouldn't think, for a couple of years here. Is Sullivan the guy to lead them through the next generation? I want to get to that. And we will get to both of those things coming up here in a moment. But I need to get this off my chest. I meant to bring it up in the pre-show, Doran. So I told you my dad passed a kidney stone.
Yes.
Yesterday when people were over, we were celebrating the 4 years since he got his heart transplant. So he's very excited.
Nice.
We're all very happy.
Nice.
He started showing everybody the kidney stone.
Like the actual one?
The actual kidney stone.
Saved it?
He saved the kidney stone.
What did he save it in, like a jar?
I'm happy you asked that. Because this is what my wife said, too.
Man.
He was carrying it around in the palm of his hand.
Like a tooth.
Like, that's what he said. He said, oh, don't, when you lose a tooth, don't you go parading that around? I said, yeah, the tooth didn't come out of your pee-pee.
Oh, my God.
He said, I cleaned it.
Cleaned it?
But here's the worst part. He got it from a jar in the kitchen. He goes into a kitchen cabinet where he keeps his medicine, and he pulls out a jar with his kidney stone, and instead of walking around showing people the kidney stone in the jar, which is what my wife said he should have done, he just dumped it right in his hand, walking around loose kidney stone.
That's just...
He had a loose kidney stone.
Things are starting to make sense, huh, Callis?
About
crowd,
me?
yes.
Apple falling far from the tree, things of that nature?
Yes.
Yeah.
Man. Oh.
And then he brings it over like real close to my 1-year-old who's eating. And I'm like 2 inches from her. I'm like, she's going to grab and eat the thing.
Oh, my God. Did it look like a rock?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. That's probably so painful. Oh, it's so
It probably looks like a, when like a cartoon snake throws up?
Yeah.
That's probably what it looks like coming out. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Like, I understand. Like, you're probably pressed by the feet. Like, man, I passed this thing. I only go to the hospital. This thing just came out. Knew it was coming out. Yeah, you don't need to show me. At dinner.
Oh. What were you having for dinner?
Roast.
Okay.
We also mess with my mom all the time because she'll be like, hey, come over for a Sunday dinner. And we're like, hey, what are you making? We know the answer is going to be roast.
Always?
Yeah, always roast.
Always roast.
It's either beef or pork, but we know it's going to be roast. And it's very good. It's very good, but it's always roast. And green beans and corn.
Potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Yep.
That's right.
Sounds good, actually.
And some of those crescent rolls.
Yes.
Which don't leave me alone with a basket of crescent rolls.
Yeah. Be like RG3. Did you ever see his crescent roll picture?
No, is he big on crescent rolls?
Yeah, I think it was crescent. Yeah, it was crescent rolls in France. He was in France. You ever see the picture?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, look it up in the break.
Okay. Oh, I do think I know what you're referring to. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Texter, have you ever seen a kidney stone under a microscope? Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, usually when I get home from this and I pick up my daughter from school, I like to go check out Joe Lenardi's latest bracketology, Mel Kiper's mock draft, and then I like to peer at kidney stones under the microscope.
Right.
No.
Probably wild looking.
I'm sure. What is a kidney stone? Like, how does that happen to you?
Build up, right?
Yeah.
Too much calcium?
Too much calcium?
He doesn't know.
You're right, that was just a guess.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Something builds up in the kidneys. And
Says drinking too little water, too much or too little exercise. Great. Thanks for the help, National Kidney Foundation. Obesity, weight loss, eating food with too much salt or sugar.
Just bad diet, really. Not taking care of yourself, I would assume.
I wouldn't have figured, though, that exercising too much would cause kidney stones. But I guess if you cause yourself to be dehydrated, potentially.
Right. What's the stone made of?
I don't know.
Look that up.
What are kidney stones made of?
What type of buildup is it?
That's a better way of Googling it, but I was already too far gone. Hard mineral deposits that form the kidneys, primarily composed of the following substances: calcium oxalate, uric acid, struvite. Oh, this is really clearing things up. Calcium phosphate and cysteine. Okay, there we go.
I was half right-ish.
You got 1 out of like the 8.
Right.
What do you think?
Good guess.
Would you keep Sullivan around?
No. I would end this. I would end this regime and this tenure of the Penguins. Obviously, you'd have to keep some guys around, and Crosby being one of them for sure. But I would start new with a different voice. I would go younger a little bit if I could. I would see the candidates first and see who's out there that I could actually fit and what type of system that I would want to run. Like, I don't know if Dubas's like mindset. He'll say that fits Mike Sullivan and vice versa. But maybe Dubas has a system in mind and a coach in mind that runs a system that would fit his personnel better. He's going to say that Sullivan does, of course, whenever he gets hired. He's like, yeah, Mike Sullivan, of course. He's a championship coach. But I don't know, like, deep down if Dubas thinks that the players that he's trying to really wants to get in fit what Sullivan is trying to do.
I think if you're a general manager, and is Dubas even a good general manager? Or
I don't know yet.
Is he just young with glasses?
He's young with glasses.
I think he's young with glasses, and so people think he's really smart.
Right.
I mean, you can't judge what he does until after he makes or trades some of these upcoming draft picks that he's got. And so I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I am going to give him time before I say he either sucks or is really good at this. I think he's moving the thing in the right direction, but you have to wind up hitting on a bunch of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I think as a GM, I don't want to build the next foundation of Penguins hockey with one specific system in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And Sullivan, you know, I thought early on in his tenure with the Penguins was a really good tactician. Now I think he's just married to this system, and, you know, they'll be up a goal in the third period with like 3 minutes to go, and you still have defensemen pinching in. Like, I'm not sure if that's what he wants them to do or if they just are rogue, and he's got a lot of these rogue kind of defensemen, but it keeps happening, so I do have to put that on the coach. Like, to build the Penguins out and to get them, you know, to start up the next great era of Penguins hockey, I don't need Dubas trying to tailor the roster to Mike Sullivan's system.
Right.
I think you need to build the best hockey team that you can and accrue the most talent that you can, system be damned, and then the coach needs to adapt to that.
Right, and I think that Dubas would be able to do that if he got to handpick the guy that he wants. It'd be more Dubas first, coach second. Now it's probably coach first, Dubas second.
And they may even see eye to eye. Like,
Right,
they might
course.
even be in lockstep, but this wasn't a marriage that, you know, came to be organically.
Right.
It was, hey, Dubas, we're hiring you to be the grand poobah of all things hockey, and by the by, this coach is going to be here.
Right.
He did not get to handpick his coach. It always drives me crazy in the NFL when that happens. Like, I look at the Jags, and they bring in Duval, and then 2 weeks later, they hire the general manager. Like, I would want those guys to – I would want the GM probably to hire the head coach and not the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
Or, worse yet, not even take the coach's opinion into the equation. And
Right.
we're just going to hire a coach separately from the general manager. Like, that's flawed. And it used to happen all the time in Cleveland where they'd fire coaches and they get a new GM. It was this and that, and it doesn't work. Texter, good point. Don't forget, when your dad passes the stone, he had to get it out of the toilet. I did. I asked if he went in the strainer. He said, no, he fished it out.
Man. Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just tough.
It's all jagged, too, dude.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. It doesn't come out like spherically. It's not a... It's not like
smooth.
Yeah, it's not smooth. It's not like a ball. It's not like an egg. No, that thing is jagged. Damn. It's just like the size of a tooth. All right, as the Penguins fold this franchise over, 412-928-9370. Do you want Mike Sullivan to be around on the other side? We'll also tell you about the National Hockey Insider who had a take that made me pull my hair out. You want to weigh in on any of this or kidney stones, you can at 412-928-9370. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Reports out there saying that wide receiver Devontae Adams is going to get released from the New York Jets, which may make him a signing option for the Steelers during this offseason. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrought1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan,
Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines. It's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
Get the award-winning news and analysis you crave with the Post-Gazette Sports Experience. Dulac, Fittipaldo, and Bacco tackle the Steelers. Hiles and Destin cover the Pirates. Bensel has the Penguins. Carter and Thompson have all things Pitt. Plus columnists Mackey and Starkey in action from the Whitfield, Duquesne, and Penn State. Come for the behind-the-scenes exclusives. Stay for the NFL Draft and MLB coverage that's second to none. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Lowe's knows that free is just better. That's why MyLowe's Rewards is free to join. As a member, you earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases, get exclusive free gifts, and earn free shipping at Silver Key status, all on top of weekly member-only deals. Don't wait. Join MyLowe's Rewards for free today and start saving more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. You ever had a kidney stone? Cale Berger thought he had one last week. Remember, he came in here and like, oh, but it's so much pain. Well, I just went and asked him. He said he thinks he was constipated.
He always has some type of ailment that he thinks is way worse than what it is. It's just like, no, Cale, you just are getting older.
I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly right. You ever got constipated later in life? It sucks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure.
It hurts. It's frustrating.
It hurts?
You never been so constipated where you get that belly ache?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It just feels, well, I don't know. I guess.
When I was getting, you know what? I'm going to punt on a story I was going to tell. I don't think the audience is ready for me to tell stories about my wife and me and suppositories, so we'll just go to Rob in Chicago. Hi, Rob.
Good morning, guys. As far as Sullivan, no, Sullivan's got to move on. There's 2 points I want to make. You got on this roster. I was just reading this morning on the Post-Gazette. You got so many guys on contracts in this team with no trade clauses that you're basically stuck with. Second of all, Sullivan just doesn't want to bend and flex and kind of adapt to what he's got. And third, look at the amount of young talent he hasn't developed. Look at Derek Pouliot, Simone Dupre, and there's another guy I want to say that I can't think of that he just hasn't worked with. So no, if you're going to, go for a lottery pick and get a young guy in here, I just don't see Sullivan being the guy that wants to tolerate it and work with him.
Appreciate the call, Rob. And it's such a departure, too, from the way that it was when they won the Cup in 16 and 17. In 16, and it's because he was the AHL coach, so he had trust in guys.
Right.
16, Brian Rust, Tom Kuhnhackl, Connor Sherry. 2017, Jake Gensel. And, I mean, you think about Matt Murray, too. I mean, all guys who had massive roles to varying degrees in the Penguins winning those back-to-back championships. And I don't feel like he gives young players a long enough leash. That's a really good point by Rob, because we've discussed some of the reasons why we wouldn't keep him around through the rebuild. But, yeah. And, I don't know about those examples in particular, but one on the current team, like POJ is a talented player. I don't think he's very good. And that's just one example.
Right.
412-928-9370. Now for the quote that really ticked me off this weekend. Darren Dreger, I've called him a national hockey insider. He's really an international hockey insider. He's one of the biggest insiders in the sport. He works for TSN in Canada. He said that Crosby, who just passed Bobby Hull and Gordie Howe for milestones this weekend, should request a trade out of Pittsburgh this offseason, quote, for the greater good of the league, end quote. Yeah, I'm sure that's why Crosby would have won out. For the greater good of the league. That kind of stuff drives me nuts. Like, Crosby used to get admonished whenever he would miss all-star games. You owe it to the league. Well, what has the league done for Sidney Crosby?
Yeah.
Like, I asked that honestly. Like, when Crosby's getting his head bashed in the Rangers series by Jacob Trouba a couple of years ago, when he's getting slashed by Ovechkin and cross-checked in the back of the head by Matt Niskanen, when guys like Tom Wilson made runs at him. I mean, it goes back over the course of his career. Darian Hatcher, all these guys that have attacked Crosby in a league that doesn't protect its stars. Why does Crosby owe the league anything? Oh, yeah, go to the Avalanche so you're playing more prominent games to juice TV ratings. No, F that. If Crosby would, and he won't, but if Crosby did want out for personal reasons, because he wants to chase a championship, because he doesn't want to spend the last years of his career on, like, the X-Generation Penguins, fair enough, I get that. But for the good of the league, shut the hell up, Darren Dreger.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying, what, so we could put him, on a good team and showcase him more, or because he's the face of the league? Like, I'm kind of confused by for the good of the league. Like, what is Crosby requesting a trade from one of the best franchises in sports do for the league?
It actually makes the Penguins obviously more watchable. And so you can put a not great team on national TV and people, in theory, would still be interested, right? Because they've got Sidney Crosby.
Right.
What, so you want him to be on a playoff team?
Yeah, I don't.
Come on. Crosby owes the league nothing.
Zero.
The league actually owes him a ton. Both he and Alexander Ovechkin were the princes that were promised, and you know what they did? They made good on that.
Yeah, they promised.
That doesn't always happen. It just doesn't. And I realize, like, a guy like Nail Yakupov will go into the Wayback Machine. He was picked number 1 overall by the Oilers, and he wasn't the prospect that Crosby and Ovechkin or Malkin were. But he goes number 1 overall, and he had a crappy NHL career. Sidney Crosby was supposed to be the next one, and he could, as we discussed earlier, wind up catching Jagr for second all-time in points. Ovechkin was supposed to be the next one, and he's going to catch Wayne Gretzky. Like, the league owes them a ton. Mm-hmm. Going through 2 damn lockouts with these guys. Not one, 2. 2. And I think the league's in a pretty good position right now, evidenced by the cap's going to go up $30 million the next 2 years. Like, the league's in a healthy spot because of these guys. They owe the league nothing. The league owes both players A big debt of gratitude.
Well, how did it go down with Gretzky whenever he got traded? Like, obviously, I don't remember back in the day. Like, how did that situation go down? Maybe he's trying to relate to that situation of how Gretzky went to a different team and
he'll go to L.A., he'll go to New York, these big markets.
Right.
Oh, we're selling the game. Crosby took Pittsburgh for 20 years and made them so desirable that now that they stink, they're still on national television.
Right.
Like that's what I say back to Darren Dreger. Like Crosby elevated a franchise that was on the precipice of moving to like Kansas City, and he made them appointment viewing for 2 decades. So everything that the league needed to get out of Sidney Crosby, it did. So let him have his farewell tour here in Pittsburgh. You jabroni. 412-928-9370. You ready for a Bradenton Bucko breakdown?
Yes.
Callis, are you ready for a Bradenton Bucko breakdown?
Yeah.
That's coming up next. Something that Paul Skeens is doing that I don't think is nice for the rest of the league. Something that Jared Jones is doing that I don't think is good for the rest of the league. Both things good for the Pirates. That's next. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, it was reported that Deebo Samuel of the San Francisco 49ers is going to the Washington Commanders, and the Commanders are sending back a 5th-round pick. That deal won't go into place until the new league year officially begins next week. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
From the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the traffic front, no accidents to speak of on the major roadways, but we are, of course, seeing that increased activity on a Monday morning. Coming from Carnegie, you're going to be slowing down top of Green Tree Hill on the Parkway West. 28, just a little slow before you get to the 40th Street Bridge area, and the Parkway East slows right around the Edgewood, Swissville area. This September, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at Awaken180weightloss.com. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at Awaken180weightloss.com.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony. Some explosions and a clock ticking, because this offer $149 or less ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on Federal Insurance. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll get to the Bradenton Bucko breakdown in a moment, but here's a good text. I lost it. Now I found it. The NHL should be saying McDavid should leave Edmonton for the good of the league.
Mm-hmm.
Not talking about Crosby leaving Pittsburgh, because guess what? McDavid's never going to win there. I don't know that he's never going to win there. I know that he hasn't. And last year, oh man, they storm all the way back. They're down 3-0. They make it to Game 7, and then bang, they lose.
Nothing.
And he didn't do anything in Game 7. Yeah, I mean, there's the obvious analogy there between Gretzky and McDavid. The difference is Gretzky won a lot with Edmonton. All right, you ready for the Bradenton Bucko breakdown?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. So Paul Skeens took the bump this weekend. His first spring training start. It was on television, and I believe you could hear it on the radio. It doesn't matter. It's in the past now. He's developed a new pitch. He's got a cutter.
Okay.
I saw that dude on Twitter, Pitching Ninja. You follow that guy?
Yes.
Oh, I love Pitching Ninja.
Yes.
He did one of those overlays where you'll see him throwing the splitter, throwing the splinker, and then throwing the two-seam fastball. And it all comes out of the same arm slot, and the ball moves in 3 different directions. I feel like the league, if it were the NFL, where they're trying to ban the tush-push because no one can defend it, I think the league, Major League Baseball, should be like, he can't add no more pitches.
Right.
No more pitches for this guy.
At least like pitches that are like 2 pitches in one, like the splinker.
Oh, my God.
You can't add 2 pitches in one.
It's insane. This thing, he got a big swing and a miss out of one of the Orioles hitters on the cutter, and it looks like it's coming right down Main Street. That's right down the middle, and it ended like 8 inches inside. Could have hit the dude's fingers when he swung through it.
That is just insane.
It's nasty.
How fast? Do you remember how the miles per hour?
90s. It was in the 90s. Yeah. So you got that, and I'm not going out on a limb here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't win the Cy Young.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's clearly the best pitcher in the National League. I think you add a pitch, you add all the experience that he accrued over year 1. I think he can be better and probably will be better this year.
Oh, we said that at the end of the year. It's like, okay, like this guy's just going to keep getting better. Like he's going to add pitches, he's going to do different things, and he's so young and raw still. Like even though that he is like has a veteran presence, he's still young and raw. Like he's going to add pitches. He's going to understand, guys in the batter's box, the teams that he's facing, the players he's facing. Like the guy's going to be a machine this year. This is going to be one of the most exciting years to watch a Pirates pitcher probably ever.
Yes.
And last year was, but this is going to be even better.
I'm with you. I mean, with the assumption and the hope and knock on wood that he's going to make 30-plus starts and he's going to be pushing 200 innings, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be the best pitcher in baseball while he's in Pittsburgh, which we haven't seen that. His buddies added one, too.
What's he got?
Jared Jones throwing a changeup. It wasn't a great performance necessarily from Jones yesterday, but I take some of these spring training performances, with a grain of salt because he's working on a new pitch. That changeup got a couple of swings and misses out of it. Some awkward swings. He looks good, too. Velocity looked solid to me. And then the thing that I loved about it, Doran, he wanted to go the full 3 innings. He went 2 2/3, and when he was getting pulled, he didn't want to get pulled. And Wayner said so much on the TV broadcast, he's like, even in a spring training game, you could tell he doesn't want to come out of the game.
Right.
And he kind of gave it to Shelton a little bit, and then he was laughing coming off the mound. But not only are these guys young and good, they're dogs.
Yeah.
They got that competitiveness in them, that they're bulldogs on the mound. And the Pirates needed that with A.J. Burnett back in 13 and 15. You needed that guy.
Mm-hmm.
They got a couple of those guys, and they're the homegrown guys. You love to see it.
I mean, there's just it is tough though, like to get pulled whenever you're starting to get in that rhythm or you haven't found the rhythm and you're trying to find it. Like I feel him, even though I didn't even get to watch the game, but I feel how he was probably feeling in that moment. Like, I'm trying to work on different things. I have this changeup that I want to, incorporate into my arsenal, and I'm not finding the rhythm right now. And now I'm coming out of the game like, no, I need to stay in. I need to find it. I need to do it.
I feel great. It's 2 2/3 innings. I could go 4 more. Come on now, let's go. Love that. And then finally, Connor Griffin, their first-round pick this year, 18 years old. He hit a ball out the opposite way, and it's going to be a little while before we see him in Pittsburgh. I was surprised just how many at-bats they got him so far in spring training. Look, it's early, and again, spring training. I think they got a guy.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Built like a brick you-know-what house.
Pretty good.
18, that size, and he hits one out the opposite way? The swing's beautiful. I don't know if it's too far to say that he could be here in 2 years. Like, future's bright. You'd like to see him here with Skeens.
Yes.
Please. Fingers crossed, knock on wood on that one, too. All right, there you go. There's the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. How about a cryptic tweet on the Steelers from this weekend? That got everybody perking up their ears from a National Football League insider who wrote the tweet. What does it all mean? We'll get to that coming up next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning, it's cold out there. Most places have morning temperatures hovering near 20 degrees. Winds are light, so not much of a difference in temperatures and wind chills. Today will be dry. Skies mostly sunny. Light winds coming in out of the southwest. I have highs hitting the low 40s with noon temperatures just around 30 degrees. Hey, Tuesday will probably be the best day of the week with afternoon highs near 60. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Hey, most homeowners remodel their bathroom once, so make it truly stunning with a custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're going to work with your contractor to create a custom-fit shower door that adds elegance, style, and value to any space. Sleek, durable, and designed just for you. Enough with the shower curtains. Ask your contractor about Boulevard Glass and Metal. Do not settle for ordinary. Upgrade to extraordinary. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Take it easy on the roadways. You're going to be slowing down on the top of the Green Tree Hill on the Parkway West. You're going to be slowing down right around Edgewood, Swissville. Actually, maybe Britton Road, almost to Wilkinsburg on the Parkway East coming on into town this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You think it's just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Cryptic tweet from an NFL insider sent out during the Combine's got our attention. We'll talk about it coming up in a minute. Last night was the Oscars. Doran, I didn't recognize any of the movies that won, and there's a couple of actors, actresses that I didn't know existed.
Yeah, it's been getting like that as the year, like in the past couple of years. Like there's like no familiar anything.
Are we going to the movies less? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Just as a society?
I think so. Substance, I think, won something. The Substance, and that's with Demi Moore. She didn't win anything, but The Substance, I've watched the movie twice, and it is...
Substantive?
It's a very, very interesting movie. Very, very interesting.
But it didn't win anything.
It won something, the movie did, but Demi Moore was up for, I think, the best actress, and she didn't win it, but she was supposed to win it. But I don't even see how anybody in their right mind could think that she could be the best actress for that movie. And it's like a borderline horror movie.
Uh-huh.
And I'm saying that. It was one of the most, I don't know if it was the most awful movie I've ever seen.
Oh, man.
But good movies I've ever seen. It's like, I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah.
It's a very, very weird movie.
She's 62 years old now. She looks good.
She looks great.
She lost to Mikey Madison. Mikey Madison won the Best Actress for Anora. I have never heard of Mikey Madison. I Googled her. I can't say I've ever seen her, and I'd never heard of the movie Anora. So there you go.
Yep.
Adrian Brody won Best Actor for The Brutalist.
Okay.
I know Adrian Brody. I didn't see The Brutalist. Didn't know it existed. Sean Baker won Director for Anora. Zoe Saldana won for Amelia Perez, Best Supporting Actress. I love her.
Uh-huh.
Didn't see it. Kieran Culkin won Best Supporting Actor for A Real Pain, which, again, didn't know existed.
I think the other guy from the show that he was in that with him. Jeremy something.
Jeremy Strong.
Yes.
Who's apparently a freak from Succession. Like, he's one of these method actors. Yeah. I don't think I could exist with a method actor.
I think if I were to act, and you know that I want to act, I think that I would be a method actor, but I couldn't exist with being around other method actors.
Because they would just drive you nuts.
Right.
So let's say you played me in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
You would just get full-on in Crowley character.
Like every day.
Every day.
I would have to. Because I would have to trick my mind to think that I'm you. And I could not go back to me. Like, my existence is gone for the 3.5, 4 months or whatever it is that I'm filming the movie. Like, I am not Doran. Do not call me Doran. I am Adam Richard Crowley.
It's really not that hard of a lead. You just have to start loathing yourself. Right. And then you'll bang right into character.
Right.
Some guy won an award. I'd never heard of this guy, but it made me laugh out loud. A cinematography for The Brutalist. His name is L.O.L. Crawley.
What?
His first name is spelled LOL, and his last name CRAWLEY. LOL Crawley.
Lol.
It's probably pronounced lol. Yeah.
LOL. LOL Crowley.
I thought it was like LMFAO, the band. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Donnie talked about this last week, that he'll just drive by the movie theater and buy popcorn before watching a movie with Sarah at night instead of just going to the theater and watching the full movie there. We've done that all the time. I love that.
Why wouldn't you just buy popcorn from the store and have popcorn at your house?
It ain't the same, man. There's nothing like that movie theater
So
popcorn.
you walk in and you
Galleria, Mount Lebanon, absolutely. Walk in.
Don't you have to buy a ticket to get to the concession stand?
No, you just walk in. You say, "I want to buy popcorn." They don't care.
And then you just walk out.
You
with
just walk
popcorn.
out. They keep an eye on you. Yeah.
And by the time you get home, the popcorn's all stale.
No, because I'm like 5 minutes away. It's perfect.
What?
Perfect. And then you this is how it goes. You have them scoop butter, scoop butter, scoop butter. Then you throw the salt on top. Bang.
That seems like a big waste of time.
It's not.
You go to the movies to buy popcorn and then come home and watch a movie.
Yeah, we'll watch, like, we've been watching Love is Blind lately. We'll go to the movie theater. We'll get some big tub of popcorn, a little romantic evening, get under the blanket, eat some popcorn. It's nice. You've never done that?
No.
I suggest that you do. Callis, have you ever done that? Go to the movie theater just to buy the popcorn?
No.
All right, thank you. It is 7:05. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Josina Anderson, National Football League insider, she tweeted out right at the tail end of the combine, Dorn. Still here in Indy at the scouting combine having conversations. Sounds like the Steelers are going to have some interesting changes. We'll keep you posted. So that piqued everybody's interest. It's kind of like last year with significant player watch. Who was it that tweeted that out? The old corner for the Steelers.
Yeah, McFadden.
Brian McFadden. Significant playmaker watch. And then nothing happened. Josina Anderson says that the Steelers are going to have some interesting changes, and I'm just wondering where.
Yeah, same.
Because Mike Tomlin's going to be the head coach. You have both coordinators coming back. We thought there could be some discussions about Pat Meyer not returning. He's back. There were a couple of minute changes to the coaching staff that your average, everyday NFL fan's not going to pick up. They're talking about bringing Najee Harris back. It sounds like it's going to be Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. George Pickens, at least according to the general manager, they had a good exit meeting. It doesn't seem like he's going to get moved. Where are the significant changes? Drafting players doesn't mean there's significant changes. Adding a number 2 wide receiver in free agency, well, a welcome change, isn't a significant change to me. If it's the same coach, same coordinator, same quarterback, one of the two, same damn running back, all these prominent positions, they're going to pay TJ Watt again. Micah Fitzpatrick, I don't think's going anywhere. We've sniffed nothing out there. Doesn't sound like any massive players are moving out. Where are the significant changes then? What's interesting? I don't get it.
Maybe bringing in the senior consultant. Maybe bringing in an offensive name that is older to be a senior advisor on the defense and a senior advisor on the offense, a la Mike McCarthy. Yes, something like that. Maybe. I'm trying to think really hard. You could see my mind is just like, brrr, like I have no idea what type of changes that could be significant to this organization.
Well, it also hit me too, Doran, because even that would be a significant change. They're going to have some interesting changes, she writes.
Right, multiple.
I thought a lot about the quarterback situation this weekend. And Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, and now there's a ton of reports out there that suggest it's going to be Justin Fields. And Russell Wilson, in fact, could wind up going to the New York Giants. There was a SNY report out of New York where league sources told this reporter that there could be a Giants deal in the works with Russell Wilson. But, okay, you bring back Justin Fields. What a weird situation. I've said I want that to happen, and I do. Because you look around and there's not a lot of options. And now I guess Sam Darnold's entered the chat, and we'll get to that coming up in a little bit. But Justin Fields comes in, plays 6 games, goes 4-2, looked better than I thought that he would look, did some nice things, mostly protected the football. Then he gets sat down for the guy that they always wanted to start, never gets another chance, even though it might have made sense at the end of the season to give him another chance. And now he's the guy that they're going to bring back. It's so weird, man. And I think Pony, off the top of their show on Friday, said the Steelers' season's over before it starts because they're not getting Matthew Stafford. It's over before it starts no matter who the quarterback is. All roads lead to 10-7 in a playoff dismissal or 9-8, no playoffs at all. That's where this thing's going, irregardless of who the quarterback is. But that it's probably going to be Justin Fields is wild to me when he wasn't even their preference during the season last year. Like, that's where they are with this thing. And that's why when Josina Anderson writes, they're going to make some interesting changes, I just don't know where. And I guess we're opening up the phone lines, 412-928-9370. When you hear that, when you read that from Josina Anderson, where does your mind wander to? Where do you think the significant changes could come from? Because if it ain't coach or quarterback, and your big-time dudes ain't getting traded, it's impossible for there to be significant changes. Like, if you get a new running back and you trade George Pickens,
yeah,
that's significant. But if you're just adding players in free agency, that doesn't scream significance.
Unless it's like Aaron Rodgers.
Correct.
I mean, that might be something. But there's reporting coming out that they clearly want Justin Fields. But just because they want something doesn't mean they're going to get it. Justin Fields is going to explore his options. We've talked about this 1,000 times.
Million times.
But a significant or an interesting change would be Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
That's all I could think of. Aaron Rodgers or adding to the staff.
Aaron Rodgers is probably the most significant change they could make this offseason now that we know that there's not going to be any coaching changes. I mean, you're going with an old quarterback. If you're going to go with an old quarterback, you might as well go with a new old quarterback. I've said that 1,000 times too. He's also cut from a totally different cloth than Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, who always says the right things. Justin Fields, who said the right things when he got sat down last year. Aaron Rodgers ain't worried about that political correct nonsense. He's going to say what's on his mind. I think he would push the Steelers. That would be the most significant change that they could make. I guess it would have been Stafford based on the money, based on what you'd have to give up to get him. But in terms of changing the forward-facing talking points of a franchise, Aaron Rodgers would be the guy.
Yes.
Texter, you guys talking about messing up phrases in the morning, and then Crowley drops an irregardless. Is that not a word?
It's just regardless.
My bad. Texter, changes is trash man at the facility to take that from a D to a C+. Significant change. Steelers going to wear multiple throwback jerseys this year.
She said interesting or significant?
Interesting.
Interesting is
different than significant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And interesting is like, wow, I can't believe the Steelers did that.
Like the Crowley, I'm interesting but not significant.
Thank you.
Wow. He had to get that in there.
He did. He's been firing shots all morning.
All morning.
Telling me I didn't have energy to start the show.
Yep.
Texter, Jared Mayo's still sitting around. Be a nice consultant. Yeah.
That's not interesting.
No, I don't know that moves the needle.
No.
When a national insider writes that the Steelers are going to have some interesting changes, I think of that as significant needle-moving changes.
Yes.
Things that don't just pique our interest. Now I'm all in my head about what's the right saying or not. I think it's pique, spelled P-I-Q-U-E.
Yes.
Like, I don't think significant from a national standpoint is they bring in a consultant.
No.
I think from a national standpoint.
But a big name consultant could be.
Yeah.
Like I'm not. Like
Mayo doesn't do that.
He doesn't do it. McCarthy does.
Yeah.
Something like that. But go ahead, sorry.
I mean, I just think quarterback. But everything you're reading, and there's been a ton of reporting on this now because of the combine and because it's just a great place to gather information and talk to people. All the reporting is it's either Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, with the sides leaning towards Justin Fields. That's not an interesting change unless it's schematic related. Like, I'm hearing that the Steelers are going to bring Justin Fields in and they're going to tailor the offense around him. That, to me, would be interesting.
But that's not like an immediate change. That's like something that would have to play out during the season and during training camp and during the preseason of like schematic changes. Like from what I'm hearing from Josina is like interesting changes. Whenever it happens, it's like, whoa, like we're not going to know the schematics will change until September.
Right, and that would just be a hill of beans. Like,
right.
I ain't going to believe that until I see it.
Yeah, and then we could see it and not even know it. Like,
and you're not talking about that right now either. You wouldn't really be whispering in people's ears at the combine until if and when Justin Fields comes back as quarterback. So I'm at a loss. You can weigh in. Phone lines are blowing up at 412-928-9370. When you read what Josina Anderson writes, that it sounds like the Steelers are going to have some interesting changes. We'll keep you posted. Where does your mind go? 412-928-9370. There are a bunch of rumors from National Insiders we'll get to over the course of this hour. Caboli with us from 9 o'clock until 10. But we take your calls coming up next after a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates had a couple games over the weekend, and they won one and lost one. They beat the Baltimore Orioles on Saturday, lost to the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They got a game at 6:35 tonight against the New York Yankees in spring training. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran.
It's chilly out, and it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of five-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Well, that was something you don't see every day. In fact, it's only happened 27 times in 16 years, folks, and it hasn't happened in more than 6 years. Steph Curry threw down a dunk Saturday in Philadelphia. After the game, he said that was probably going to be his last. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. you could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So, SchultzFord.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for Truck Month.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And on this Monday morning, no accidents to speak of on the major roadways, but we have those slowdowns starting around the Parkway East. It's going to back you up around Wilkinsburg. Parkway West slows around the top of Green Tree Hill. No issues, though. If you're coming into town on 28, you'll like what you see. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Josina Anderson tweeted out last week, still here in Indy at the scouting combine having conversations. Sounds like the Steelers are going to have some interesting changes. We'll keep you posted. We've asked you out there at 412-928-9370, what do you think she means? Because it looks like it's going to be Justin Fields at quarterback. If not him, then Russell Wilson. They're interested in bringing Najee Harris back. Depends on the cost, obviously, but they've had conversations, according to Jerry Dulac, with his agent. If you believe what Omar Khan was selling at the Combine last week, then sounds like they're going to hang on to George Pickens. We know they want to pay T.J. Watt long term. We know who the head coach is. We know who the coordinators are. So where are the interesting changes? 412-928-9370. Here's a text. You're reading way too far into what some insiders said. Without telling us what they are or giving a hint, then she obviously doesn't know. If the quarterback changes from Wilson to Fields, she nailed it. That's significant. Aren't you smart enough to know how this little foresight game works? Sheesh. This is probably why you aren't an insider and are stuck here with us. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it could be one of those things. I'm going to say they're doing something, and then when they do it, now I look like I knew what they were doing all along. Okay.
Yeah.
But I also respect the hell out of Josina Anderson, and I don't think she'd put it out there unless she was actually hearing some stuff.
Right.
Could they be interested in a first-round quarterback, Doran?
Maybe.
That would be an interesting change. Jackson Dart.
Would that be an interesting change, though? Is that a change?
If Justin Fields is your starter on day one, then it's not that big of a change. I mean, it would be seismic far as we're concerned, but yeah, I mean, I guess it could be interesting. It's a blanket statement. Interesting.
It really is. I mean, my mind has gone all the way to the place where it's like, oh, they're going to change to field turf instead of grass. Like, interesting changes within the organization. Like, that's where my mind went.
Let's add an extra sauna so we can bump up those NFLPA grades.
A steam room. You ever been in a steam room?
Have I been in a steam room?
Yeah.
No.
They're nice. They're better than a sauna.
What's the difference? Sauna's just hot. Steam room's got steam?
Yes.
Nailed it. But both are hot.
Yes.
Steam room's where you ran into Bill Belichick.
Yes.
Where he was half in the nude.
Yes.
Maybe fully in the nude.
Yes.
He was fully nude?
Well, he had something draped over him, over his lap.
He wasn't even wearing the towel. It was just draped over.
It was just draped. Yeah.
It's a lot of skin, man.
Mm-hmm. It was better looking back then. I mean, now it's like
it was
his
be-
girl.
it was,
I mean, it
was better looking back then.
I mean, it was like 14 years ago, and I'm kind of thinking about his little girlfriend. Like he was probably in better shape back then than he probably looks now. She's got to see it now. I saw it back in 2011.
Was he married?
I don't know.
You weren't on that level with Bill?
Nah.
Text, what if they trade for Anthony Richardson? Yeah, I'd say that'd be interesting.
Very interesting.
Would not be on board with that. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll take calls here in a second at 412-928-9370. But stumbled into Seth in the hall, who is one of our promotions team members. I said, dude, what the hell are you doing here? We got some event today, like you setting stuff up. No, he locked himself out of his house.
Yeah.
He went for an early morning walk, said he can't get in until 9 a.m. You ever done that?
Locked myself out of the house now.
I locked the entire family out of the house like 2 years ago, and we had to have a blacksmith come and let us in.
Locksmith?
Yeah, a locksmith.
You're small enough, though. You couldn't just climb through a window.
No, my windows were locked. I mean, you
lock every single window in your house.
Yeah. Why would my windows not be locked?
I'd close them, but you'd leave one open just in case you did something stupid like that.
Right.
Then you could just crawl in.
What, you're telling me you leave a window unlocked just in case you lock yourself out?
Right. Not anymore because we have Guardian, the best, security
The
system.
greatest security system
But I
known to
used
man.
to. Yeah, I used to. Like a small window that I could even barely get through, but I have.
Or like one you could send your kids through. So they can unlock the door. I mean, you've never done that?
Yeah, oftentimes I think about locking myself out of the house and then dropping the 1-year-old in to unlock the door.
You've got a 5-year-old, and speaking of Doran's case, he's got like a wide range of ages now, so that's what my parents used to do with me. If they ever got locked out, they'd just send me through the window. Why not?
Yeah, when I was younger.
Big windows in the house, Callis?
No, as a kid, you jackass.
Do you leave a window unlocked just in case you lock yourself out of the house? 412-928-9370. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumber and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, let's go to Mike in Fort Wayne. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I want to, as far as the big change, I want to talk a little bit about the defense. And maybe this is, I've called many times over the years about this wishful thinking change. And that is, since 2016, we've been getting our doors blown off in the playoffs.
Yep.
We've been getting our doors blown off. So to me, the defense, what happened? And everybody always says, well, we never replaced Shazier. I think there's more to what's going on with the defense. And Kaboli said something recently, and Julian Edelman mocking the defense being wide open in the middle. We know that the middle of the field's wide open. But the thing that Kaboli said was when Butler took over the defense, they said, hey, what are you guys making any changes? He goes, we're just going to do one thing. We're going to have the down linemen, the 3 down linemen, rush the passer. And that was a change that he made, and I don't think it works. It's not worked. And when Butler, if you move fast forward, when Butler retired, they're like, why aren't you guys stopping the run very well, especially that A-gap? He goes, well, we're running past the play. So to me, that we're bringing 5 all the time.
Yeah, Mike, and we appreciate the call and call back anytime. Yeah, they did make the switch back then to go more one-gap stuff. I don't think Josina Anderson's talking about that.
Well, you were on to something. You said schematics earlier, and I kind of, shut it down a little bit and said that schematics we won't know until training camp. But schematics can be an interesting change when it has to do with a player and a significant player. And I saw something out there now that's starting to make sense to me with TJ Watt and how he's getting tired of teams kind of taking him out of games. Now, an interesting change would to be moving TJ Watt around.
But even then, is that something that they care about on a national level, that Josina Anderson?
Yes, because Myles Garrett does it a lot, and they compare the two, and they're the 2 greatest pass rushers in the NFL. And they know that Myles Garrett's always kind of a little bit ahead of TJ Watt and things because he does move around a lot. That would be interesting to me if TJ Watt was like lined up all over the place and not just in one spot. And that's something that I think that would be combine chatter. Like, and TJ Watt even said, like, I'm getting sick of this. And then somebody's like, within the Steelers or whoever, at the Combines, like, yeah, they're going to change up the way that they use T.J. Watt significantly.
It would be so Steelers to Mike Tomlin end of the season press conference say, yeah, there's going to be some changes, and then the changes moving Watt around. One that I've said is necessary, that we agree upon. I mean, I think it's an obvious thing. Move him around. Maybe move Mink around so you know that you don't always just line up and go, oh, he's 18 yards off the ball. Like, yeah, those are important changes. For me, I don't know that they represent significant changes. I don't know that they represent interesting changes. And if so, I need more.
Mm-hmm.
I need more. Those are things that need to happen.
Right.
That ain't going to be the difference between the Steelers being 10-7 and Super Bowl champions, you know?
Right.
Texter, I love how Crowley casually goes over the fact he called a blacksmith to get in the house. Texter, I always call a blacksmith to put shoes on my horses and hope they have a key to my house. All right, everybody, get the hell out of here.
I call a blacksmith.
You know what used to be in vogue? I don't think people do anymore because criminal masterminds are so more advanced these days. You get that rock with that little keyhole in the bottom, and you'd put it somewhere outside your house. I think we stopped doing that because everyone did it, and everyone's rock looked the same.
Under the doormat, too.
Put it under the doormat, or you put it on top of the door. Like, I mean, there's like 3 places we hide our keys.
Right.
Again, a window. Send your kid through a window.
You never had to go through a window whenever you were little because you're locked out of your house whenever your parents' house? Like,
no.
Really?
No.
That's all that Mount Lebanon, class you got there. Good for you.
Yeah, you guys were
Good
locking
for
your doors. You guys weren't even locking your doors. Not worried somebody's gonna come in and do math problems on your like wall. Nobody's gonna break in and steal anything. It's like, oh, we're gonna do some math problems and we're gonna have a pastry.
Someone broke into my house and just left a series of Aeropostale polo shirts.
Scarves. Khakis.
Someone came in, there was just khakis and a puka shell necklace.
Boat shoes.
They rolled up in their Jaguar. Broke into my house and left me some pastries. I don't remember there being this big emphasis on locking doors as a kid, actually.
I bet you don't. I bet you don't. You live a different life.
Like, oh, I let myself in. Just figured I'd do your taxes for you.
You guys come home. There's like 3 people in your house. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Rob, John, and Charlie? You guys hanging out? You guys want some milk?
Michael and Dave, obviously, there, too. Lots of Toms and Pauls.
If I may share a quick story. When
Of
my
course.
parents first moved into their house, their neighbors would just go in their house and, bake them stuff. And my mom, on the 3rd time that happened, had to say, hey, if you come in here again, I'm going to have to call the police.
See, that's bizarre behavior there.
I know it is. That's what I'm saying.
We just wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood by, B&E here.
My mom would
breaking and entering.
My mom would come home from work and they would just be in there. Our next door neighbors would just be in the house.
Nah.
No.
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 No. No. Definitely not. 412-928-9370. What?
I don't remember there being this big emphasis on locking the doors growing up. Of course not. Of course.
We used to leave, my bike in the front yard. No one would take it.
Leave the windows down in the car in the driveway.
Oh, all the time. Yeah. Mean streets of Lebo. 412-928-9370. Bunch of calls here. Jacina Anderson hints at the Steelers making some interesting changes. What do you think they could be? What does that mean for you? Could they be drafting a quarterback in round 1? Is it about T.J. Watt moving around? Maybe Sam Darnold as an option at quarterback. What do you think she could be alluding to, or is this, nothing? 412-928-9370. More of your calls coming up next. Thanks to Seth for helping us stumble into this topic. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This just in, Mount Lebanon is safe. Leave your doors unlocked, people over there. Seems like a great community. The Pittsburgh Pirates lost 1 over the weekend, 1-1 over the weekend. They play the New York Yankees today at 6:35. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Discover unbeatable flavor at Get-Go. Every day is Fish Fry Day because the captain is back. Dive into wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Or satisfy your hunger with a Captain Platter featuring wild-caught cod, crispy shrimp, and craveable hush puppies. Don't let these delicious options sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Huntington is banking that just clicks. Like early pay. Moving up payday so you could get your money faster. Up to 2 days faster. And there's no cost. It's your money, right? So stop playing the waiting game. It's just one more way we're looking out for people every day. Is your bank looking out for you? Maybe it's time to switch. Visit your neighborhood Huntington branch or make the switch at huntington.com/yourmoney. Direct deposit and eligibility requirements apply.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Almost heaven, West Virginia.
Speaking of this song, Joe had your boy on, what, Friday?
I know, I'm so mad at myself.
I just missed that one.
Yeah, you did. You missed the mark on that one there.
My wife did make a good point on it, though, because I got home on Friday and I was all ticked off at myself. Like, of course I should have reached out to try to get Rich Run on. Her thought was, maybe it makes sense if it's not your show. Pitt Flagship and then Crowley just sitting there gassing the tires of Rich Rodriguez, because you know I wouldn't be able to be a professional.
No, you wouldn't. But I will say this, and hearing that song, and knowing that
don't do it.
Knowing the young kid that passed away at Pitt, the cornerback Alexander. I was just going through stuff on Twitter yesterday, and the outpour of condolences from West Virginia fans was just it was amazing. So we all appreciate that, and I know his family does, and I know the Pitt community does. every single person that was affiliated or a part of the West Virginia community gave their condolences to this tragic time for the Pitt football team, and it's awful. I just wanted to say that real quick. I don't want to get too sad about it, but right now because it's just an awful situation. But appreciate that. That is very, very touching, very nice.
I mean, there are a lot of things in life that are more important than football, obviously, and I mean, it's just terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I didn't see it until Narduzzi put out the statement, and it's just, I mean, it's gutting. You feel for the family. Prayers go out to the family. And 18 years old, you have your whole life ahead of you. You're going to play Division I football, and tragic, man. It's terrible. I don't know how to transition out of that either, so I'll just give you the phone number at 412-928-9370. And also, we have to, I don't know if we need to make fun of Callis about something, Doran, but I do think we need to break it up. Oops, that was Freudian. Bring it up. Holy hell, I can't believe it came out that way. Callis has been dating a girl for 3 weeks, and he's telling her he loves her. That's early, man. That's early. I put it up on a Twitter poll. I didn't bring you into it, Callis. I just wrote, is 3 weeks of dating too early to tell someone you love them? 85% of people saying yes.
Yep.
That's early. You are taking the leap.
You are taking the leap. You've never shared a bathroom yet. You've never even lived together. You've never shared a bed with this person yet. It's 3 weeks, and you're setting yourself up for heartbreak. I'm just telling you that right now.
Yeah, but I never take risks, so this will be fun, and I'm cool if whatever happens.
Does she reciprocate? Has she told you she loves you?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Wow. How do you know that you love her?
It's just a different feeling, the way people treat me sometimes. Anybody's just anybody, but she's special, and I
love to hear that.
That's great.
I do love to hear that. There's the infatuation part of a relationship, too, where it's just so intense, this feeling, and you can't keep your hands off of one another. It's the best. It's a great time of a relationship.
But that's the thing. It's just like it felt just like it was progressing so naturally. It wasn't like forced. It wasn't like there's no infatuation, I would say, necessarily like extreme. It's just like, oh, yeah, no. It's just,
this makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, you say what you feel, and I appreciate that. I just think 3 weeks is it's crazy.
That's soon.
It's crazy to me. 3 weeks, just dive in it. Because what you do with that word is obviously you take the relationship. It's a whole other level now. You are in a whole different tax bracket right now with this relationship. And now it wouldn't just be, we went our separate ways. Now it's a breakup. When you start using love and then it ends, if it ends, and I hope it doesn't end for your sake, I hope this winds up being wonderful, but if it ends, now it's a breakup.
Yep.
You have evolved this thing from Charmander all the way to Charizard. Real quick.
Who said it first?
Great question.
Me.
How quickly?
Yeah.
That was recent.
It's been, 3 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the response? Immediate response.
She said it back.
And did you tell her this at Olive Garden, or?
No, that was the first date. That was.
Okay.
No, Five Guys then.
That was Five Guys.
It was not come on now.
Who among us hasn't been so overwhelmed with the taste explosion in our mouth at Five Guys that we haven't wanted to tell the person sitting immediately across from us we love them?
Would you be shocked if I said that I said it in the van?
You did say it in the van.
On the way home. After the meal.
Sure.
Wow.
We'll go with that one.
Donovan in Elwood City wants to talk about football and not Callis's love life. Hi, Donovan.
Hi. I think we need to go the route of getting another tight end. Yes, Pat Freiermuth is good, but we need, you see a lot of teams in the league with two amazing tight ends that they could go to either one. I think that would also help our team on the offensive side, but as well as solidifying the offensive line so we're not having those huge gaps get blown up and our quarterbacks getting sacked and losing tons of yardage, and having position battles like we used to have,
Okay, Donovan, you bring up an interesting point because the only other person that I've heard talk about their need on the offensive line is Pat Bostic when he's been sitting here. I'm okay with Broderick being the left tackle. In fact, finally we're seeing it. I'm excited about that. Faltanu, right tackle. You know who your five are on the offensive line. If they went out and paid money for a tackle, that would be an interesting change.
Yep. Yeah, that would be. And then maybe moving Broderick inside. I think Pat did say that. Or maybe Whaley said that too. Maybe moving Broderick to a guard position and have him battle it out with Mason McCormick. I could see that because he's athletic. He's raw. You can mold him into a guard. He can move. That would be interesting.
It would be interesting. I wouldn't do it. I would still. I still want him to be the left tackle of the future. That's
if
why
they paid
drafted
somebody.
him. I don't want them to pay anybody on the line now. No, they've invested in that, and now it just needs to come down to you need to get what you can out of these guys. Like when you trade up for Broderick Jones, you're trading up for your left tackle. He needs to be the left tackle. So sink or swim this year. And if it doesn't work out, okay, then it doesn't work out. I need to use him there.
But what if they already know that it's not going to work out?
How would they know that? They don't do it.
They probably checked. I mean, they don't know.
They can scout. They watch him in practice. I get all that. But you trade up to draft a guy, and he's going to be your left tackle. You got to at least see him at left tackle before you don't play him at left tackle.
Right.
412-928-9370. People are flipping out about this Twitter poll now, Doran. Of 3 weeks, is it too early to tell someone you love them?
I mean, it is. A full stop. I mean, it definitely is. I know that you could have that feeling. Like we both had that feeling that we would want to say it, but we've waited. Like I've wanted it. I've wanted to say it after like 3 weeks, of course, but I'm like, hold on.
You got to hold it.
Yeah.
You got to hold it in.
Hold your water.
And because you got to see what happens. There's an infatuation period, and there are varying stages of relationships. You can't be doing it in the infatuation stage. You got to see once the infatuation burns off, entering the atmosphere. How am I feeling now? Like, past all the touchy-feely stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where is this thing?
The honeymoon stage.
The honeymoon stage. That's right. Now, I did tell my wife inside of 3 weeks that I loved her, but we had been friends.
What are
forever.
you doing?
We had been friends forever. I knew her well. You met this chick 3 years later. She's in your van. You're telling her you love her, and you're buying her soup, salad, and breadsticks. 412-928-9370.
I think you're jealous because I don't think you want anybody to be able to love me because you hate me so much. I think that's what this is.
So I'd be jealous of who? Exactly.
You'd be like, oh, Callis is being happy. Nope, can't have that.
I might have a point there. Texter, the poll guy writes, women need to say ask for it first. I don't know about that. I just think 3 weeks when you just met somebody is really quick.
I think you're just setting yourself up for
heartbreak.
You'd be surprised, though, compared to other relationships I've been in. This is actually, I've waited a lot more and I've been patient a lot more, but it seems like it's a quick pace for the general public. My dating hasn't been great. I've told you about my exes.
I know that,
They're
but wait,
not great.
so what do you do normally? Normally it's inside of a week, 2 weeks, you're telling people you love them?
I told my first real girlfriend I loved her inside a week. We were texting, and I was like, is it okay to say this? And she's like, yes, I feel that way, too. And I was like, oh.
Have you ever farted in front of this girl?
Right.
Probably. I can't remember, though. I mean, nothing noticeable. Oh, no, I did once. No, I did. I was at her place. I was like, yeah, whoops.
I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. It's Callis.
That's where we are. 412-928-9370. Justin Fields has the edge over Russell Wilson, according to one report, but a free agent quarterback that we really haven't entertained could be an option. This is all coming from a national insider. We'll get to that coming up next. You can give Callis love advice if you're so inclined at 412-928-9370. Right now, it is a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Few reports out there that are surrounding or could surround the Steelers. Russell Wilson reportedly interested in the New York Giants, or they're interested in him. Either way, New York Giants and Russell Wilson being linked. Devontae Adams is being shopped by the New York Jets, and if they can't find anyone, it seems that they are going to release him. And over the weekend, a report out there says that Deebo Samuel is going from the San Francisco 49ers to the Washington Commanders, and the Commanders are giving up a fifth-round pick. That won't be official, though, until the new league season officially begins. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Kelly and Kevin recently worked with Gina because they had found a new home that they wanted to buy and needed to sell their home in Murraysville. They said that Gina was excellent to work with, and her experience was evident every step of the way. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic-wise, we're seeing slowdowns on the parkways east and west. Parkway East is going to slow you down right around Wilkinsburg. Parkway West slows you down right around Green Tree. This report's brought to you by the Western PA injury attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team, LGKG.com. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in, and he dropped a whopping 150 with Awaken 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I just like, something has got to change and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Doran, do you find that do you put your Zins in the same place every time?
Yep.
Bottom left?
Yep.
I go bottom right.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that there's like a pocket that's formed there?
Yeah.
Does food get stuck in it all the time?
Yes.
Mine too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been falling asleep with them in my mouth more often lately.
That's not good. You're going to choke.
No, they don't. They just stay there.
Do they?
Yeah, but then when I wake up without one in there, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a phantom limb. It's very bizarre.
Because they're off.
Yeah. Because I'm used to having one in like 24/7, which can't be good for you.
Right. Like you don't have your wallet or something.
Yes. Yeah. You walk out of your house. Do you do the pat? We all do the pat. Pat your. So you get your keys, get your phone.
Is that an old person thing?
I don't know, man. But like if I. Like when we were walking around New Orleans, we didn't have the car, so I didn't have my keys, but I would still do the pat, and then they're not there, and you feel weird.
Right.
Like there's something that was supposed to be there isn't there anymore. Perhaps that's how Callus will feel if this nice young lady were to ever leave him. Feels like she's always been there.
So why is that just
supposed to be there?
Why do I have to fear for my happiness out of fear of it not working out when that's just what you do all the time? Why can't I be my own guy?
We're just looking out, buddy. That's all.
I'm just trying to give you some
Just
advice.
trying to help you. We've been through it all.
But Doran's being sensitive about it. Doran's looking at me. He's like, all right, that's good, Callus, but, you're like, well, telling everybody on the air, well, just in case it doesn't work out, Callus, I mean, just make sure your feelings are protected because I lived in Mount Lebanon and everything was protected.
Okay, well, this can help. This can help. A texter writes in, told a woman within 3 weeks that I love her, and I've been saying it every day since for 33 years. She's tied up in my basement. Jesus! Just kidding. It says, so you can say that within your first 3 weeks, and I did it while we were laughing. Someone else said, took me 2 years to tell my wife I love you. We've been together 7 years now. Still not sure about it. One more. I drunkenly told my last girlfriend I loved her 2 weeks in. We've been married for 7 years now. It doesn't always end badly. There you go.
All right.
There you go.
There's many ways to look at it. I'm just looking out for you, just so you don't get your heart broken.
Nobody's love story is the same. Like my wife and I are watching Love Is Blind right now. And I think I can actually buy the concept a little bit. Like if you just talk to people for 2 weeks and you can't see them and there's no phone, there's no distractions, I do think you could know someone on a deeper level. That's a totally different love story than me and my wife, who were best friends for 2 years before anything ever happened.
Mm-hmm. You even had a break in between your relationship too, though.
We did. And I told her very early that I loved her. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. All right, we were supposed to talk about the Steelers quarterback situation there, and we will. What?
Yeah, this is better. Wait, I mean, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson.
But there's a third one now.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an interesting change that could be possible?
I think it would actually be an interesting change. So not Russell Wilson, not Justin Fields, a guy that we really haven't considered much because I just don't think we've thought it's possible. He's entered the chat. Who is that quarterback? Would we like it? That's next. Plus, Callus Love Advice at 412-928-9370. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter and cell line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Looking at fan traffic on a Monday morning. No accidents on the major roadways. Parkway East and West going to be slowing you down usual spots. 28 though, looking very nice this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Texting. Oh, jeez. Textic is what came out of my mouth. Texter writes in, Come on, Crowley. These teases are comical. We all know you're talking about Derek Carr. Contraire, mon frere. Yes, Derek Carr could be an option for the Steelers. We haven't talked about him, so he would fit the tease. But Jeremy Fowler, formerly of these parts, ESPN NFL insider, he says Justin Fields has the edge over Russell Wilson right now, Doran, but Sam Darnold not ruled out. Sam Darnold. So I don't think Sam Darnold, Doran's going to cost what the Rams wound up paying Matthew Stafford. But we had talked about hypothetically, what if you could get Stafford for $40 million instead of $50 million and you'd be giving up a second-round pick? I mean, I don't think Darnold's going to make less than $33 million a season. I ain't paying that guy that kind of money.
No way.
It would be better for them if they missed out on Justin Fields, not even to go after Russ. I mean, I would flirt with Aaron Rodgers because I think he's coming in at less than Darnold based on age and the nonsense factor. Like, I almost feel like instead of spending $33 million, and that's the Baker deal, so that's why I use that framework, like, I would rather just suck.
Yep.
Like, I would rather just have Daniel Jones and pay him nothing and build up the roster a ton, knowing that he's just going to keep the seat warm. Maybe you take a quarterback in the middle rounds, maybe, and then next year's the time. Why would you tie yourself to a guy like Darnold who had only just achieved his potential this year in really as ideal a quarterback conditions as you can have?
Yeah. Receivers, offensive line, indoors, and then he really showed you who he really was towards the end of the season. There's no way. That would be just ridiculous if they did something like that. Even at $27 million, which was what Stafford was getting before. If that was the price, that's even insane as well. Now, if he's asking for like what we're thinking with Justin Fields,
15, 20,
maybe, but 20 plus, no way.
I can't do it.
No way.
I don't think he'd be good here. I think he would get annihilated behind that offensive line, and I'm hoping that there's offensive line improvement, but it's not going to be as good as the one they had in Minnesota, and you don't have Kevin O'Connell, which is a big deal. I think Arthur Smith's a better offensive coordinator than people around here have given him credit for. I mean, that's why he got hired by the Falcons in the first place. I also am not stupid enough to think he's Kevin O'Connell or, name your Sean McVay or those guys. Like, so I'm gonna take Sam Darnold. I'm gonna put him here with lesser weapons, outside, like you said, and with lesser offensive minds. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would rather stink. I would rather have Skylar Thompson start games at quarterback than Sam Darnold. It's just a waste of money.
Yes, it is.
412-928-9370. We talked about whether or not Matthew Stafford would change the trajectory of this franchise. And I think we both came around on what you'd pay him would mean you wouldn't be able to improve enough to really change your fate all that much. I mean, conversation's the same with Darnold.
But worse.
But he can't get you there. Exactly right. Like, that's a way better team in Minnesota, and we saw what happened to those guys. The last two games Sam Darnold played, I think somewhere in between what he was most of the season in that last two games is where he is, but he's not going to find that in Pittsburgh. And then you'll be paying him next year. He's not going to take a one-year deal. It's just, that's a non-starter for me.
Nope.
Steve in Gibsonia wants to talk. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how are you?
We're doing good.
I still think it's going to be Justin Fields. I don't know why everyone's talking about different quarterbacks. He knows the offense already.
Well, Justin Fields has opportunities to go somewhere else. It takes two to tango. Just because the Steelers want him doesn't mean he's going to come back.
That's true. And also, the other thing, I told my wife about a month in our relationship, and we've been married 25 years now.
Did you know her at all before you started dating, Steve?
No.
A month still seems early for me.
Yep.
How long you been together now?
25 years.
Congratulations on all your success with marriage, Steve.
Thank you.
It's early.
It's early. But
Yeah,
it can work different for different people.
Right.
And we want it to work out for Callis.
For sure.
But she's young, too. She's like 20 years old. She's got a lot of life she has still yet to live.
Right. She's got to figure out how to love herself, too, first.
Right. How many long-term relationships has she been in?
Right.
Does she know the pitfalls? Do you understand the pitfalls of a relationship. You start living together, and suddenly a person you thought you know, like, she does stuff you don't like.
All these great thoughts from Crowley. That's very nice. My heart's softer than yours. I think it's going to help me in this situation.
Heart's softer?
Yeah, your heart's hard, and you're like, oh, I fear Mount Lebanon people are going to come do math problems on my wall. Oh, no. Can't leave my windows unlocked, but I'll leave a key under my mat. Yeah.
Means I'm trusting of people. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. That's actually why you can leave your doors unlocked when you got Guardian.
Yes.
Protecting. Texter, you should always be honest. If you feel you love them and you think they love you, say it if you want. Don't be a phony. Getting all kind of advice for Callis here. All kind of support. I mean,
I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong. I'm just preparing you for the other side of it. Like, there's many angles to this. Like, it's not wrong. Everybody has their own way of doing things and their own journey and their own path that they're going to take. But there could be some thorns on that path. You don't want to walk through them.
Look, she's great. Amazing. She's wonderful. But that's all I know right now.
All right.
I can't help it.
I'm worried about our guy.
I am too.
But I also don't want to put negative thoughts in his head.
Why are you worried about me? Why are you never worried about me anywhere else?
Because
you've called me fat on this show plenty of times. You've made wide jokes about me. You've told me you're faster than me, which is no longer true. You've said all these mean things. You teased me for sleeping, and now you're worried about me in a relationship? Who do you think you are? This is unreal.
I'm just going to be quiet.
Where's he sleeping that I'm teasing him for? Is it at home in the comforts of his own domicile on a futon, or is it during the show? You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. One of the guys that we actually like from this draft, Will Howard, apparently had a terrible combine. I didn't watch it live, but I saw some of the highlights. And, you know, he's throwing against air. He's throwing to guys running routes, and he missed some throws. Does that scare you from a Will Howard?
No, these all new receivers. Like, I mean, probably new routes that he probably never had to throw. Like, that means nothing. It means absolute nothing. You're running in shorts. I am not worried about that at all. I saw people tweeting about it and be like, oh, Will Howard stock is going to get – for what? For what? Because he missed a couple throws at the combine? What?
And it's not like he was a first-round kind of quarterback anyhow. Like, he's flawed enough to be a mid-round kind of guy. I mean, it doesn't scare me. I guess I would have rather him perform well, but he won a national championship, and I thought he might be the weak link of that organization, and he wasn't. I mean, he made some big-time plays in the playoff. How about Jalen Milroe? His hand size at the NFL Combine was a half-inch bigger than it was at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You think he's taking some of those pills that Mulsey's peddling to the people?
Maybe.
How do you go about stretching your hands?
There's some things that you could do. There's actually a lot of things you could do. I remember I used to stick my hands in this like webbing type thing, and then there's like obviously little holes in it, and then you start one way, and then you work your way to the other hole, the other hole, and then line your hands out.
It seems to me like a medieval torture device.
Something like that.
So, okay, if that's the case, if you can stretch a hand, can't you get taller?
If you stretch. Michael Jordan grew 2 inches from stretching.
Just from stretching?
Uh-huh.
That's got to take time, though. Like I can't,
every day.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a 2-week, 3-week thing.
No.
Where you're going to add 2 inches. Like, that's just not going to happen.
Nope.
Were I Jalen Milroe, I wouldn't have had my hands measured at the Senior Bowl then. Like, just get them measured at the Combine.
Whenever you're in a situation like that, you want to get
do it.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Yeah.
He probably didn't even know what his hand size was, honestly. Like, I don't know if, like, he didn't even start his training yet. So it's not like he, like, went to a specific factory where he's training for the Combine where, like, all right, we're going to get your measurables now. Like, he just went from literally college football to playing in the Senior Bowl. So he probably doesn't even know what his hand size is.
Oh, that's a good point. He's never thought about his hands being too small to play quarterback.
All right.
I guess our guy, Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette, put a video out there showing receivers how to stretch their hands. The receivers do it, too.
Mm-hmm.
They make their hands bigger. You didn't need to do that.
No, but I have.
I want to see what I can add to these puppies. Get these guys big.
Yeah, you could probably add to it. For sure.
Leads you to other things, too.
Maybe.
I mean, if you can get taller, if you get your hands bigger,
things will look smaller if your hands are bigger.
That's right, but you can't have that.
Right.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I want to play a little game of wide receiver roulette when we come back. There's one wide receiver now off the board. Did the Steelers miss the boat on that guy? We'll talk about that. Who else is out there? But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Men's basketball lost over the weekend to Louisville. 2 more games left for Pitt on the season, and the next one they're going to play is on Wednesday against NC State on the road at 7 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. After leading his Santo Domingo baseball team to both the Dominican Professional Baseball League and Caribbean Series crowns, Albert Pujols was named manager of the Dominican Republic team for next year's World Baseball Classic. His real goal is to manage in the major leagues, and I think he's on the right track. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf with 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Tonight, doubleheader, the Bay versus LA at 3 p.m. Eastern. New York versus Boston at 7 p.m. Eastern. Then Tuesday, it's Jupiter versus Atlanta at 7 p.m. Eastern. Tune in to TGL matches only on ESPN, ESPN2, and ESPN Plus. Keep up. It's golf.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Bresman attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You thinking just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Good morning, Beat Freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Checking out fan traffic on a Monday morning, and we're looking at those slowdowns on Route 28 right now, right around the Etna bypass coming in towards downtown. Also, the Parkway East is really going to be a slowdown on right around Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway West slows top of Green Tree Hill this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 FM.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps and put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Steelers insider Mark Kaboly going to be joining us in 40 minutes. Deebo Samuel off the board now, Doran. Goes from the 49ers to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. Did the Steelers miss out not getting this guy?
Yes. They missed out on – yeah, I think so. Because, I mean, if one guy goes, that's one guy less, in my opinion. One player less. And I think that Deebo Samuel still has something left in the tank, and I think that he would fit this offense very well and what Arthur Smith wants to do. So whether, he didn't have a good year or what last year, I think that he can be a really good component from what you have and what you had last year. He's better than that.
Oh, no question about that.
So, I think that you did miss out. But price-wise, okay, we can go talk about that. But, sending him and letting a team that is, up and coming and, adding him to that roster, that makes them more legit than they even were this year because he doesn't have to be Deebo Samuel in that offense. He can just be another component in that offense. I mean, you have so many stars. I mean, McLaurin, now you're going to have Deebo. I mean, you got the quarterback, you got the running backs, Eckler, and then you got some other pieces. He can – and then Cliff Kingsbury's going to have a lot of fun with him too. So, Steelers don't have to worry about them. They're in the NFC. But, any piece that is, different and better is always good, right?
They're trying to legitimize what they did last year, build the roster up. And for a 5th-round pick, I mean, it makes a ton of sense. I'd be disappointed if I heard the Steelers weren't in on it for that. It's not heartbreaking. It's one of the first wide receiver dominoes, maybe the first wide receiver domino to fall this offseason. So I'm not going to sit here crying in my coffee oh, my God, they missed out on Deebo Samuel.
We may say that if they don't get anybody.
Correct. And so I reserve the right to change my opinion on that.
Mm-hmm.
If they wind up paying more monetarily or they do make a trade for somebody that I don't deem to be as good of a player and it winds up being they've given up more, then I'll be ticked off about it. But right now I think there's plenty of fish in this proverbial wide receiver seat. And while we saw the fit there with Deebo Samuel, and there's absolutely a fit where he could be utilized in the Arthur Smith offense and they can move him around, they can hand him the football, he could do all kind of stuff for him. Again, I'm going to be patient, and perhaps it sets the market too. Where guys who are available, you're not thinking about needing to trade 3rd-round picks, 4th-round picks. It could be because it's the first domino. All right, well, if Deebo's worth a 5th, maybe it actually makes it easier on the Steelers.
Yeah.
Now, apparently the Jets are taking calls on Devonta Adams. They could be cutting him at some point. It sounds like if he's cut, he's going to wind up with Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that's not the case, though. Do we still think he's got, tread on the tires or tread off the tires?
Tread on the tires.
You sure?
Yeah, you tread,
You have tread and then you drive and the tread comes off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does he have it or does he not?
He does have it. But you got to get, and I think that he would be because he's such a veteran-savvy receiver. He definitely has tread on the tires. And I think that would be a huge component if you were to get Justin Fields to have that veteran receiver for him and have Justin Fields work with that guy. Like he's just been working with George Pickens this past year. George Pickens is clearly raw and can be a really good receiver, but having a veteran, really good receiver, even though he isn't what he was when he was 26 years old, but he still has tread on his tires. I think that would be a very big component for what Justin Fields, if he is the quarterback, can move forward with. Yes, no doubt about it.
32 years old. I mean, I thought he played well this year with Rodgers. He had 7 touchdowns, 71 catches, 854 yards. You're going to be able to find an issue with any number of these guys.
So look at the quarterbacks he had in Vegas.
Not good.
Right. He still was putting up numbers. Remember last year? I mean, he was just, what did he have? Like 180 yards receiving? Something like that against the Steelers, I believe. Last season in 2023?
And they tend to value that too. Like when somebody does it against them, I think they might overvalue it in some instances, but they definitely factor that in. Then there's DK Metcalf, who's on the block, Thorne. And I love DK Metcalf. I mean, you want to talk about consistency. Almost 1,000 yards this year, 1,100 yards the year before, 1,000 yards the year before that, 967 the year before that, 1,300 the year before that, 900 the year before that. We're talking about a perennial 1,000-yard receiver who is 28 years old in DK Metcalf.
Now, that is game-changing. He is game-changing. Like, you go from Debo to Devontae. Yes, Devontae, I think, still has tread on the tires. Like, DK Metcalf would transcend your offense. Any offense. He's still, how old is he? Like 29? 28? Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Just freak of nature. Can catch, can run. He will transcend the offense immediately if you get him. He's the number one guy on my board.
You know what I think about with all these guys, too? It actually makes me view George Pickens in a little bit better of a light. I still have problems whenever he's fighting at the end of the game through the end zone instead of positioning himself to catch a Hail Mary that could have changed the game and potentially the Steelers' season. Like, he does a lot of stuff that drives you nuts. Okay, I think if you ask 100 random NFL fans if DK Metcalf's a diva, I think most of them are going to say yes. I think if you ask them about Devontae Adams, I think most of them are going to say yes. A.J. Brown reading books on the sideline. Like
Tyreek Hill.
When you think about the great receivers in football, most of them, they come with that. And a lot of it has to do with just wanting your worth and getting your money. Like T. Higgins, people would probably say. Now, Jamar Chase, I don't think gets that. Justin Jefferson, I don't think he gets that. But the majority of wide receivers in the NFL that are good, they sort of come with that baggage.
Yes.
And so I can't worry too much about that. Like, I can't be the guy who says the Steelers need a wide receiver opposite George Pickens to make plays because, my God, it can't be Van Jefferson or Van Jefferson adjacent again, and then me start nitpicking guys because they may have caused a scene in some form or fashion in their old place. Like, just because DK Metcalf might not want to be in Seattle, and it seems like that feeling might be mutual, doesn't mean I have to scratch him off my list.
Mm-hmm.
The things that worry me are injury. He missed a couple this year. Before that, though, he's played through injury. Like, he hasn't been a big injury guy, so that's good. Brandon Ayuk now available. Now, they just moved Deebo Samuel. I don't quite understand what they're doing if you're going to move off both your wide receivers in San Francisco. I don't much love Brandon Ayuk because I think he used the Steelers to get paid by San Francisco. But in terms of the fit, I like the player.
Mm-hmm.
But him coming off the injury scares me. Chris Godwin, hell of a football player. Coming off the injury scares me. I'm not scratching off guys, I guess, long story short, because of their attitude so much as I'm crossing them off if I feel like I can't depend on their bodies.
Right.
And I don't put DK Metcalf in that category. Now, Devontae Adams had the hamstring issue last year, but I'm not even sure if that was real.
I don't think that was real.
Do any of these names make sense to you at 412-928-9370? What I've been reading is DK Metcalf and the Packers seem to be the marriage there.
Mm-hmm.
That the Packers are the front runner for his services. And the Steelers will be playing them next year, I believe, in Ireland. So you might have to see DK Metcalf.
See, I would overpay.
For DK?
Yes. Over even like Tyreek Hill. If Tyreek Hill became available, I would take DK Metcalf.
Well, he had his issues this year, too, from an injury standpoint. And because here's the thing. I know he can run. DK Metcalf, I mean, there's the famous one where he sprints the length of the field, and he's like one of one on planet Earth that you could feel like could do that at his size, move that fast. Unbelievable. But I also feel like because of his size, if he lost a step, that DK Metcalf could still be a good player.
Right.
At some point with Tyreek Hill, he's going to lose that step, and I just don't want him losing the step with Pittsburgh.
Right.
Because he's not going to be the same guy. He's not big. Like even Steve Smith, Sr., who's got himself in the hot water.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, if you don't know that story, why don't you go ahead and Google it? Probably not at work. Just go ahead and Google it. When he was in Carolina, he was a burner and would go up and get it. Then he goes to Baltimore, and he winds up being this tough, hard-nosed possession receiver. Not that he wasn't always those things. I need a guy in free agency that I think their skill set or trade, whose skill set is going to continue to be there.
Yeah.
Even if a part of it, an attribute, diminishes in some way. Like, we'll see about Tyreek Hill. He said all the right things after flaming the Dolphins at the end of the season there. But, like, that's a guy who, once that speed goes, even a little bit, he's just not going to be the same guy.
DK Metcalf, he's not going to lose that speed in the next 3 years. I know that.
Well, and if he did, too, like, good luck still tackling that guy. Like, I still feel like I could throw the ball up to him in the red zone. He can go make plays. Just because of the size.
Can you believe that Ole Miss had him and A.J. Brown?
Oh, my God.
Like, what?
Well, and here's the thing about DK. Like, I lump DK and all of these guys sort of as coming into the league at the same time. DK Metcalf, I just think of as a lot older than he actually is.
Yeah.
But at 28 years old, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for right there.
Perfect. It's right in the prime. It's right in the meat of where you want. I mean, a veteran has been around, has done a lot of things, and understands the game. The game has slowed down for them at that point. And he's made so many great plays, for the 4, 5, 6 years he's been in the league. So I think that he would immediately transcend this offense if they were to get Justin Fields and himself, like immediately.
A lot of people are pissed off that the Steelers did not get Deebo Samuel. I'm seeing it on the text line right now because of what they gave up to get him.
Yeah.
Do you feel that way too? 412-928-9370. Did the Steelers miss the boat not getting Deebo Samuel? I'm not giving them benefit of the doubt on wide receiver anymore. I'll tell you why next. Plus a Kaboli mock draft. One of the guys this weekend may have helped their draft stock, but it may have hurt the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's all on the way. Kaboli from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Plenty of rumors surrounding the Steelers. One piece of news that could have involved the Steelers was getting Deebo Samuel. He'll be going to the Washington Commanders, though the Commanders sending a 5th-round pick to the San Francisco 49ers. Also, Russell Wilson now being linked to the New York Giants, and the New York Jets are reportedly set to release Devontae Adams if they can't find a trade partner with another team for him. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Barry and Steve Aronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7.
but getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petit's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petit. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
End of commercial. Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's a mock draft Monday here on the Fan Morning Show. Mark Kaboly going to be joining us from 9 o'clock until 10. He's going to saunter up here, bringing all his Eeyore vibes any moment now. He just did a mock draft on Twitter because that's where he has to post his things. Mark, obviously, the Steelers correspondent for the Pat McAfee show. He's going to get so mad when I do this to him. But there's no editor, clearly. Like, I don't think Pat or any of his producers or co-people on the show, like AJ Hawk, are sitting there reading his stuff and like editing them.
AJ Hawk.
Like, I don't see AJ Hawk just sitting there gnawing on a cigar going, I before E, except after C, Kaboly.
Yeah.
Like, past participles. Like, I just don't see that happening. He wrote, with Texas's Matthew Thomas, he means Matthew Golden, a Steelers hopeful running a 4.29 40-yard dash over the weekend. You can be assured that he won't be around at 21. So Kaboly has Luther Burden, the wide receiver out of Mizzou, as the Steelers' first-round pick, 21st overall. I don't care. I don't care if it's Luther Bolden, Luther Burden. See, I don't have. This is what I get. This is what I get for the universe. I make fun of Kaboly, and the universe makes sure that my tongue screws with myself. It's bad phrasing there. I don't care if it's Matthew Golden or Luther Burden or Emeka Egbuka. Like, I should have strong opinions. I prefer one over the other. Any of those three, man, I'd be tickled if they're able to get one of those guys in round one. Like, the two wide receivers at Missouri these last couple of years pretty much dragged them kicking and screaming into the SEC race. Like, they were the two best players on the team. They were outstanding. You can't go wrong with Luther Burden the third.
Yes.
But I will say the 4.29 40 from Matthew Golden.
Oh.
Because he would have been a good pick at 21 anyhow.
Yes.
Like, I don't know any Steelers fans would have been like, dang, they got that guy instead of Emeka or whatever. Now it's a 4.29?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't mind seeing that speed out.
Right, and knowing Worthy and what he did this year and coming out of Texas, that is a good wide receiver spot, bed right now.
No wonder they've been so good.
Right.
Holy cow.
Yeah. I could be Quinn Ewers throwing to those guys. I mean, geez.
Apparently he was a riser, Quinn Ewers, over the combine.
Why? Because he threw good routes.
That's right, buddy. Interviewed well. Yeah.
There was 2 quarterbacks that ran the 40.
2. I wanted Milroe to run, but I get why he didn't.
He will run in his pro day.
Yes. It's got to be a lot easier to do it at the pro day, too, man.
Mine, I mean, I didn't have to run it, but I will give the secret out now. Yeah. I didn't have to run it at my pro day, but I did get to train with Gorsuch. That's one of the things that I got.
Oh, man, that's a big advantage.
Huge advantage.
So for those who don't know, longtime Steelers scout, he's no longer with the team, but he's the guy who's been at the combine clocking and starting the 40-yard dashes. He's been doing it forever.
Yep.
Super cool guy.
Yep.
May or may not have whispered some things over the years. Love that dude.
The best.
So for him to teach you about get off and stuff like that and work with it, oh, man, I had never thought about that.
And I was allowed because, I mean, we were, Steelers, same facility.
I mean, who's going to stop you?
Right, yeah.
Just to play this out further, as we talk about the Steelers offense, and you and I think are on the same page. It's not that they don't need defensive help, but this offseason, you really load up offensively so that either it's Justin or the next guy, you're in a position to succeed. You think about what they could transform their offense to. Maybe I do have a preference here. If they got Matthew Golden, 4.29, deep threat, you've got George Pickens on the outside, and then you add a running back with speed, the offense, just with those 2 pieces changing, that's it. 2 pieces you could get in the draft would change the way that teams need to defend the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
You got those guys on the outside. You have got to take them seriously as deep threats. And they're built different, but okay. You have to take them seriously. And then if you've got a running back with speed and all of a sudden now the box isn't stacked because you've got these guys on the outside that you have to contend with, that's how you can, from a personnel standpoint, transform the way that teams defend what was a very predictable offense last year. So, okay, all right. Hey, there we go. I found it. Matthew Golden. That's my guy, 21st overall.
There's no way he makes it there.
No, when you run that fast and you're already productive and you were already thought highly
of,
it makes it that much harder.
Yeah, because everybody's saying this right now. Matthew Golden's the guy.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I bet you he doesn't make it past 12.
Do you think he's cemented himself as the guy behind Tet McMillan?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who I also love, but that was always a pipe dream there.
Yep.
I do think that would transform the offense, though. And then here's the other thing. And a lot of people have pointed this out. Daniel Jeremiah tweeted it out, that Golden and Santonio Holmes are very similar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Holmes ran a 4.35 40. Golden ran a 4.29. They both have similar length arms. They're both similar weight, similar height.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just so tantalizing.
Maybe trade up. I mean, if he's there. It depends on, throughout these next couple of weeks, we're going to have to go through and see what teams need in the first round. So, I mean, if he's there at 12, 13, I would think about trading up to get that guy.
Man.
I would. Because 2 rookies can transcend, like, your offense. Like, and I do hesitate. It's like, okay, you think about the Steelers roster, and do you really want to rely on young players? Like, you want some veteran players, but you think about, even Xavier Worthy and being the receiver he was this year. I know he was with Patrick Mahomes, but, you take the production of Brian Thomas Jr. this year, and then you put that on the Steelers. Like, he was a first-round wide receiver, and he wasn't even the first wide receiver taken. He had like 800 to 900 yards. He had like 10 touchdowns this year. If you take a first-round receiver at 21 and you implement the production of Brian Thomas Jr. to this year's team, and then you take a second-round running back that could probably play a lot and be explosive, like, they can actually be a factor within the offense. Being young players.
Sure. I mean, we see it all the time. I mean, Puka Nacua, 4th-round draft pick, comes in and was outstanding from day one. Jamar Chase, obviously a mega prospect, but he came in, was good year one. The list goes on and on and on. I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
And a texter brings up a really good point, too. Like, you might have trouble wooing people in free agency to want to come here. Who's the quarterback? People love Tomlin. Okay, I guess that's a selling point. He got the A on the NFLPA thing. He's well respected. But from an offensive standpoint, if I don't know who my quarterback is, and I know we run 15 tight ends every play, like if I'm a wide receiver, you're probably going to have to overpay me if I'm going to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But if you're drafted, man, you don't got a choice.
Nope.
You don't got a choice. And again, I don't need them to win the Super Bowl this year. That's not what we're saying. We don't need them. You need them to come in and be productive. Sure, fine, whatever. But I've already made peace that this team ain't winning the damn Super Bowl. So if you get a good talent, 21st overall wide receiver, and he helps you now, great. But I can see he's developing into something big time. All right, That's fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
There is somebody who tested really well at a position of need for the Steelers. And I just hope it doesn't lead them to doing something stupid. We'll talk about that coming up next. Mock Draft Monday. Mark Caboli going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. We'll get some of his love advice for Nicholas Harry Callis as well. First, though, it is a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost 2 games over the weekend, one to the Boston Bruins, one to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Pirates 1-1, lost one over the weekend, beat the Orioles, then lost to the Tigers. And Pitt men's basketball lost to Louisville on Saturday. Pitt's got 2 games left on its regular season schedule. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran Dickerson.
Nearly everyone would need a lawyer at some point in life. But how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. Could be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Checking that traffic on a Monday morning. What we got? Parkway West is going to be it's real thick right now, right around the Banksville interchange before you get to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Parkway East looking a little bit better around the Wilkinsburg area, and 28's a lot better. There you go. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. We have entered March. College basketball conference tournaments are here. And we've got Robert Morris, one of the great stories in Pittsburgh sports, a Cinderella story, if you will. They are playing in this tournament, and they are one of the favorites to win it. And they have had a tremendous year, 20-plus wins. Can they get back to the tournament, the big tournament? And you can bet on them to do it right now. Get to FanDuel, and new bettors, new customers get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything. Anything you want, including who's going to cut down the nets at the end of March. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and get in on all the college hoops and get paid instantly when you play. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program. Just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with a State Farm personal price plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Mark Cavoli going to be joining us today from 9 o'clock until 10. He has meandered into the studio. Looking forward to that. He was in Indianapolis for the NFL Combine last week, so he's got his ear to the ground. Might have some scuttlebutt to pass along. One of the things I've read, Doran, is that Marion Hampton tested so well that some people view him as the number one running back in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always sort of thought, like, where the Steelers pick in round 2, is Hampton going to be there? He would be my ideal pick. Now it sounds like he might not make it out of round 1.
You know what that means? That somebody is probably looking more clear that somebody might be available at 21. If Hampton is if Hampton's the number one guy, that obviously pushes Genty down the draft board.
And so that's where I am on this in not wanting them to make a mistake. It's such a deep position. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I've studied every running back in this draft class. It could tell you specifically how each guy later on in the draft compares to Genty or Marion Hampton. And they probably don't. That's why those guys are thought of as potential top round guys, and why Genty has been viewed as a top 10, top 5 prospect. But when there's depth at that position, one that I think the offensive line has a lot to do with, I'm not taking that position in round 1. And so my hope is that they're not so tantalized by Marion Hampton that they want to take him 21. But you're right. If Hampton goes first and then Genty's there and all of a sudden the quote-unquote run on running back starts, I don't want them taking him 21st overall.
Genty. What about Hampton?
I don't want either of them.
Okay.
21st overall. Love both players. Adore both players. Have had a man crush on Hampton for a long time now. But round 1, I cannot do it. I cannot do it. The wide receiver top end talent, great, but there's not enough depth there.
Mm-hmm.
Defensive line, lots of depth. I feel like I can get a guy in the second round. But if I want the best potential playmaker that catches passes, I think I need to do that round 1. Whether that's a tight end or a wide receiver, I need to do that then because I think the drop-off is significant there and after.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I could look at that as a running back, though, too. Playmaker.
I know.
And I saw Hampton play up close and personal this past year. And, I mean, he looks every bit of part of what you think a prototypical running back would look like. Like, he would come in. He's going to – wherever he goes, he's going to go in and be an immediate impact. So, and I think the Steelers feel that way, too, about Genty and Hampton. So if Hampton is now being regarded as possibly the best running back prospect, and if either of them, because if he's the best running back prospect, he's one of the top 5 talent, top 6, 7 talent. If they fall to 21, I can see the Steelers absolutely taking them.
Oh, to me, that's a different conversation. I agree with you 100%. 100%. I'm not doing it. Would not be shocked if they did.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's almost, to me, it's like an absolute. Like, if one of those guys are there, they are going to draft.
Definitely Genty for me. I don't know how the combine stuff moved them on Hampton, and if they're one of the teams that views him as the better prospect now than Genty, but they did talk to Genty officially. So if he's there at 21, man, like, and he's a top 10 player on their board, and I'd be surprised if he's not, and he's at a position of need, I think I'd be shocked if they didn't draft him. And it's not just the running for Hampton, by the way. I mean, 1,600 yards this year, 1,500 yards last year, and we're talking up over 600 touches combined the last 2 years, Dorn. So, I mean, there's the wear and tear factor there. You've told me that that's something that you pay attention to. He also did catch the football pretty well.
Yes.
38 for 373 this year, 10 yards a catch. Last year, 29 for 222 at 8 yards a catch. 17 touchdowns this year, 16 touchdowns last year. I mean, he checks all the boxes. Runs fast, big, strong.
Yep, everything.
I think he's a Pro Bowl guy.
Yep.
I think he's a Pro Bowl guy. But I think you can get one of those guys later on, too. And that would be my advice to them. I think Kevin Colbert would be jumping up and down trying to take Ashton Genty just because of or Marion Hampton, just because of the way that he viewed things versus the way that maybe it's viewed modern times. We'll see. I think if one of those guys is there, they take him, and I'll be mad. I'll be pissed.
That's what's going to happen.
Because now there's 2.
There probably will be 3. I bet you the Caleb kid out of Iowa will jump up to the first round, too.
And I like him, too. I would – okay, let me say it this way. I wouldn't mind moving up in round 2 to get one of those guys.
Yeah.
If one of those 3 in particular falls, I wouldn't mind moving up for one of those guys. But I'm not tying myself to a first-round running back. Not again, not after how it went the last time. Speaking of NFL Combine scuttlebutt, Mark Kaboly was there. He had his ear to the ground. We're getting whispers, learning things. What did he glean? He'll also give our friend Nicholas Harry Callis, our esteemed producer, some love advice. That's all on the way. Kaboly from 9 until 10. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
The Captain is back. That's wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. Getco Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, a few accidents just coming across over here in Pine Township at Route 19, Perry Highway and Wallace Road. There's an accident causing some delays in that area. Parkway East looking a lot better on the inbound side. Parkway West still going to slow you down right around the middle of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling.
That's right, it is time for Steelers Insider from the Pat McAfee Show. Mark Cabali. Brought to you by Bet365. Cabali out in Indianapolis last week for the Combine. How we doing, Big Kaboom? Things good?
Nice to see that you're comfortable there. Feet up. Imagine if Starkey saw this right now.
He's going to wipe the desk down one way or the other with the disinfectant wipes. He pretty much walks in here with a hazmat suit every day, so my feet being up on the table, no big deal.
One time with the feet.
That was
Ron. Dickerson with this. That was Ron.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Dickerson and Crowley, they put their feet up all the time.
It's all about fostering an environment that is good for content. And if we're comfortable, then the content will flow.
Yes.
I'm feeling a little tired today, maybe a little under the weather. I got a little sniffle going on. I've started to
got the old
realize.
beard cut, shaved.
Did shave the beard a little bit. So I figured put the feet. Caboli walked in. We're just going to talk ball for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't we want to get comfortable?
Do you do your hair every morning?
No, I just got a fresh cut.
It looks good.
You know, Dorian, when you get the fresh cut, you can't wear the hat for the first week, right?
Right.
Then you cover it up after that.
Right.
The fresh.
Yeah, you usually wear a hat, so you got to.
Yeah. So I was just going to, just go with the regular au naturel today.
Mm-hmm. Look good.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I didn't see you with a hat. It looks good.
The thing is, I used to wear a hat constantly, like 24/7, all through my teens and 30s. Then I just quit wearing one. Then I'm like back to it now. It's like no matter where you walk out the door, where's my hat?
Well, you shouldn't wear a hat. You have a good head of hair.
You do.
Show
you
it.
do.
It's one thing good about me, right?
Just
everything
one.
else is falling apart. But
yep.
That's why you got to showcase the hair. People think I'm a big hat guy. I'm really not. It's just I wake up in the morning, you shower, you don't have time to put the product in the hair, or it's cold, so you throw the hat on. But if
you're
I
a morning shower guy.
Yes.
I don't think I could do morning shower of your the time you work. You have to wake up 3 or whatever time you wake up.
Well, it helps wake you up.
It helps wake you up, yeah.
I would want to roll out and just roll out the door.
No, I would wake up 15 minutes early just to shower.
Yep.
Instead of get the extra 15 and roll out of bed because you need that extra pizzazz. Last couple of weeks driving in, since I've been off, It's not that I'm going to fall asleep. I'm not going to do that. It's never happened to me in my life. It's not a concern. But I have been like total and complete autopilot where I pull in here and it's like, holy cow.
Yeah, we're back.
I don't even remember leaving my house.
Right.
And now I'm sitting here. Anyway, I digress. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We've got Callus love advice to give about his love life coming up in a little bit. But what'd you glean from the combine, big guy?
I've gleaned. You talk about me bringing out the gloom and doom. Man, the more and more combines I've been to, I'm probably at 10, 12 now. It's just getting more and more worthless to me. I mean, honestly, what are we talking about here? We're talking about 225 benching. We're talking about 3 cones. If it's a part of the process, it's a way down the list part of the process. If you don't know what guy you want right now through the year and a half, 2 years of tracking them and scouting them with the scouting department, I don't know what, 18 pass routes will do for you or 15 throws will do for you in that environment and just, shorts and tights and stuff like that. Most of it's obviously, medical stuff that they get into.
Medicals, interviews.
That's the big stuff.
Right.
That's the big. I say this, but then you have one guy that shines at mostly in the 40. Then all of a sudden, here he comes up. Just because he run 1/100th of a second faster than somebody else, all of a sudden makes him a ball player, a great ball player? No. I mean, I think you have to take into account everything he's done up until this point. Maybe this reaffirms it, but I don't think there's anything you get out of that and say, oh, this guy is going to be a star.
Right.
Remember Malik Willis a couple years ago? Rich Eisen was there just absolutely kissing his, look at this throw, and 90 yards off balance. Okay, you're going to throw that about once a year.
In pads against the defense.
I mean,
yeah, I got sucked into that.
Yeah.
I got totally sucked into that with Malik Willis.
Yeah.
And I said I wouldn't let it happen to myself this year with any of the quarterbacks. Forget the guys who ran and went through the drills and all that. What'd you hear about the Steelers and the quarterback situation?
Nothing's changed.
Justin Fields won.
It's just people.
Russell Wilson 1B.
It's always been like that. It's just different people just putting it out there, and it's such a thirst of information that's wanted out there as soon as somebody throws something else out there, which is really the same that we've been saying for a month and a half now. People go crazy, and that's just the case it is. It's always been Justin Fields. It's always been Russell Wilson too, and the question is if you're going to be able to get those guys under contract. It's always been that way, and nothing has changed.
You said that you've been going there, to the combine for about 12 years.
Yeah.
Is there a certain person that is going to be there that you can get good info from? Like whenever you do go, like do you go and go talk to certain people to be like, all right, I know this guy's going to give me something.
Well, you go out to Kilroy's and they'll be sitting there drinking a pint.
You
get your whispers out.
You pretty much know where people are going to be. But even before that, I mean, the thing has changed so much. I mean, when I first got there, I remember maybe one of my first ones was with maybe Jameis was the number 1 overall pick, right? And the size of it was just minute compared to what it was now. I mean, Radio Row was almost non-existent.
Yep.
They put you in Lucas Oil Dome in the just in the hallway somewhere. You could watch practice. I mean, it was just changed. They've pretty much separated media from everything that's possible. I even tried to get into I work for the guy, the Lucas Oil Stadium. They wanted me to come up, Pat, and I could not get into Lucas Oil Stadium because it was such tight
security.
Unbelievable.
Really?
Unbelievable.
They looked at you, they thought,
Everything.
This guy right there, big time security threat.
No, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So they've pretty much separated us, but you know where to go at night, where to find some people, and
little slippery noodle.
I heard they got good wings. You ever had the wings there?
At Slippery Noodle?
Yeah, somebody
I love
told me
that
the
spot.
wings.
Yeah, tremendous place.
But apparently Starbucks is the place to be. Oh, that is actually those. If you know the backstory to that is inside one of the hotels. It's sort of like a airport version of a Starbucks. It's not a separate building, so people stay there because hang out there, media people, because that's where a lot of the coaches, scouts, agents, stay in the hotel, and they have to go that way to head towards the field. So
you kind of
accidentally bump into somebody.
You camp out at the Starbucks, and you hope that someone kind of falls in your trap there.
Well, it's a very expensive hotel where that is, so I tend not to head down that way a lot. I mean, we're talking.
I mean, could Pat not take care of your hotel?
$5 a night?
We get Pat $5
I'm telling you, man. That's something. Yeah, what do you think hotels are, especially at the JW?
Yeah,
I ain't staying in a castle for $1,000.
That's what I'm saying. So you make your way down there, but I'm not staying there.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If you had to give a percentage, because last week when you were on, you said you thought it might be more likely that Justin Fields goes elsewhere, or like 50-50. You still feel the same way about that?
Yeah. I mean, right now they're just posturing for position here, trying to get some extra bucks out of somebody, and you're hearing different. That's why you're hearing stuff today and last couple of days, is because there's so many agents at that combine that, scratch my back and I'll scratch yours, Sam Darnold type of situation. You know what makes Sam Darnold get more money? When more teams are interested, right?
When guys like Jeremy Fowler report that, the Steelers could be looking at Sam Darnold, you're telling me that that's an agent?
Let's hope. I mean, let's hope they have to be looking at Sam Darnold. If they're not just looking at him or inquiring about him and say, hey, well, what's up with Sam Darnold? He wants how much? Okay, see ya. You're not doing your job. So, I mean, it's true, but to what degree is it true?
Dulac reported that the Steelers met with Najee Harris's agent at the combine.
I think they're covering their rear end there. I would be still shocked. I haven't heard anything. I mean, I'm not here to dispute anything Jerry says, but my goodness, what are you thinking?
Well, that's why. So Josina Anderson, she wrote on Twitter.
Oh, my.
Still, you can.
No, I'm just saying it was the most vague tweet of all time.
It was. Still here in Indy at the Scouting Combine having conversations. Sounds like the Steelers are going to have some interesting changes. We'll keep you posted. She has yet to keep us posted. It's been 48 hours. There's no posting that's been done.
A midnight tweet, huh?
It was. There was also a typo in there. What are you suggesting, Kaboli?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that. I mean, those tweets are very interesting to me because you can be right, but you can't be wrong.
Mm-hmm. Because any change could be an interesting change.
Yeah.
It's all in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
So you would be surprised if Najee Harris comes back here.
I would be. I wouldn't be stunned, but I don't know if that's the route I would go. I mean, what is he, 27 now? You'd have to have him through 30, and we already saw what he can do. I would want fresh blood in here, see what they can do, especially with this draft class.
Well,
bring Jaylen Warren back, add a veteran somewhere, maybe a decent guy, and take your chances.
What other changes, if she's onto something? What other changes you think that are interesting that could happen?
I mean, first thing I thought of, maybe Pickens wants traded, but I don't think that's going to happen. I find that as we go on through the offseason, that's getting less and less of a chance.
You know why I am inclined to agree with that, Mark, is because we haven't heard anything from Pickens.
Yeah.
I feel like if Pickens wanted traded, we would all know that Pickens wanted traded. Because I think he would be very new school, new age in the way he would go about presenting that information.
Yeah. I mean, he would, unfollow the Steelers, right?
Something like that. Unfollow the Steelers or start posting. Like, there's always the joke, offensive linemen post certain things on social media. Wide receivers post these, like, vague poems and things of that nature. Like, I think we'd be getting more of that from George, and we haven't seen that.
Yeah. What is his fake Twitter name?
Michael Brewerly.
Yeah. Everybody checked in on him recently.
No, in fact, I'll do that right now. Maybe we'll know momentarily here if the Steelers are going to be trading George Pickens. So if Pickens ain't going anywhere, and they're going to pay T.J. Watt, and they're definitely doing that, and Najee Harris might be back, and they're going to bring Justin Fields back at quarterback, where are the changes at all? I mean, Mike Thomas still
has the interesting ones, right?
There's nothing interesting there, right? Like, at least if you bring the quarterback back, but you move on from George Pickens, you've got a totally new wide receiver room then at that point. Or if you bring Justin Fields back and you keep Pickens, but you're going with Jaylen Warren as your 1A and Rookie as your 1, like, that's interesting to me. But if all those guys are the same, where are you shuffling apart from not bit players, but none of the stars?
No.
Like, you're not trading Minkah Fitzpatrick. We haven't gotten any whispers about something like that.
I mean, we have to wait and see here. These next 10 days will reveal a lot of where they want to go or how they want to build this team. But even if you do bring Justin Fields back, I wouldn't quite qualify that as interesting.
Right.
That would be like expected almost, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I don't know.
The last Michael Brewerly tweet, guys, February 21st. So it's been a while. Bet on yourself, ...
That means he's going to play out and get a big contract next year.
That's what that would lead me to believe as well. I'm going to play one more year, give it my best. We'll see where it all goes.
The so-called fake Twitter account of a guy making a...
Do we really think it's him?
I don't pay attention that much.
I don't know if it's him. If not, it's a tremendous bit.
Yes.
Or it's his buddy.
Where you are married to the bit.
Mm-hmm.
All he ever tweets about is George Pickens.
The timing of the tweets, too, like not during the game.
Never until like 30 minutes after a game when a player might have showered and got his phone back.
Yep.
It's pretty well thought out.
Yeah.
And he retweeted something that Chris Carter put together, some video package. But that's it since February 21st when he's going to bet on
Maybe
himself.
it's Chris Carter.
All right, coming up next at 412-928-9370, more that Kaboly was able to glean from the NFL Combine. We'll ask him more about some specific reports, plus he'll be giving Callis some love advice. First, though, it is a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Several rumors are surrounding the Pittsburgh Steelers. One definitive piece of news, though, did break over the weekend, and that is that Deebo Samuel will be going to the Washington Commanders, and the San Francisco 49ers will be receiving a fifth-round pick as compensation. Also, Russell Wilson now being linked to the New York Giants and the New York Jets. If they can't find a trading partner, will release wide receiver Devontae Adams. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log onto the app, I find an item that I want to put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register for an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new. Open box or damaged pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know exactly what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All right, folks, time to lower the boom on the Detroit Lions. I hate to do this, but according to WXYZ-TV Detroit, the Lions revoked the season ticket memberships of 2 loyal longtime fans for excessive resale activity. Turns out both patrons no longer live in Michigan. What's more, they've kept renewing during the team's seemingly endless down times. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale ends soon. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Bresman attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people die from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You what?
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Matayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic-wise, we have a reported accident on Parkway East on the outbound side. Could be causing some delays there. Otherwise, looking pretty good on the roads. 28, no problem. Same with the Parkway North and the Parkway West, a little slow before downtown. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today, getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Mark Cabali in with us until 10 o'clock, as he is every Monday. Deebo Samuel, Mark, goes from the 49ers to the Commanders, 5th-round pick. Did the Steelers miss out there?
Well, we'll have to figure this out in about 2 weeks. Right now, I am not going to say that because you don't know what's in their plans. If they're able to get a guy cheaper, better, younger, more in shape, better fit, then no, they didn't miss out. So, but their history said last year that they were doing something very similar, and they did miss out. So right now, I would like to have him, but what did he make, an 18?
Yeah, 17.
And a 5th? Yeah, it's a little much. If you've ever been able to eat some of that money, maybe. The Ayuk thing's out of control. I don't think there's any way there.
Do you think they feel spurned by him? Because, I mean, I'm sure he would have come here if it would have been necessary in his eyes.
Talking about Ayuk?
Ayuk, but I think he just used the Steelers as a pawn to get everything he wanted out of the 49ers. Obviously. I don't blame him for it, but I could see how they would be a little ticked off.
The deal was on the table and done.
Right.
And he ran over and said, "No, I'll do this." I mean, you're taking it to the, the final moment of the race before you're like, "Oh no, okay, I give in." I mean, I tried to get Omar on that one on last week with a question about, "Hey, you could tell us now this Ayuk stuff. How close was this?" And he was found it quite humorous that they were that, he was close and he was going to come here, and I think they learned something from that.
I would hope so. I'm not going to give them benefit of the doubt there. Last I saw with them in wide receivers, they bungled it last offseason. So until they show me that they're not going to bungle it, I'm a little bit worried here. I'm a little bit worried that they didn't learn anything.
Yeah, but you
look
at it. The Ayuk thing, did they have a better option would you, at that point? Would you have rather them hold out and almost get him, or go find a Christian Kirk or whatever?
I mean,
it was almost worth it if you had the good feeling of that he might have came here.
Well, the flaw, and Dorn and I talked about this a bunch, was when they traded Deontay Johnson.
At the time that they did.
It was too early to trade him.
I don't think they had a choice.
Why is that? I mean, you can say we're going to trade this guy, but you can wait on that.
Well, I think the ship sailed on that one. I think that decision was made.
Well, and it's clear that they made the right call to move on from him. Like, of that, there's no doubt. But the timeline always kind of left it odd. Because some of those early reports about what the Niners wanted back in return for Ayuk was another wide receiver. I'm guessing Deontay Johnson probably would have got it done.
He could have, but didn't Ayuk?
It mostly came down to Ayuk. Because you needed to have him under contract before you could make the deal.
Yeah, does he tear up his leg if he's here, though?
Right. Talked about that last
week.
week.
I mean, how efficient would he be this year? I mean, coming back from usually it's a year plus? You're not 100% until you have a year under your belt, then come back.
Yeah, fully, usually.
So
the only the exceptions that come immediately to mind, Adrian Peterson came back and it was like,
wow, he's a different breed.
Holy hell, look at this guy. Evgeny Malkin, when he came back from his knee injury, different sport. But he came back and was an elite player the immediate season. Guys who are hurt, that freaks me out. Because I think
it freaks them out too.
Yeah, you're guessing on that a lot.
Well, I know
Chris Godwin.
Well, I know even to a smaller degree last year with Adam Thielen at the deadline, they were interested in him, but they're like 34. He's been dealing with his hamstring. I mean, it turned out to be the wrong call too because he had a good month.
Right.
But they're kind of skeptical on that too, and probably rightfully so.
And you think about Odell Beckham Jr. when he tore his ACL and came back. He's never been the same.
Nope, it's been it for him.
Yep.
You're really rolling the dice. You just don't know. And
especially if you're going to pay that kind of money.
Right.
You know, the Ayuk
Well,
money.
because you even said with Deebo Samuel, $18 million seems like a lot of money. I mean, maybe for him in your opinion, but $18 million, that's kind of the starting price on a number 2 wide receiver.
That's what Deontay was making, right?
Right. Yeah. Christian Kirk was making that, set the market.
I wouldn't even throw him out yet. I mean, I think he'd be an option.
Christian Kirk?
If you're interested
he broke his collarbone.
Yeah, it was literally days away from him being a Steelers last year. So I would assume that not much has changed.
I think it was like 1 or 2 days. It was like that weekend.
Knowing them, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they went back to that on him. And I worry a lot less about a collarbone injury than I do a lower body.
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah.
I thought he could play during. I thought they could play late in the season. Godwin, but you know, you look at his market value and it's up there. Whatever. What do you have? An ankle or a knee?
Ankle was backwards.
Yeah, he dislocated it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's better than a. Man, well, I don't want either one. But coming back wise, now they say that broken ankle is better than a sprained ankle or high ankle sprain at times. But his market value huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's him, it's Higgins were the top guys. And then after that, it's a whole bunch of number 2s, which I think is what the Steelers need. So it's kind of perfect. It lines up from that
If you keep George, you put a solid 2. If it's Keenan Allen, if it's Christian Kirk, if it's – I don't even want to say DK Metcalf because I would say he would be like a 1B-ish. Mm-hmm. Then you add younger players in the draft. You don't have to be married to a first-round wide receiver right now. You hope Roman Wilson picks it up. You hope Calvin Austin continues to get better. Then maybe you have something. But you just stock those guys, man. Stock.
Oh, yeah.
Run through them. Run through them.
You've followed the Steelers. You've reported on the Steelers for years, so you've seen how they've operated at combines in the past. Do you have any better sense of what you think they're most interested in round 1? It's okay if the answer is no. I'm just curious.
It's really hard. I mean, I think they broke it down to the wide receiver defensive line, right? I mean, I don't think free agency would have a huge thing to do with this, to be honest with you. But I think what does have significant play in where they move forward is how the draft breaks. I mean, that's just – I can't even describe how important that is. I mean, if you're sitting there saying, I want wide receiver, I want receiver, and Grant's there at 21, defensive lineman, a monster, what are you going to say?
Right.
But if he's gone and all you have is whoever – Igbuka, I can't even pronounce it.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you go, to that route. I don't think free agency would have anything where you're going to alter that plan right there. But how that breaks is just monstrous.
Javon Hargrave coming back?
You know who I'd like to have back more than him? Jonathan Allen. He's they're looking for trade him in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you hear about him, he's a great locker room guy, very smart, veteran, big, interior push guy. I don't think he would get paid that much. I think he was right around 12, 13. I don't know. I think that's what it is. If you can make a move for him where Washington's just trying to shed his salary, that's a guy I think would fit in, would be like that Larry Ogunjobi replacement while you do add defensive line. I think they need to add defensive line in free agency or trading.
Well, they have to because they can't augment that enough through the draft. You just can't.
No.
I mean, they need too many bodies there. I mean, the two that you feel greatest about are Cam Hayward, who's 865 years old, all due respect, Cam, and a guy in Keanu Benton who didn't take the step you thought he needed to take this year. I mean, those are the two guys you can quote-unquote count on.
Huge here for Benton. He has to take that next level step. But, I mean, I'm not writing off Cam. I mean, I don't see any reason why Cam can't do the same exact thing he did this past year.
Totally with you, but at some point he won't.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now you need these secondary guys.
Right.
I mean, is Leal going to ever be anything, or is he just a tweener?
Tweener.
Someone just texted in, somebody teach Cavoli how to talk on the radio. We hear about half of what he says.
You know what? Can you hear this? Never mind.
I wanted him to cut a promo, and he didn't. You guys been talking wrestling.
No, I would probably be swearing, so I couldn't do that. And I think is Harry even paying attention?
Probably not.
He'd be dumping me like he dumped.
Callis pays attention 65% of the time, and that was 1% of the 65%.
The time when or I saw Ray at the combine, he goes, yeah, they had to dump me, and I had to sit there for 3 minutes because Crowley said something perverted. Perverted? You did, though.
I was talking about adult toys.
That was the most awkward conversation I had to explain to Ray why.
Let's go to Ray on the hotline. Well, you got to wait 3 more minutes.
So he was pissed about that, huh? Yeah, we took him at the same time either way.
No, he was just telling me the info. Am I speaking louder enough for you, Mr.
Cavoli? Social media's Biggest Loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. How about the quarterbacks in the draft? Are the Steelers interested in any of those guys? Early rounds, mid rounds, late rounds, like Goldilocks. We'll find out from Cavoli when we come back, and he'll finally give Callis some love advice. First, though, it is a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 1-1, lost 1 over the weekend. Penguins lost 2 over the weekend. And Pitt men's basketball lost to Louisville. Pirates have a game against the Yankees tonight at 6:35. Penguins don't play again until tomorrow when they play the Colorado Avalanche. And Pitt men's basketball has 2 games left in the regular season. Pitt's got NC State coming up on Wednesday, and then Boston College next Saturday for their final game of the regular season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. No one in the Big Ten is better at the free throw line than the Wisconsin Badgers. They also protect the basketball, averaging just 9 turnovers per game, the best in the conference. This team is built to make a deep run in March. Right now, you can get Wisconsin at plus 900. Mind-blowing to make the Final Four. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom.
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
He turns the microphone on just to cough into it. It's the start of a segment. You don't have to turn the mic on until you're about to talk. Just he hits the button.
I don't want to. I don't want to upset the old texter there. Am I speaking loud enough, texter? That piece of garbage. Never mind.
You took your glasses off because they were fogging up.
I know. I was getting so fired up.
You're starting to say it too. You're actually talking too loud. So,
see, blame it on Callis. That's what I'm doing. Texter.
Yeah, don't turn into Crowley now. You're blaming everything on Callis. Yeah.
I'm interested in how the Steelers view this quarterback class, so we'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, however, is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. And the question is this, and we will provide Kabali with no context here.
Oh, God.
Is 3 weeks of dating too early to tell someone you love them? This poll has been voted on more times, Doran, through a couple of hours than any poll in the history of this morning show.
Really?
1,000 votes already in just 2 hours.
I have no idea who you possibly could be talking about right now. First of all, how old is Callis? How old are you, Harry?
26.
Harry, that might be too early. If you were like a little whippersnapper in your, tween years, maybe that's okay. 26, you got to play it cool, brother.
Well, the significant other is 20.
Ooh, so she should say it before him.
Right.
Hold out there. Now, don't take a lot of advice from me, Harry.
Yeah, what? So, Kaboli, when did you first tell your wife you loved her?
Dude, I don't even know how long we've been together. What? I know when it was. It was the day Ben Roethlisberger was drafted, so 2004. So where are we at now? 21 years?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I really marked that down on the calendar.
How long were you together before you said it?
Man, I can't remember what happened yesterday. You want me to remember what
I
happened
mean,
21
roughly,
years
you have
ago?
to have some sort of idea. This is the woman you marry. You have children with her.
Exactly.
Couple months, maybe?
Okay.
Maybe?
Which I still feel like is pretty early. Now, I say all that.
When's the last time you said it?
She says I say it too much.
Really?
She says I never give her the chance to say it first.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice of you.
Yeah. You know what I did for her the other day? She was having a rough week. I went to the gas station, bought myself some Zins.
You went and filled up her car with gas?
I do that every time I drive her car. I actually got her a whole bunch of candy. She was having a week. I got her candy. She was very appreciative. That's love.
Nice.
But I told my wife inside of 2 weeks, too, that I loved her.
Okay.
But we knew each other for years before then, and I had a crush on her the whole time.
I am late to this. So is Harry did it already, or is he contemplating doing it?
He did it. He did it 3 weeks in.
He dropped the love bomb, man.
And the reaction was?
She said it back.
Ooh, but was she forced to?
Probably.
I don't know because of a lot, and we're all very happy for Callis. His mood is through the roof.
Oh yes, he's very happy.
He's got this spring in his step.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have a lot in common. Like he's telling us about how they hung out in the van and how they've played Wii together and how they like all the same restaurants and they seem to jive on a really cool level. We're just trying to give love advice.
Can I tell you what happened? Like, what made me just feel that way?
Yes.
We were playing Uno in the van.
Oh man!
Now listen,
60s.
So we were playing Uno, and because she really wanted to play,
we had just cleaned up Kerplunk,
and because we're trying to teach each other the card games. Oh, stop it!
Teach her how to play Uno?
No, not teach her. How to... No, Crowley's laughing now. I'll wait till you're done laughing. I'll tell the story. Gather yourself.
We had a 7-game series of Go Fish.
We're teaching each other how to play card games.
Playing War. Then we played Monopoly.
Are you gonna let me finish the story?
All right.
We're teaching each other. We want to teach each other how to play card games that we each know that we don't know. You know what I mean? Like she teaches me card games that she knows that I don't.
Fish.
Vice versa. We were going to try to find cards because she was supposed to bring some, and she couldn't find any. And we were trying to go bowling, but the bowling alley was full. We went back later in the night, but before that, we went to a dollar store, couldn't find any cards, but we found an Uno set. And she said, "Oh my gosh, we'll play Uno." So we were playing, and she beat me, and she was like, "In your face, boom!" And I hesitated. I was like, and she was like, "What was that?" And I was like, "All right, I'm just gonna say it because I feel it." And that's just what it was. So,
wow,
that's what happened.
Here's a good text, and thank you for the context. Does he love her or is he in love with her? Big difference.
There is a big difference.
That's a heavy question.
I also don't want you, it's very clear right now, I don't want you to answer questions that you haven't talked to her about.
Right.
Oh, now you bring that up. We were talking about this for 2 hours. And now you bring up that disclaimer.
I hope she knows what you do for a living, Harry.
Oh, she does.
Is she listening now?
Yeah, she is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we've been talking.
You might have to keep some things private there, Harry.
Oh, I'm going to keep things private. I wouldn't say anything that I or she wasn't comfortable with. That's just...
Like saying I love you on the first date?
No, she didn't care about that. She's like, that's all right, because that's how we feel. And I'm like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did she say ditto?
Ditto. She did not say ditto.
Ghost. Patrick Swayze. Demi Moore.
I do love
They're making clay.
So there was a woman who wanted to meet Callis and start something up based on what she's heard through the radio, and she's seen videos and stuff of him, and they were just at totally different stages in life. Callis has found a woman who wants to play board games with him and video games. This is a tremendous thing. It is. People are waiting for the punchline. There's no punchline. It's a good thing.
And she respects the van. I mean, that's amazing. That's unreal.
Well, not everything could be perfect about her then.
Pony just texted in and said, Harry's going to be married to this woman by 2026. Who gets married first, Callis or Donnie?
Callis.
Wow.
Callis.
Have you thought about your wedding before?
No.
Okay. I hadn't either, and I had very few opinions about our actual wedding.
No, I'm not worried about marriage at any point.
Until you saw the prices of stuff, then you're like, what?
You guys got to get a place first. Like, that's your next step. I feel like you need to get your own place.
All right.
Got the van.
All right, easy.
What?
I mean, you're right, but, like, not now. It shouldn't be I love you at 3 weeks. moved
get
in
his own
together
place
6
first.
weeks. Oh yeah, you need.
No,
a place.
I need to establish independence.
And
Yeah.
then move her in.
There you go. But that'll take years, I anticipate.
This could be a whole reality show.
Look, I like spending time with her right now. I like doing things that she likes to do. She likes doing things I like to do, and she's introducing me to some new things, and I'm introducing her into the world of being a public figure. So that's just we're doing the thing.
Public figure.
Big time.
When's the big fight come? You know, eventually. It comes.
For God's sake! Why are we?
It's coming. Eventually.
Yeah.
It could be a year.
Right.
It could be tomorrow. It could be based off of this conversation right here.
Right.
So you better be prepared.
Yeah, you cannot get engaged until you know what the conflict resolution looks like.
Yes.
You need to have fights, get through fights before you even think about moving in together or anything that follows that.
I was going to ask what the girl's name is, but forget about it.
No, don't do
I'm not
that.
going to say that, but boy, she must be a saint if she's going to deal with this.
You know what,
she
now-
must really like Harry.
Here's what we're reaching now. Somebody just texted me and said, "Bro, you have a girlfriend. What does she look like? And congrats." And it's a 412 number, and I have no idea who it is. Who's just listening right now? Just texted my personal number.
Well, I'll respond with, "Who's this?"
Have you guys slept in the van?
Oh no!
I thought you were going somewhere else there.
Yeah, no, none of that. No.
You know what's a great board game? Battleship.
That's not a board game.
No.
Is it?
Well, no. Like the only time
Clue.
Another
Shoots
good
and
one.
Ladders.
I love Shoots and Ladders.
Candyland.
Candyland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
we played games twice though, and they were both out of necessity. Like we were waiting for the bowling alley the one time, and we eventually went back and got to bowl. But we went at 7, and there were a bunch of leagues and stuff in there that we couldn't. We went for late night bowling and eventually worked, but we needed somewhere to go because I still live with my parents. That ain't gonna work. And she lives up in Cranberry, so it was a far drive to go back there if we were gonna do anything. So I was like, yeah, we'll just hang out in my van. Why not?
You could play life and see how many kids you have, right?
All right. I was supposed to ask Caboli about draftable quarterbacks, so we'll do
This is
that
much more interesting.
when we come back. And then, Doran, I got something for you. And I don't know where you're going to come down on this, and I'm worried about your answer, actually. So we'll get to that coming up next. Steve on the text line is asking if she's currently tied up in the van, and right now it is a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won one, lost one over the weekend. Penguins lost both that they played over the weekend. And Pitt men's basketball lost as well over the weekend. They've got 2 more games left in the regular season schedule. Also, Deebo Samuel going to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick that'll get sent back to the 49ers. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, we're getting reports of another accident on Route 19 in Pine Township. It's the second accident we've seen this morning on Route 19, so just be mindful of that. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
This report brought to you by Popeyes.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here.
Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Celebrate Ashley's 80th anniversary by getting a great night's sleep. Buy a Beautyrest Black mattress and get a free adjustable base, putting the luxury of custom comfort and function at your fingertips. Plus, enjoy even more flexibility with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Kaboli, you did a mock draft. You posted it on Twitter.
Did I?
You did.
I didn't think I did.
No, there was a misspelling in there, too.
You sure about this? Because you know what? I was going to publish it before I took the kid to school, then come here. And then a bunch of chaos happened. And my kid opened the door. My alarm went off on my car, and I couldn't get it off. And the late for a bus. I didn't think I published it because I had to still look at it.
Yeah, you misspelled something. Yeah.
Kaboli,
you sure? Where the hell?
Kaboli, I think you posted it and then deleted it.
I didn't.
Because now I don't see it anymore. We went over it earlier. You had Tyler Shook going in the 7th round. You do the mock draft?
Yes. How? I didn't know I posted it.
You posted it. It's gone now. I'm not seeing it anymore. I don't see it on here.
Like I said, I was really behind. I was going to do it right as I left, and there was chaos happened. Well, I'll repost it. I can't do it until I get home.
He ain't going to be there in the 7th round. You know that, right? I think he's more likely to be a 2nd-round guy.
Yep. Oh.
Second?
Yeah.
A 26-year-old 2nd-rounder.
I'll make a bet with you right now.
You're full of
I don't think he goes later than the 2nd round.
I think maybe 3rd.
I think we'll make a bet. I say 3rd day. You say anything before that.
Yes.
So that's 3rd round. No way.
No, it's 4th round.
I thought it was 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Then 3rd day's 4th, 5th, and 6th.
You said he's going to go on the 3rd day, right?
I said he's going to go on the 3rd day. He said he's going to go on
2nd day,
which is the 3rd round and higher.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Absolutely going to happen.
Absolutely not.
All right,
I believe that.
We'll figure out
I'm
a
with
bet.
you.
Yeah, me and Doran versus Mark
A 26-year-old, soon to be 26-year-old, that had
When did
one good season at Louisville.
Brandon Whedon got drafted in the first round.
Yeah, by who
Kenny
and how
Pickett.
did that work
Kenny
out?
Pickett got drafted in the first round.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett had a much better season or 2 seasons than
What's the kid out of Denver?
Tyler Shook.
Bo Nix, same thing.
You really think
He's the Bo Nix of this draft.
You know what's nuts, Doran? Tyler Shook played Will Greer at West Virginia.
No,
I swear to God.
Where was he at? Where did he start?
He would have been. He started at Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Where's Will Greer at now?
It's hard to say.
I still got that video still.
Wasn't he in Philly?
When he was, but I think he was their 4th quarterback.
Tennessee?
Might have been a practice squad guy. Yeah, when I thought the Patriots were going to draft Will Greer, and we were at the Steelers facility for the draft, and he was filming me anytime a quarterback needy team would come up. And when the Patriots passed on him, I emoted quite strongly. I wanted
or something like that.
I wanted him to go there so bad. Anyway, do you think the Steelers draft a quarterback? I guess you do. You had him taking
No, I
Tyler
actually
Shook.
don't think they should. I think they might. I mean, if you're at that point in the 3rd, 4th round, 5th round, find yourself a special teams player, man. I don't want a guy that, may or may not be your backup, the 3rd-string quarterback for 3 years, and I just don't want it. I mean, I think.
What
you
about
wait.
Jackson Dart, 21st?
No.
You think they'd do it?
No.
Okay.
Come on.
No quarterback 21st.
I don't think so. I think you do. I mean, honestly, if you're bringing, at that point, you have to make the decision on Justin Fields, right? If he's back. Assume he's back. Now you're bringing a 21st overall pick in?
Oh,
Ooh, that should create some stuff.
I wouldn't do it, but they haven't exactly bathed themselves in glory since Ben retired and what to do at the quarterback position.
Oh, I understand that. I don't go Jackson Dart. You're setting yourself up for failure right there. You just wait. I think the best case scenario would be them to crap the bed to the degree where they can move up in the draft next year. Say they win 6 games and they're drafting 12th.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's a little bit more feasible of going from 12 to 6-ish to get a quarterback.
Sure.
Right? Rather than going from 20 to 6.
Yeah. I mean,
that's your only other option or scenario.
It's March 3rd right now. I'd sign up for that exact scenario in blood.
Yes.
6 wins, 12th pick. I'd feel pretty good, actually, about where they are.
The problem is there's a lot of muddy middle there that if they would have won 6 games, I think isn't that what San Francisco won this year? That's 13, 14-ish. There's a lot of 2 to 6 win teams, depending on how you fall.
And they're not going to do that. I mean, they're not going to be in the 2 to 6 win range. They're probably not going to be in the 6 win range either.
They had Stafford did win it all.
All right. People texting in that they could hear Callis laughing and giggling over the commercials, including his own Awaken 180 spot. And I could hear him in my ear. I thought he was just laughing. I thought he was hitting the button to laugh in my ear, but I guess he was over the air.
Didn't you want to ask me something?
Oh, damn it. We've run out of time.
Just think, you got the next 4 days.
I mean, does it take long?
Shedeur Sanders says what he does is harder than what Shohei Ohtani does.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
I say yes.
I don't want Doran's opinion till tomorrow then. And we'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. This show was a blur. Looking forward to tomorrow's. Callis, wonderful job. Hopefully we didn't cost you a girlfriend. Kaboli, thanks for coming in, buddy. We'll talk to you next week. Pop and Joe up next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the Hydro Massage, and do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today. If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale-Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit lgkg.com.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party, Sunday, March 9th from 3:30 to 5:30 as Pittsburgh takes on Minnesota. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Checking the traffic on a Monday morning, and really, traffic is looking nice. Nothing to really report. Parkway East is okay. Same with the Parkway West, 28. Parkway North, 79. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost to the Toronto Maple Leafs 6-5 yesterday as William Nylander scored in overtime to give Toronto the victory after Rickard Rakell scored in the third period for the Penguins to ultimately tie it up at 5-5. But the Penguins did give up a goal with 0.1 seconds left at the very end of the second period after an Erik Karlsson turnover. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Cedric Mullins gets the first crack at Skeens. And he got it. And seems set. I think they'd rather keep developing him as a starter anyway. Laureano tied up on strike 3 from Skeens. He's going to get a lot of outfield reps. Going to get to the high heat. And bringing in some right-handed hitters, and here's one right here. Laureano into the glove.
Bob, could we have just a little good news before we get to Erik Karlsson and how all of our teams stink again? I come in this morning on a Monday hoping for a little good news, but first I'd like to inquire as to your well-being. How are you?
Everything's fine, Joe. How are you? It's a beautiful sunny day. Can't be anything but nice on a day like this. Makes you think of spring, makes you think of golf, makes you think getting out in the yard, doing all the yard work. I look forward to that.
Neither one of us do yard work. Who are we kidding, Bob? But it does make you think of that.
I pick weeds.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Do you?
I pick weeds. That's my thing. I told Lisa it's actually a very tranquil situation for me. I go out there and I just pick weeds, and I don't have to listen to music and pick weeds.
I can't do yard work. I found that it's the single worst thing for my back, which was surgically repaired about 15 years ago. The single worst thing. It just.
If you're bending over a lot, that's not a good thing.
You look resplendent in blue today, Bob. Light blue. Doesn't he look great today, Limits?
He does. He's got a smile on his face. Looks like he's just got not a case of the Mondays, that's for sure.
What a wonderful man. We're all dressed in blue. Look at this, Bob. What's your sweatshirt say over there?
Doesn't say anything. It's just
doesn't say
regular
anything.
sweatshirt. Just a regular Nike sweatshirt.
Oh, it says Nike then.
Yeah.
It's not plain. It doesn't have nothing on it.
Well, yours has a logo on it.
He's already shooting. He shot me a dart in the hallway, Bob. Did you hear about that?
No.
You and Doran were talking. I said something about how I love Jackson Dart, and in passing, on his way into the studio, never stopped, said, "You're the only one," like that. And it hurt, Bob.
And I may agree with him.
It hurt. I'll tell you that much. I'm wearing a, what does this say? Sandusky, Ohio?
Cedar Point?
Cedar Point.
You're a big roller coaster fan?
No, I hate them.
Yeah, I don't. I pull my medical card out because, with heart issues, I'm not allowed to go on any of those kind of things. So that's my real reason. The real reason, though, is that I just don't like them. I don't like heights. I don't like
There's
going
nothing about them I enjoy.
No.
And the last time my daughter took me up on one was at Hershey Park maybe 2 years ago, and I yelled at her the whole time, "Why did you make me
I
do
was
this?"
Hershey Park. We've never been there, but I heard it's fantastic. Yeah.
Wonderful.
So it's a good place to go?
Yeah. You see all kinds of animals, including the most interesting animal of all, the humans walking around. And then there's great roller coasters there, if you like that type of thing.
I'd rather go on the turtle.
Yeah, me too. What's the one at Kennywood that's just a little, it's a race between you and the other guy, the racer? Cleverly
the
called?
Racer.
Is that what it's called?
That's what it's called.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You like that one?
That is the race between the two little cars going next to each other on the roller coaster.
I like that a lot. The whole idea of going up a big roller coaster with the anticipation, in my case, abject fear and terror. What's fun about it? It's like a horror movie. What is fun about being terrorized? I don't get it,
Some
Bob.
people get an adrenaline rush. I get it. If that's what you like, that's fine. I do not get that same. I get a feeling of terror, yes. And I always think, you see videos now. I shouldn't even look at Instagram because they have these ones where those roller coasters, something goes wrong and they're hanging and dangling from, and with, no end in sight.
Right.
I don't want to think that way.
Yeah, I make sure the guy comes over and straps the thing in with me, like make sure that bar is down. I make him test it before we go. Seriously.
I agree. Yeah.
On any one of those things. It's crazy.
Yeah, you don't want to be responsible for your own death by not putting the bar down.
No, and I'm the one guy who will do it wrong. I'm scarred from an incident in Austria when I was a kid. My dad taught at an Anglo-American school in Sweden, and we took a little trip around here. He was a European history professor, so we just talked about this back in Buffalo. He wanted, crazy as it was, 4 little kids. He took us all to Sweden with my mom. So he could travel around and know what he spoke of when he got back to teaching. So in Austria, Bob, I had ski lessons and went up on a big ski lift and didn't close the thing right or didn't sit right. And a guy literally saved me from crashing down a long ways, perhaps to my death. And I think that scarred me forever. That's why even if it's the Ferris wheel or even a merry-go-round, I make sure that the guy comes in and that I'm strapped in, and that he makes sure I'm strapped in, not me. Do you know what I mean?
Very fair. Very fair, Joe. Those little things that scar you whenever you're younger. I get it. Like, why don't you like roller coasters, though, that, are like the Jackrabbit, though, or the Racer? Like,
I'm fine with the Jackrabbit and the Racer.
Yeah, I don't like things that go upside down and, spin. I don't like that.
Is the Racer fixed? Have you heard that over the years, Bob? Do we know who's going to win before the race, or do they?
I have no clue.
Or is it a legitimate race that you can help along with some strategy?
It should be a legitimate race based on strategy.
I think so.
I always sit in the car that did not win the last race because they're probably prone to win this time. Play the odds.
The greatest.
It's like going to Vegas and looking at one of those slot machines. You figure out the one that hasn't hit in a long time. You keep watching. As soon as the person leaves, you sit there and try to cash in.
Hidden Vigorish, right?
Yeah.
What's your all-time favorite Kennywood ride, Bob?
I'm really not a Kennywood. I go there. I like Kennywood. Don't get me wrong.
Mine's the
Our
roller.
grandkids love it.
Oh, yeah.
But
Of
for
course.
me, I just want to go to the Potato Patch. That's all. I like that.
Well,
That's my favorite ride.
It's a ride of sorts. Mine is the one that goes, it's a roller coaster sort of that goes crashing into the water. You like that one, Limits?
Oh,
The
that's
Pittsburgh
the
Plunge.
Pittsburgh Plunge.
Is it still
We've
there?
been on that one. I like that one.
Yeah.
You can get really wet if you're standing on that.
That's part of the fun.
Outdoor
the
area.
afterglow when you stand over there and it pours on top of you.
Your favorite ride is the shortest ride? That's like a 10-second ride, and then you're done.
Exactly. Yes. What's yours?
The Thunderbolt. Wooden coaster. I love it. Now,
See, the
original.
whole wooden coaster thing, Bob, is something that I can't handle. I went to Coney Island once, and they have a famous one. I think it's called the Cyclone. Don't quote me on that. I think it's the Cyclone. Bottom line is, it's probably the oldest roller coaster in America. And the thing, it was like sitting on an old antique. I was like, this is going to fall apart in the middle of this. It was horrifying. Have you been there?
No.
You should. You're the beat writer.
Not a big roller coaster guy like you guys. Not one of the crazy ones. That's like we went to a roller coaster park once and it had all these upside down rides and spinning rides and the big heights rides.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll pass.
Yeah,
No
me
thanks.
too. Me too. All right, Bob, I wanted to start with good news today on our depressing sports landscape because there is actually.
Can I present to you a positive sports team that is doing great work?
Sure.
Chip Ganassi Racing. Indy season started, and he got first and second place once again with Alex Palou and Scott Dixon.
With Jamie Dixon involved?
No, but Ganassi's won a lot of things over his career.
He's a legend.
And he lives here in Pittsburgh, so to me, that's a Pittsburgh sports team.
And I commend him on that, and I commend you on that thought. A little bit more in the mainstream, however, of sports.
Yeah, not much.
is this guy, Paul Skeens, that we led off with. And who do we credit for that little clip there?
Masson, the Orioles Broadcast Network.
Masson, the Orioles Broadcast Network. With all the things that are happening, Erik Karlsson giving up goals with 0.1 second left, the Penguins sinking to the bottom of the league, which is actually a good thing. The Steelers plodding along in the never-ending middle, and the Pirates doing nothing in their off-season, and Pitt football, and Pitt basketball. We have Paul Skeens, who is a generational talent. And a lot of cities go a long time in all their sports without having one of those we seem to recycle them, Bob. We have Sidney Crosby. I would call Malkin a generational player too. We had Ben. We had Antonio Brown before he lost it. We have legends around here. Before that, we had Yager, Lemieux,
Francis,
all the Steelers,
Coffey,
70s.
all of them. Yeah, the Steelers, all of that.
Well, I'm talking about Mario, Sid.
Well, I would include Ron Francis in that because to me he is a Hall of Famer. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean we've had Hall of Famers left and right. We haven't had Paul Skeens left and right.
No,
Paul Skeens is literally a generational talent. Like
22 years old and already predicted to win the Cy Young.
Yes,
I mean how many people have had that?
He's a prodigy. That's maybe the best word. Is prodigy. We've had more than our fair share of prodigies, and this guy's the latest. And who cares about what his numbers were the other day? He's working on a pitch that seemed to work pretty well to the tune of 4 strikeouts in, 3 innings? He's got a cutter. What else is he working on?
He's working on a 2-seam fastball, too.
Splinker's always very effective for him.
Yeah, the Splinker's an oldie but a goodie, and then he can pump it up to well over 100 when he wants. I can't wait to watch this guy again. Does it salvage what might be ahead for this team? Probably not. But, man, it's pretty good to get to watch a generational talent. He has a chance to be the greatest pitcher ever. He has that chance, that kind of talent. And, yeah, I know it's depressing in a way, too, Bob, because every time I see him pitch, it's why didn't they do more to build around him? And it's a short window. So it's incredibly depressing on one hand, but I'm trying to focus, at least for one day, on the positive. We get to watch this guy hopefully take the ball 30 to 35 times this year.
No question about that, and everyone is must see just because of how he is, and he's a very confident kid. I think he has all of his priorities together. He knows what he wants out of this. He understands the process. But the thing about it is, I think because of him and Jones and the rest of the staff, which I consider to be a pretty good staff, they're going to be in a lot of games, and I just hope that this offseason doesn't come back to haunt them, that they don't end up missing something by a game because they failed to, come up with clutch hits in key situations. Because that's what they've essentially done in this offseason. They haven't brought in anybody who's going to make a difference. Short of, if you believe Spencer Horwitz is the guy eventually, fine, we'll see. But I hope I saw Henry Davis hit a home run yesterday. That to me, and he's had a pretty good spring.
He had a pretty good spring last year, too.
But so what? Are you going to penalize him all the time?
No, it's better than the alternative.
How about if he comes up and all of a sudden he does realize his phenomenal potential? And if he does, now you got to create places for him to play.
Does he have phenomenal potential?
Yes. I think from an offensive point of view, I think he does. He's a power bat.
Here's my point.
I want to see that here, and I want to see them create space. I want to see him work his way into the lineup somehow, some way.
Here's my overall point. Is Steelers quarterback situation pending and maybe even including, especially if it winds up with one of the incumbents, which it looks like it will. Paul Skeens is the single biggest story in Pittsburgh sports, I think, by a million miles. Would you agree with that, Limits? He is the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports.
I would, just because of the hype that's been built around him. Has probably been, more hype than any Pirate in the last however many years you even want to say it. And the Steelers are at a flat time. The Penguins are at a flat time. That doesn't take away from what Skeens is doing. He definitely is number one. If you put a chart of what you want to view this year, what you want to see, it's Paul Skeens.
Bob, you agree? Biggest story in Pittsburgh sports right now?
Yes, because of what he did last year, the expectations of this year. And I love expectations. When they continue to rise, that puts a lot of pressure on a kid like that. But, boy, he delivers. He looks like his heart rate is just totally under control when he's out there regardless. He knows that he's better than the opposing hitter. Whoever the opposing hitter is, he knows that. And when you operate from that point of confidence, man, that's a big combination. Because I don't think any hitter in the league, you may get him once in a while. Ohtani may hit a home run from him once in a while, but he's going to make Ohtani look bad too on many occasions. So, yeah, I think it's going to be great to watch him. And I want to watch Jared Joe. I want to see Bubba Chandler come up. I want to see him force his way up here at some point of this season.
I'm just wondering what this guy can do this year. Last season, he had a 1.96 ERA with 170 strikeouts in 100.
And he didn't start until May.
In 133 innings.
That's what I mean.
Like this
He's
is
200-plus innings for sure this year.
This is a national story. That's the other thing. Is when was the last time the Pirates had somebody who was national and even internationally, like on center stage, like this guy? Is he going to strike out 300 batters? Every one of his starts is going to be must-see television across baseball. Like he has a chance to pitch a no-hitter seemingly every single time he goes out there.
It's like a Nolan Ryan approach. Every time he's out there, you look at him and say, okay, how many strikeouts and how many innings has he gone without a hit?
Good analogy.
Yeah, because that's what he was. Same kind of
Good
pitcher.
comparison.
And also the mindset seems to be the same. Nolan Ryan was one of those guys who would stare you down and challenge you mentally.
Yes.
Go ahead and hit my stuff. Go ahead.
He's a young Nolan Ryan, only better than a young Nolan Ryan. Young Nolan Ryan was all over the place wild until he finally harnessed it. This guy is a national treasure right now, and I don't feel like I'm overdoing it at all. I think he's going to be the best pitcher in all of baseball this season.
He may already be that.
Yeah, he may already be.
I mean, you can make that argument last year, and I would. He was, to me, the best pitcher in baseball last year. Got penalized because he was a rookie. Didn't have the kind of experience that some of the guys who ended up ahead of him in the Cy Young, and that's how that often works. But if you're going to look at it strictly on what he did when he got an opportunity to do it, nobody was better.
He led Major League Baseball in strikeouts per inning, or total, or ERA, I should say. He led Major League Baseball in ERA at 1.96. He was up there in strikeouts per inning. I don't have that one in front of me. And the pitch he added, especially the cutter, he's added 2, you're telling me, limits? What's the other one?
Yeah, it's also a running two-seamer, and one of his 4 strikeouts was on a cutter, too.
I saw that one.
Pretty nasty.
Must-watch television. He makes the Pirates, on days he pitches, must-watch. And it's really hard just to celebrate this without then becoming immediately depressed, Bob, because of their failure to add around him. And I know I wanted to start out positive, and I think I did.
So let's start positive.
Okay.
Let's make a case. And I think this should be realistic for them. They should be a wild card contender all the way until the end. All right, because of their pitching. I think they in a division that, if you look at it, the Central didn't do all that much. There's some players here and there that came in. I think Terry Francona will do a good job with Cincinnati. How many wins is he worth? I don't know, but I think they have a chance if they get clutch hitting. If somebody on that team, if maybe it's Jack Stawinski, who's off to a tremendous start this spring. Maybe he finally figures it out after going through a real bad season last year after 2 years where he hit 49 home runs. Just imagine that, if they're in it and they have a chance to. That's all I want at this point, don't you? And you can make a case that they could do that with their pitching staff.
What is all I want?
Challenge all year for a wild card. Be in that race until the very end.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a fairly low bar for where they should be in the rebuilding process. But yes, I want them to get the wild card.
Well, yeah, sure, I do too. And if they don't get it, to me, the whole thing's a failure if they don't get it again.
Yes.
At some point, you have to get in this thing. There are enough opportunities to do it. You have to do it. My question is, I'm going to be very interested to see how they handle a trade deadline, if they are seriously in it and looking like a team that can be.
Let me ask you this, Bob. Should Skeens pitch the opener and the home opener? How would you do that?
How many days apart are they?
Well, the opener for the season, let me see here, is
27th
God bless
March?
Me. Yes. No. Yeah, the 27th. That's a Thursday in Miami.
Yes, he should pitch that.
The home opener is Friday, April 4th. So if you go...
So it's 8 days later?
You'll have to figure that out, or Limit Scan. He's the beat writer.
Well, you said 8 days.
Yes.
I want him to pitch in that Yankee series. And so maybe I don't know how that works. I mean, I would want him to pitch in the Yankee series at home. So if that means him starting the 3rd game against the Marlins, they probably won't do that. But I'm just saying, where do they go between them? Is it the Marlins first? I can't even remember now.
It's at Miami,
and then
at
what?
Tampa, and then the Yankees. So, yeah, I guess that's the question.
Is there a day off or 2 in there?
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 1, 2. Yeah, there's 1 day off. So he could pitch. He could pitch against the Yankees. He could get 3 starts It wouldn't be the home opener, but he could get the Sunday
As
start.
long as he pitches in that series against the Yankees, that's what I want to see.
That's what I want to see, too, Limits, now that I think of it. I want to see 3 starts in the first 3 series for him, no matter what you have to do.
What's going to happen in the beginning? He's not going to go more than 5 or 6 innings in the first start. So, you can control that at least to start the season. And
he can pitch on the 5th day each time. He opens the season at Miami. Then he pitches against Tampa, I think, in the first or second game of that series. And then he still gets normal rest and comes back on the 6th. Is that how you're configuring that?
Yeah, that's also how I'm seeing it. He should pitch that Sunday Yankee game. It's probably going to be Keller or Jones for that Friday opener. I can't imagine them pitching Bailey Falter or Andrew Heaney on that day.
And here's the other thing, and you've mentioned it, Bob. I want to see him pitch a ton of innings. I won't go so far as to say you might as well use him up before he leaves, for a bigger contract at some point. Because I don't think you can with this guy. Like, he's on board with this too. And if he wasn't, he wouldn't do it, him and his representatives. He wants to go 7.
Absolutely.
He wants to go 8. I think he has the body for it. I think he has the repertoire for it, where he's not just going to be throwing like a closer, for 7 innings, 100 miles. He figured that out last year. He's well beyond his years in his approach to pitching. And the most incredible thing I thought about last year was when the league punched back a little bit, especially on the fastball, on the heat. Then he punched back immediately, and he went into some starts and said, "You're barely going to see that. Look what else I got over here." So he's got that type of repertoire where he can almost pace himself through starts, like he's not overdoing it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, and I defer to him. If he feels good and he's cruising along, I'm not going to overmanage him and say, well, it's in the 7th inning now. It's time for me to go to whomever. I'm not doing that. If he's
to save him, save him for what? For
like
what?
If he
the
has,
Yankees?
if he's in 7 innings and he's got 110 pitches, I know that something's not right. Maybe he's not as accurate that day.
Sure.
But if he's cruising along at a really good pitch number, I'm not messing with him. So that's another prop bet for you, by the way. Who will lead the majors in complete games this year? And I put my money on Paul Skeens. I think they're going to do that.
I don't.
No, I
think
do.
they're going to be. I think they're going to be overprotective, and they're going to
maybe to start.
They're going to pretend they're saving him. And the answer is to what?
The thing is, there are not that many complete games in baseball these years. There really aren't. So, I trust that if he's cruising along, and again, a lot of this is predicated on what they do offensively. If they're winning games, making his life a little easier, I still think he's a good bet to win that thing.
Is he already a top 5 athlete in this century in Pittsburgh? I'm talking this century since the year 2000. Is he already? Who's the athlete of the quarter century here, Bob, that we're now hitting? Because we're in 2025.
You come up with that one out of the air, out of the blue here. And
I mean, it's obviously Sid, right?
Sidney, yes, but I mean, I'm trying to think of other options.
Troy Polamalu, Ben Roethlisberger.
You can even say in a short window, Antonio Brown at his time.
Antonio Brown, for sure. Gino
Malkin, even though he got disrespected with being 101 in the top 100, he's in there for sure.
That was embarrassingly horrible. I think, and Kutch, I think we just mentioned him. I think Sid is number 1. Do all 3 of us agree on that?
Yeah, that's a slam
dunk. That in this
dunk.
quarter century, he's Pittsburgh's top athlete.
I don't think it's as close to a slam dunk as people want to make it believe. I think it's a closer gap with Ben. I put Crosby 1, but I don't think it's that far between Ben and Sid.
There's 3 championships in there, and I think that's important. Well, what he's done internationally, all the things.
And I think Ben should be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
He will be a first ballot.
And I might put him number 2 on this list, but compared to Sid,
yeah,
Ben's never gotten an MVP vote.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the championships and just the individual accomplishments for Sid are what ultimately put him over the top. I'm just speaking from like a perspective with Ben of, I mean, obviously Sid's longevity is there as well, but I don't know. For whatever reason, I think that Ben should be closer in consideration to that.
I would go in some order, Bob. Sid, Ben, I think Troy is up there, AB, Gino, and Kutch. I think those are all the guys that deserve mention here. Is somebody weighing in with you on your text line right now with some names?
No, somebody just said they like the Skeens conversation, my friend Joe.
Yeah, it's a great conversation. Thank you to
Joe Massarelli is his name. He's a good man, and his grandson just qualified for the state in wrestling. He is a big-time recruit in football at Canavan, Bishop Canavan, and he's one of the only guys to do what he's done. So,
congratulations there. That's pretty cool. Would you agree with that? Can anybody think of somebody else who belongs there? Sid, Troy, Ben, AB, Kutch, and Gino. You have your Le'Veon Bells. You have your Flurries. You have your Brian Gileses.
Brian Giles, you can make it. No, I'm not going to make it in this case, but his time here was incredibly good.
He's one of the greatest Pirate hitters ever. So, in light of that, I think Skeens is already there.
In that, like, top 5, 6, 7 range.
Yes.
Well,
based on one season?
We're going to let this breathe a little bit, though, Joe.
Based on one season. That's where I would put him.
I mean, based on one season, if that was the case, should Jason Bay's Rookie of the Year season being thrown in there as well? I mean,
did Jason Bay have a generational rookie season where people watched him and said that might be the greatest baseball player we've ever seen?
No, but he also won Rookie of the Year, and it's also 1 year considering 25.
Okay. I'm putting him in there.
I think we need to say that he's definitely in that conversation, but we're going to see how this goes.
I know how it's going to go, Bob. Unless there's an injury, it's going to go the way of this guy being talked about with the greats of all time.
All right, so let's go how it goes then. It goes, well, let's say he does win a Cy Young.
Yeah.
So are you,
Limits won't have him in there
as
yet.
the Pirates going to come into next year and say you're still going to make what you make, which is less than $1 million?
No, you probably give him the little Garrett. Well, actually, they didn't give Garrett Cole a sweetener. How did it go
got
with
nasty.
Garrett Cole?
It's going to maybe go the same way, and I hope it doesn't.
Paul Skeens does not strike me as the type who's going to take a deal, a hometown discount to buy out a year of free agency.
And I also don't think he'll complain if he doesn't get one, but he will sock it away in his head and say, okay,
I mean,
you're going to play this game, you know where this is headed then.
Right. So wait a second. Limits, if he goes out there this year and wins the Cy Young and has one of the best seasons ever, he's still not in your top 5 or 10?
He would be, but we're not there yet. I mean, we're considering what has happened in the past 24 years, not considering, what's happening now.
Who had the greatest, separate topic, who's had the greatest single season in Pittsburgh sports in the year 2000? Since the year 2000. The greatest single season of anybody. Who? AB, maybe one of those years?
He'd be up there. McCutchen's MVP season was pretty good. I mean, his numbers also only like 84 RBIs and 20-plus homers.
Ben Roethlisberger, if you look at some of his seasons, where that year where he threw 12 touchdowns in 2 games, back-to-back 6-touchdown games, and that whole number, the numbers.
I think Skeens' season might have been the best. That's how crazy
it was. Let's go back to Crosby.
Crosby is up there. Sid's best season would have been the year he got hurt. I was writing stuff about is Sid ever? Is anybody ever going to get
so much time there? That was terrible. But you're right. He was on a heater, as they say.
I was writing is anybody going to get 200 points in a season again? That's the kind of heater he was on. He was. What year was that? He had 56 points he had 66 points in 41 games. He was on pace for 132 points and 64 goals. But as it is, his second year, 120 points, 36 goals. That's a pretty great season, right?
Yeah, it is.
And that year he won the Hart. I almost think that Skeens' year was more remarkable than that. I think it's the greatest year in Pittsburgh sports since when? You could say since that. Gino had a great year. Polamalu won Defensive Player of the Year. Kutch won MVP. I think this guy's season might have been better, Bob.
Might have been. Again, if you're going to take it right down to the season, he's in the conversation. I don't know if I'm going to put him on top of some of these other things. Roethlisberger's best season statistically, Troy with what he did in that season that he won, even Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown might be the actual pick there.
If you're looking at numbers, strictly numbers, you can't overlook him with that one. The one season where he really went off.
The 1 year he had 1,834 yards receiving. 129 catches. No, 136 catches for 1,834 and 10 touchdowns. I'll concede there. That's the greatest season in Pittsburgh sports since the year 2000. You agree, Limits?
I do. And how about the year before that? He had 129 catches. Or the year after that, he had 136 we're looking at the same thing. 1,698 yards, 13 touchdowns in 2014. 2015, 136 for 1,834, 10 touchdowns. That might be the greatest 2-year run of anybody back-to-back consecutive years in the last 25.
Well, I think Skeens is about to have one of the greatest years ever in Pittsburgh sports history. Am I going too far, Bob?
No, you may be very right. If we take away wins and losses, because I'm not going to use that as a barometer.
Nobody does.
What do you expect his ERA to be? What do you expect his strikeouts to be? And what do you expect his innings to be?
Well, what were his strikeouts per inning last year?
They were 10.5 or 11?
Yeah, I mean, if he threw 133 innings and had 170 strikeouts, let's get him up to, around 200 innings? Can we get him there? Bob?
Yeah, I think so. I think he wants to be there. Why wouldn't he want to be there? And why don't they let him go there? If everything's working well in a game, there's no reason to overreact and go to the bullpen.
The leader last year was Logan Gilbert in Seattle, 208. You had guys just above. I think he's going to get 200 innings. And I think he's going to get 300 strikeouts. And I think he's going to have an ERA of 1.75. How do you like that?
That's pretty low. That's really low.
Yeah, it's very low, Bob.
Sometimes all it takes is one or two really imploded starts to screw that all up. So I just think he's going to be good enough to be in the pole position for the Cy Young all season long. And I don't think anyone's going to knock him out of that.
City Dweller, you think 300 strikeouts realistic?
I don't.
No?
I think that maybe 270, 275. But if he pushes 300, that will be the best year by far in the last 25 years. We also left out T.J. Watt tying Strahan's all-time sack record, too. That was a really good season.
Yes. That I forgot about that. T.J. Watt, that might be your winner right there at 22 and a half
22,
sacks.
Yeah, that's a lot of sacks in 1 year.
That might be it right there. Now I'm trying to figure out his strikeouts per inning so I can prove limits wrong, Bob.
What did he say?
Skeens was 11.5 strikeouts per
I thought 11.1
last year.
Okay. Well, 11, almost 12 strikeouts per 9 innings. That's pretty good.
So figure out what he get in 200 innings at that rate. Does anybody here know math?
No.
I had a guy emailing me the other day shaming me and Bob for not being able to define a square foot.
Oh, I don't know how to define a square foot either. We bought some flooring for our new basement.
Yeah, he claimed that you and I are uneducated, Bob.
No, I just don't have the time to try to fit that. I do what I do. As I told my wife when I married her, don't expect much beyond that. If you're okay with that, then say yes, because I am not a handy person. My father did all of that. I don't, I get frustrated with that kind of stuff. Don't you? If you had to do something, I also think if I start a project and I'm not capable of doing the project, but in my mind I think I could, and I screw it up, I'm going to end up spending double the amount of money I would have spent if I just did it the right way by hiring someone. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. I feel that same way. If Skeens throws 200 innings, based on last year's strikeout rate, he'll have 256 strikeouts. I think he can get to 300.
Oh, now you're asking for... That's a lot.
I know it is.
That's a lot.
You're asking for a lot for the Pirates to want to put him out there in that situation, which they didn't show last year.
That's Bob's point. Do you think Bob thinks they will? Do you really believe that, Bob?
Yes, because he's their best option. Unless the pitch count is so exorbitantly high and they realize it's gotten too far. But if it's in the controlled range, like he's in the 8th inning and he's got 90 pitches, I'm letting him go until he gets through the whole thing. You know what I mean? If he goes 110 pitches, so what? He wants that.
I think that's a pretty good barometer that you've come up with, is about 110 pitches. And you know what? If he wants to go a little longer, go a little longer. I think you throw out these newfangled cautionary rules with him. Like, you don't go completely crazy, but you pitch him while he's here. He's not going to be here that long. At least I don't think so. Does anybody?
Well, and I think what they want to prevent is maybe he has an injury in the middle of this season or at the end of this season that hampers him next season. That would be their argument against.
I guess. I mean, like I said, you don't abuse him, but I think that he wants this. He's ready for this. So give him the ball and let him pitch. That's what I would do.
Me too.
Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have all kinds of treats with the show today. I've become a big fan of one of the college quarterbacks on the board here. You might call it a dartboard, Bob. And
no.
We're gonna talk about him coming up. Yeah, we're going to talk about him coming up. We're efforting Ryan Wilson off the combine. What other quarterbacks had good workouts? We have some quarterback news. At least I guess we do. I don't know. It's conflicting news reports, as it often is with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. And then we have one of the most ridiculous hockey blunders I've seen since Tristan Jarry assisted on the Islanders' huge goal in that series about 5 years ago. This one was Erik Karlsson, who springs more breakaways for the opponents than maybe anybody in NHL history. Does he lead the league in assists on opposing goals? Do we have a stat for that?
If we did, he'd probably be in the top 5
The
at
closest
least.
thing you have is a plus-minus, probably.
He'd win another Norris based on that.
Man, that was egregious. I thought the fourth goal was bad, too, where he was slow to the bench for a change.
Horrific.
And
Let's
you
talk
can't
about
do
it.
that.
Let's talk about that coming up. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And, Bob, I want to tell you about college basketball reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Robert Morris has a pretty big game Thursday night, I might add, hosting a conference tournament game. Right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets. When your first $5 bet wins, that's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Up next also, I want to ask these fine gentlemen and you if there's anything else you're feeling particularly good about in Pittsburgh sports, positive about. Anything? 412-928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Yankees spring training action that you can hear right here on 93.7 The Fan tonight at 6:30. Bailey Falter starts for the Pirates. Max Fried will pitch for the Yankees. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Reigning National League Rookie of the Year, Paul Skeens appears better than ever, and that's saying something after he went 11-3 with a 1.96 ERA and 170 strikeouts. Saturday, he unveiled 2 new pitches, if you can believe it, folks, in his arsenal: a cutter and a running 2-seam fastball. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on the combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You think it's just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet. Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number one Cochran Ford has just added a 5th store. And to celebrate the new number one Cochran Ford Youngstown, all their Western Pennsylvania locations have Ford Fab 5 grand opening savings. Pick any one of their 3 different $500 offers when you buy or lease a new Ford. Choose from $500 off MSRP or an extra $500 over KBB for your trade or $500 off dealer installed accessories. Plus, enjoy 5 times the selection with more than 950 models available to you. Learn more at Cochran.com or visit number one Cochran Ford, Monroeville, Allegheny Valley, or Butler County. 2025 Ford Escape applies to select new Ford vehicles in stock only. Extra trade allowance is over KBB instant cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. Excludes prior sales and pre-owned vehicles. May not stack with any other offers. Ends 3/31/25.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, for Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tristan Jarry coming back. We'll get to that at the top of the hour, what we think of that move. But first, back to Skeens for a minute. Actually, first, Bob, I've had this happen to me a number of times in the radio business, going all the way back to my very first shows on ESPN. Remember ESPN 1250 all those years ago? I had a 1-hour show, and I had Keith Law on that show. And then suddenly, when a lot Like when he was just starting into his media stuff, he was great, still is great. But then I noticed the callbacks from Keith Law as he got bigger, got less frequent. It happened to me with a certain person in hockey, and now I wonder a certain draft guru if this is happening, where we had him on all the time, and now I can't get the guy to return a direct message limits. This is the very definition of the Belfont snorkel, Bob.
Yep.
Now, you don't get the Belfont snorkel from anybody, so this probably has more to do with me than it does with them.
No, I mean, it depends on who you're dealing with. Sometimes they do get busy, but you're right. I mean, you've done a lot for his career in terms of putting him on all the time, making that dude relevant.
Yeah,
helping
at least
anyway, yeah. So,
and
if you can't do it, you can't do it. I have always said that at least say no. Yeah, I just can't. Yeah. For whatever reason, that's fine.
I feel like I've been big-timed. It's like the time I saw you at the elevator when you were walking with Heather Lyke and you patted me on the head, even though I
did acknowledge you, though, because I was involved in the conversation. I thought you were rude for trying to interrupt it.
Did you hear about that, Limits?
No, but now I'm offended for you.
It happened.
If anyone's offended, that's an interesting thing. When people say they're offended, right? That
Bob's
means
offended,
you have
I'm
a
offended.
problem, not me. I'm not responsible for you choosing
These
to
are
think
the
this
facts.
as an offensive comment or
These
something.
are the facts of what happened.
No,
and if there were a hidden
you're going to
camera,
skip out. He's going to skip facts.
If there was a hidden camera, this is exactly what would have been revealed. I didn't know Bob all that well at the time. We certainly weren't doing radio. I wasn't calling his show as Igor from Indiana yet or anything like that. But I did see him in the hallway before a basketball game, going up an elevator down in the bowels of the Peterson Events Center. And I had gone on the show down a number of times, so I was excited to see Bob. He was walking with a throng of pit people, including Heather Lyke, the athletic director. And I said very excitedly, almost like a kid seeing his hero, "Hey, Bob." Just like that. I was walking in the elevator, too, and Bob did not say hello. He petted me. Pet me.
Again,
patted
the
me
fact that he's
on the
leaving
head.
out, he's leaving this
He petted
out.
me on the head like
is that
I was a baby
involved.
sheep.
I was involved in a conversation. He interrupted the conversation, so I wanted to acknowledge that I heard what he said, but I couldn't take away from the conversation. You know what I'm saying? What am I supposed to do? And then if I ignore Heather and all those other people, they'd say, "What are you just?" We're in the middle of talking.
I don't know.
You did not respect the conversation.
If a hello is
a
that
pat
much
on the
of
head
a
was
pat.
an acknowledgement that I see you.
Pat on the head, a little pat. No, good to see you, Joey.
I'm surprised he didn't scratch me on the head like I was a little puppy.
You know, context is key here in this story here, Joe, and I understand where Bob is coming from.
All right. Well, let's get back to Skeens before we move on here. I have a question for you guys. I was just talking with our friend Craig Riley, our boss Craig Riley, and this question popped up in our conversation because we were talking about how Skeens could start the season opener in Miami, pitch a game in the Tampa series, and then get the last game of the home series against the Yankees, the home opener series. He claims, and I think he's right, that some people would want Skeens to start the home opener against the Yankees at all costs. What do you guys think? What would you rather see?
I say no to that because that game's going to be well attended anyway. The whole series will be well attended. I'd like to get 3 starts out of him in the first 3 series if I can do that.
So what would happen with the way that the schedule plays out is that Skeens would pitch on Thursday in that opener against Miami. His next go-around would be
Friday
against Tampa Bay.
Well, no, but if you're going to put him in the opener for that Yankee series, he'd be off for 8 days.
Well, he's saying what's going to happen now, though. He's going to start you think he's going to start the opener.
Yes, what I think will happen is he'll pitch the 27th. Then they have 4 additional games. They'll play the Marlins on the 28th, 29th, and 30th. Tampa Bay on the 31st. They'll have an off day. They actually won't have an off day. They'll play Tampa Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that week before the opener. So the way that it plays out, unless they skip a start or they move him back or whatever, he would pitch on Tuesday on the 1st of April against the Rays, and then his next time around would not be until Monday against St. Louis. Unless they decided to jump him up, like if they went in the 5-man rotation and didn't change his days pitched or whatever, he would not pitch until the Cardinals series.
Wait, why not? They have an off day on the 3rd.
Well, that's the thing. If they would go like somebody starts, then it's Skeens' turn, then he would line up for the Cardinals.
Absolutely. Based on days alone, he could pitch the opener in Miami, a game against Tampa, and the Sunday game against the Yankees on each fifth day, correct?
Correct.
With 4 days off.
Correct.
Then he needs to do that.
I agree. I don't think they will.
I don't care who you pull out or whose start you skip. Any of the other 4 guys, you skip their start, however it works. Keller, Jones, I don't care. He needs to start against the Yankees on that Sunday, Bob.
Yes, that's the way I would do it. And I don't think you have to have him in the opening home opener. I don't. I think as long as he pitches in that series, that's what people want to see.
That would be pretty powerful stuff, though. Do you want to see him in the home opener? Would you rather have them reconfigure so he pitches the home opener?
I'd be fine with it. But again, I'd be completely okay with seeing Jones or seeing Keller pitch that game out, too. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if he doesn't for me, especially knowing he gets the opening day start.
I just want to see him pitch as many days as possible if this team is going to contend, and that means 3 start in each of the first 3 series.
I'll say this. If it wasn't the New York Yankees, then I'd have a different opinion about this.
Me too, I think.
Because it's the Yankees and it's the first series of the year at home, I want to see him go against that team.
So do I. And part of me does want to see him go in the home opener.
But you can't have everything, though.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, this is why I patted him, Austin, because he wants everything. Not only does he want me to acknowledge him, he wants me to break away a conversation, which would then have gotten me in trouble with people I was dealing with.
What if you started him in the second or third game and then just rested him till the Friday game?
I don't want to do that. He's starting the season day 1 for me.
Why don't we find out from the people what they would want?
I think it would be great to hear from the people. I like hearing from the people.
412-928-9370, 928-9370. Paul Skeens is the best story in Pittsburgh sports. I think we all agree, us and everybody listening. He has a chance to have an all-time type of season on the mound. I mean, he's in his athletic prime right now. And he already was great. He already led the majors in ERA. He's adding to his arsenal. Forget about wins and losses. I've seen people text in. Yeah, he's going to have a bunch of those games where he, has a shutout for 7 innings and the bullpen loses it. I know. But nobody really pays that much attention to wins and losses anymore. It's about the other numbers. Strikeouts, ERA, stuff like that. Advanced numbers. But really, I think even like old schoolers who look at conventional stats, it's more about strikeouts and ERA. People realize you can only do so much with the wins part of it. Would you rather have him squeeze in 3 starts in the first 3 series, at Miami, at Tampa, home against the Yankees, even if it's that last game of the Yankees series, or do you want the Pirates to configure it where Skeens strolls to the mound at 4:12 p.m. on Friday, April 4th, against the New York Yankees to kick off the home schedule? Part of me, as I say it out loud, wants that to happen, Limits. I know you're going to be there, right?
I hope that we could go together and go there. That would be pretty fun. But, yeah, I'm definitely going to be at the home opener.
We've been going on some field trips lately, Bob, and we're going to the Robert Morris game together Thursday.
That'd be great.
We're bonding. Would you like to come?
I have to work.
Call in sick.
Yes.
It's his excuse for everything, call in sick.
I'm starting to talk myself into I want him on the mound Friday against the Yankees.
And some of the texters are pointing out that they want to see Skeens versus Garrett Cole on that Friday.
That's what I want to see, Bob.
All right. Well, if you're going to do that, then you're going to have to.
But what if Cole's not the guy for the Yankees? Exactly. What a matchup that would be, huh?
Yeah, those teams are not going to do it based on what people want to see. They're going to do it based on what they think is best for their rotation. And if it happens to be Cole versus Skeens, fine. But I don't think it's going to end up that way.
Now you're making me depressed.
No, I'm just saying I would love to see it, but they're not going to call one another and say, "Hey, we would like to have Paul Skeens against Garrett Cole. What's your rotation plans with him?"
Bob's making fun of you.
I'm not. I'm just saying you can't predict that.
Why,
so because
Bob?
you can't predict that, I want to get the most out of Paul Skeens. He starts in Miami day 1.
Why?
He starts in that Miami series or Tampa series at some point, and then he starts Sunday, even if it's on.
That would be nice. It would. I mean, to get him a start in each of the series. And it's also going to be cool to see him on the 27th in Miami to start the season. But part of me wants him on the mound that day. 412-928-9370. Fan text line, the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon. at the 937thefan.com contesting page, and the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Here's how big of a deal he is, Bob. The minute we were done with our segment, on comes Boomer Esiason for Odyssey National, for their Odyssey National Minute. And what's on the tip of his tongue, Limits?
Reigning National League Rookie of the Year, Paul Skeens appears better than ever. And that's saying something after he went 11-3 with a 1.96 ERA and 170 strikeouts. Saturday, he unveiled 2 new pitches, if you can believe it, folks, in his arsenal. A cutter and a running 2-seam fastball. Boomer Esiason.
That's national. That's a national person talking about a pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates who have been off baseball's radar, really, for the most part, for the last 8 or 9 years. But when this guy came up last season, he changed everything. And every one of his starts is going to be an event. I think it's going to be an event in this town. Like, if he gets off to this ridiculous start, I think every time Paul Skeens takes the mound, you're going to see something close to a sellout no matter what day of the week it is, and it's going to become like this amazing Pittsburgh sports event. Shall I call you Ron, Dr. Dick? What should we go with here?
You can call me Ron.
That's what he predicted last year, remember?
Did he? Oh, yeah, that's right. He did predict that, Dr. Dick did, Bob.
Okay. I don't even know what that context of that was.
Bob wasn't there for that.
Oh.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
The most dominant. You think I'm crazy right now, don't you?
No.
When I talk about some of the most dominant seasons of all time.
But I think you got to let it breathe a little bit. He does. And
I don't want it to breathe, Bob. I want it to happen. I'm sorry, that was going too far. How about Lefty Grove? Ron covered him in 1930, 28-5 with a 2.54 ERA.
That's pretty good.
How about Pedro Martinez in 2000, 18-6 with a 1.74 ERA?
What's the best ERA among starters ever? The best. Bob Gibson has to be on the list, if not at the top, right?
I mean, Walter Johnson. Ron covered his first game in 1913. He had a 1.14 ERA.
What about Bob Gibson's best?
He was 36-7. Walter Johnson.
In 1 year?
Yes, 36-7. They pitch complete games all the time. Then.
Oh, I know.
I was there. Greg Maddux had a 1.56 ERA. They're calling this the greatest season ever. Greg Maddux, at least this little chart I'm looking at. 16-6 with a 1.56 ERA. I don't think it's crazy to say that this guy has the ability to have one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen. Where's Bob Gibson's year on here?
Bob Gibson was completely consistent every year. He would always pitch complete games after complete games, and you knew what you were dealing with, because if you're too close to the plate, he would just throw right at you and get you off that plate.
And that's why they changed the mound, correct?
Mm-hmm. Do you have his ERAs? I remember one year where he had a ridiculous ERA.
Well, here's the best seasons for every single team. Bob Gibson, 1968, a 1.12 ERA.
That's what I remember, yep.
Third best mark since 1900. He allowed 38 earned runs across 300 innings. That's back when they threw 300 innings. He completed 28 of his 34 starts with 13 shutouts. I don't know if you're getting there.
Can you imagine that? 13 shutouts, complete game, all. Shutout. Just think about that.
Yeah.
We talk about marks that will never be broken again.
Right.
That could be one of them.
It can't be.
Just the nature of the game won't allow that to happen.
The Pirates' greatest season, according to this list, is the Candyman in 1977.
Candyman can.
The Candyman
can. The Candyman can.
20-5 with a 2.34 ERA. I'm not sure that Skeens already hasn't topped that with last year, but it wasn't a full season, so I'll give the Candyman that for now, plus the 20 wins. But I think Skeens, let's put it this way. I think he's about to have the greatest season in Pirates history on the mound. You like that, Bob?
I like that. And I think you could be right.
Limits?
I love that prediction, and the first thing that I think of when you say it is, so how far do they go if that's what he does? Or is this like a Mike Trout Angel situation where they still can't even crack the playoffs or get close to it?
4th place out of the wild card.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Very similar.
412-928-9370. We'll continue this. We'll move on to the Penguins, who are calling up Tristan Jarry and coming off an Erik Karlsson disaster of epic proportions. We'll talk about that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Deebo Samuel is off the market. San Francisco trades their star wide receiver to the Washington Commanders for just a fifth-round draft pick. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge home and garden show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dartboards, and professional billiard service. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
Hey, it's your pal Crowley here for Zero Res. Spring is just around the corner, and that means sunlight pouring through your windows. And you don't want that light to reveal pet dander. You don't want that light to reveal dust and dirt and salt stains. No, spring is about revival. It's about renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the over 10,000 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner, starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates baseball on the Fan tonight. It's a 6:35 first pitch as the Buccos and Yankees will play tonight. Bailey Falter on the mound for the Pirates, Max Fried for the Yankees. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan and also on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, did you hear that interaction with myself and Limits in the break? I said, I don't think you know, Limits, just how wonderful of a man you've become. And he said, no, I don't. I just think I'm okay.
He doesn't really believe that. He knows where he's going.
Have you read the feature stories on him, Bob? There was one in the Baldwin newspaper.
There's all these things going on.
I think you do know Limits.
There is no limit to the limits.
No, there's not.
We put no limits on what the achievements could be accomplished in the year 2025 and beyond.
And the other thing he revealed on Friday is that instead of a sandbox, and this blew up the text line, instead of playing in a sandbox as a child, he played in a rock box. His dad went out and filled a box with rocks, Bob. And so I think this was so he wouldn't drag sand around the house, but it seemed unusual, if not cruel. You?
A little, yeah. That seems strange.
No, it was just like little pea gravel, it's called. It's just like little, not like big rocks. I'm not just like sitting in a big rock
rocks
pit.
Are rocks. I mean, when you hear the word
rocks, Limits. You throw a kid in a box of rocks, you don't know what's going to happen.
Sand is there for your, so that you don't get injured. You have fun in it. You can play in it. Rocks.
Small little rocks that were basically like sand, but just a little bit bigger.
Maybe you swallowed one accidentally. You don't even know that.
You could swallow a rock.
No, I don't think there was any rock swallowing going on.
So
I don't think so.
So when you have kids, are you going to carry on this tradition? You're going to buy them a rock box or a sand box?
There might not be any box.
Okay.
Might just leave it at that.
An Xbox is all they have now.
There will be some swings. Yeah, how about this, Bob? I got ridiculed for going on the swings at 12 years old. I'm not allowed to swing on the swings at 10 or 12.
I still swing on the swings.
With the grandkids, whatever. Yeah, I swing.
He was talking at the age of 12, playing in a rock box, and then go swinging on swings.
You made fun of me for the swings. You just said you go on the swings.
I didn't. Other people did. Yes, once in a while. I don't make it a routine, but you're trying to distract us from the rock box that you were in at age 12.
I never said that it was a routine, and I threw 12 out there as just a random age.
Yes, you did say it. The texters can prove that. He was like Elf in that movie.
So I went through the sea of swirly gumdrops to the rock box.
Or Andy Reid in the punt, pass, and kick competition. Have you seen those
I've seen
videos?
That, yeah. That's pretty interesting.
10 times the size of everybody. Let's talk Penguins. Tristan Jarry is back. I think this is actually the right move to make for many reasons. I don't think you can lose here, which is to say you could lose a ton of games, which is winning. One of two things could happen here. Either he's good and therefore may allow you might have to pick up some salary and things like that, may allow you to get rid of this albatross contract if he's good for a while, at least in the offseason maybe. Or he absolutely stinks and falls apart and you keep playing him and it becomes like 1983-84 where you go with the worst goalie possible and continue to sink to the bottom of the league. I honestly believe this is the right move and I would play him a ton no matter what. You?
Well, I think, number one, this move is also being made because Joel Blomqvist is not ready for this, and it's shown. He had his opportunities here. I think you don't want to get in his head too much. I think if he were playing really good hockey, you wouldn't have seen this move. So I think it's a combination. But because he is and because they are where they are, it makes sense. You have to try to do something here to either rejuvenate Jarry's stock so that maybe somebody is interested, and it may not be a great trade, but just to save some salary.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Then you're going to buy him out, and that's the way it goes.
I mean, I don't think it would be a bad thing if he was horrible. Do you?
No, but I think it would be interesting if he put it all together and became real hot. And that would go against what you want to see happen. But my point is,
no, that would be 1A, in terms of best possible results, because then you might be able to trade him.
Right, and somebody may be willing enough to partake in that trade, which is maybe not the case right now with Erik Karlsson, because what he did yesterday is going to hurt. If anyone would have been interested, still is interested. You know what he is, and you know what you're going to get from him. But he doubled down on what you're going to get from him yesterday, and it cost him a game. So the other side of that is Rickard Rakell. 28 goals now, 2 more yesterday. He's as hot as it gets. Will his stock ever be higher?
No.
So
that's
March
obvious.
7th on Friday, we're going to find out a lot about where they think they are and where they think they're going.
Man, I'll say. And with Raquel, I haven't heard a good argument yet for keeping him. I saw somebody put out there that Sid needs to keep this streak of point-per-game seasons going, which is a remarkable streak. But that's not a reason to cost yourself a potential first-round pick, which is what I think they're going to get for him. Listen, this is from The Athletic. You just go around the league to what some of these teams need. Even Utah, prediction, they'll acquire a top 6 forward. That's a prediction for someone who covers them. New Jersey Devils looking for a top 6 forward. Montreal Canadiens, they want to acquire a roster player with term. They have a long-term need at center, right defense, and perhaps a top 6 winger. Who else here? LA Kings, they are looking to add a scoring winger. This is the time. Rickard Raquel has been an every other year type of guy. Had a bad year before he got here, was good when he got here, had a bad injury-plagued year, now having a good year. He's into his 30s. He's signed. It's unreal that at this particular moment in time, he may be the top player on the board. The Athletic had a board out there a week ago that had Brock Nelson, Rickard Raquel, and Seth Jones, third. Seth Jones has been traded since then. That leaves Raquel as one of the most enticing pieces on the board. You have to trade him. Yeah, you might get a better package in the offseason. Maybe. Who's to say he lasts until then? Like I always say here, Bob, there's a reason why guys are scratched right around the trade deadline in baseball and hockey because of the fear of injury. They would be derelict of duty not to trade him.
So if you see him in the lineup tomorrow against Colorado and then against Vegas playing on that top line, would you come away thinking that they're not going to trade him because therefore?
Maybe. I would say certainly for the second. I would sit him in both games. I mean, he would be so obviously on the line right now on the trade block, I should say. But they're not making it obvious at all, and a lot of people who cover that team think they're going to keep him for the simple reason that Sid needs a winger. Why does Sid need a winger? I don't understand. They're not winning. They're at the bottom of the league. I'm sure Sid can keep the points per game streak going. You know, with Brian Rust, he's not going anywhere. His no movement doesn't expire till the offseason. Between the power play, playing with Rust for 20 more games, I don't know that you need to make sure that Sid has Raquel on his wing for the next 3 years. What you need to do is take care of your franchise right now. And I think this guy could bring you a nice return.
What would that look like, a nice return?
I think a nice return would be a first-round pick and a younger player. That's what I think.
Well, hopefully there'll be a bidding war.
Maybe a second-round pick and a really good prospect, or maybe a first-round pick and a lesser player. I think that in the Seth Jones deal, right, Chicago got a first-round pick and a 23-year-old goalie. Spencer Knight.
And I think and Spencer Knight hasn't worked out in Florida the way they thought he would. But,
no, but a lot of people think he had kind of a bounce-back year this year.
But I also think that if you get a bunch of teams involved, they could drive the price up, and that's what you hope for. You just cited 4 teams or whatever who need this, who want this. I wonder about Carlson, and I know he has a no movement clause, and that's part of this whole conversation, but are there teams in need of that? A guy who can take you over the top from a power play point of view. You could limit his ice time if you're worried about.
I don't even think he's very good on the power play. I thought he was going to be good coming here.
But he has a history of being pretty good on the power play, generally speaking.
I don't know about that.
Not here necessarily, but throughout his career.
He's kind of a disaster on the power play, isn't he?
Well, he's one of the few people who had, 101 points a few years ago before he came here. It was like a minus 36 still with all those points.
I mean, to me, that was born of playing for basically an expansion-type team where you just rack up points. It's funny, Bob, when you look at his power play numbers, you want to know his power play goals, for example?
I know they're not much. I think he has a lot of assists, but I don't think he has many goals.
1 goal this year, 2 last year, 5, which is like not some outrageously high number, but that was in San Jose, where again, like you said, he was minus 26. Guess how many in 50 games the year before that in San Jose? None. The year before that, 3. The year before that, 1.
But he fits the profile of someone who should be able to operate the point as a quarterback.
Should be, but doesn't. Even his assist numbers are nothing wild. It's crazy. I agree with you. And I thought coming here that he was going to be a guy who could really help their power play. Letang is better than him running a power play, and that's not even Letang's strength. Never really has been. This guy is a disaster. Guess who leads the NHL in giveaways for the whole year? I'll give you three guesses.
Either him or Malkin.
It's Carlson with 111 giveaways. He leads the NHL. And the one yesterday belongs, I think they sent the puck straight to the Hall of Fame for the worst giveaway in NHL history. It's up there. Would you agree with that? That was one of the worst giveaways you will ever see if you watch hockey for the next 100 years. You won't see a guy turn around blindly with 4 seconds or whatever it was left in a period and give away a breakaway where a guy scores with 0.1 second left. That was epic.
Well, first of all, you're in the offense, you're in the attack zone, okay? You would think there's no time for someone to come down and get that opportunity unless you put it on a silver platter and the guy has speed. And I give Knies a lot of credit because he anticipated and must know that Carlson is capable of doing that. There was no reason to do that. You win the faceoff, shoot the puck. You're only 5 seconds left. You don't have to start getting fancy with passes. He goes to a flat-footed Gino, and the next thing you know, Knies is on his way. I never thought he was going to get there in time, Joe. I never did. I thought there's no way he's going to get – it has to –
crazy.
And in hockey, that goal, it's not the shot like in basketball. Get it off. It's got to cross the goal line. It was very, very, very close. But still, how do you allow that to happen? They had 2 goals in the last minute, and that one on the 4th goal – he is kind of nonchalantly going back to the – and it created an opening in the middle of the ice, and wouldn't you know, Jake McCabe saw it, took advantage of it, Tavares buried it. 2 breakaways in the last minute of a period.
I don't know, man. It's just you wonder. He's never won anything, and you just wonder. He doesn't strike me as a guy, Bob, who would crawl across broken glass to win. I don't know. Maybe that's unfair, but he doesn't strike me as that.
I just think he gets caught up in being Erik Karlsson.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't do that. Sometimes you have to realize, okay, I'm Erik Karlsson. I'm $11 million, and I'm an offensive defenseman. You get that in your head so much that you forget that you have another responsibility in that role. And practical, simple plays are prudent. Now, Mike Sullivan was asked about that, and he took a high road answer. But I got to believe he was absolutely seething with the fact that he has 2 people over there who are really Hall of Fame type players, just allowing that to even happen. You know, if it was Ryan Shea who did that or somebody else, that guy would have limited ice time the rest of the way. But they keep throwing Karlsson out there.
It's just a horrible fit at this point in Penguin history. It's just that they can't win, and why is he here? When the trade went down, I think everybody was like, "This is great." Although I did wonder in a column the next day, I wrote that Mike Sullivan now has 3 of the greatest puck mismanagers and managers on the same team in Malkin, Letang, and Karlsson. And it was easy to say whenever that trade went down, I don't remember what month it was easy to say then that this is going to be a happy marriage with Sully and Karlsson. This is the exact opposite of the type of player that Sully values most. And I predicted he could drive him crazy, and that's exactly what's happened here. But now you're stuck with another albatross contract forever. I love the deal when it went down. I admit that. But it's turned out horribly. So it does go on. If you're ranking Kyle Dubas's trades, this is another horrible trade. Just terrible. Signings, trades, whatever. I mean, this guy's made more horrific moves than Ron Hextall. He really has. Do we have Karlsson from after the game? This was him talking about his no trade, and I was having trouble sort of interpreting this. Nobody asked, at least to me, the obvious question, which was, Eric, if they do ask you to waive it, are there teams that you would go to? I'm not asking him to specify teams.
Right. Yes or no.
But nobody asked. He has a quote that you're about to hear, I think, where he says, well, I haven't been asked yet, and I'll make a stance then, but they haven't approached me yet.
So then the follow-up is, well, what if they ask you? What would you do?
Are there any teams for for which you would waive your no movement clause?
I'm sure he has that spelled out in his contract, probably.
Or is this just done? Would you go anywhere, or are you absolutely staying here? It's just begging for that question. At least I didn't hear it. Maybe I didn't see all the quotes. Go ahead.
Address that then. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so can you elaborate on that and any thoughts you have on that matter?
Yeah, I think it's just, we were talking about, how do you deal with, what's coming up, and obviously in my situation, I have full say on whether anything happens or not. I have not been asked, and until I do get asked, whenever that is, and if that is, I'll take a stance. Until then, I'm not worrying about it, because again, I have nothing to worry about, because I will know. I'll be the first one to know, I'm sure, and then I'll deal with that situation if that occurs. Up until now, it hasn't, so it hasn't been on my mind, and it's not something that I've, walking around thinking about. But it obviously is a stressful time here for most of this group right now with the situation we're in, and everybody's been around long enough to know what's going to happen. Most likely, and that weighs on you. As for my situation, like I said.
So he said, take a stance. I'll take a stance on it.
I'll take a stance.
But he also said, I have total control, I think he said, or complete control.
He does.
So therefore, makes it sound like that he's going to say, I don't want to go anywhere. And if he does, then they have
Now, maybe that
go.
got asked and wasn't on the clips, but to me, the follow-up, again, is, okay, are you 100% staying here no matter what then? No matter which team they would deal with?
This is the problem with no trade clauses. It really limits you. And once it came into the sport and it's expanded to players who shouldn't honestly be given them, I always thought it was just very small minority of players who were so good and so elite.
Yeah.
And he doesn't fit that with me. He's a very good player, but, to give him he obviously had that when the Penguins acquired him. That was part of the deal. He had that already written in, so they probably had no choice in it all. But, man, it's hard because then it limits everything you can do.
It's just a terrible situation with him right now and all the money he's making. Do you think another team would be enticed to take him at
How much would you be willing to pick up? I started to think a 50-50 split, but now I'll even go higher. If I have to save $4 million, I'll pay $7 million.
Man, that's a lot of money for a guy not to play for you. But
it's
I do
$4 million less.
I know it is. And other people out there saying you're going to wind up having to bring back salary to make the trade work. I'm fine if they trade him in the off season, but at some point, I mean, this is beyond disastrous. And then you also have tens of millions tied up in Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry. What are we doing
did you see
here?
He had his first point the other day. First point.
I led the next day with what's more remarkable, Steph Curry's 56 or Ryan Graves 1. How did he not have a point in 42 games?
I don't know. But did you see his play on the first goal by Max Domi?
Yeah.
He kind of, Blomqvist sort of left it for him. He kind of just threw it into the boards. Next thing you know, he loses possession, and it results in a goal.
I'm just
a simple play.
Yeah. I'm just baffled as to why people seem to have full faith in Kyle Dubas that he's going to execute this magical rebuild. And can you believe all the great stuff he's done so far? Like, what? A lot of people can attach draft picks to trades. It's not that hard to do. And he's got plenty of time, and maybe he will execute an incredible rebuild. I just don't know what about his career so far indicates that this is a guy who's like smarter than the rest. Do you guys? Is there evidence of this anywhere?
I mean, what would you pinpoint as the best thing that Kyle Dubas has done in these 2 years?
That's a good question, Bob. Maybe
the best thing that he's done.
What is it? We can tell a lot of the worst things that he's done really quickly.
Some might say the Jake Gensel trade, but he traded one of the best players since then in the league in Jake Gensel.
Yeah, I think the best thing he's done is try to acquire picks, and he has a lot of them coming up, and what he does with them will define his ultimate stay here because he has to hit on them now.
So we won't know.
No, you're not going to
won't know for many, many years is what you're saying
Well,
there.
and that's the thing about hockey. You have 15 picks in the top 3 rounds, 29 picks overall in the next 3. Okay, fine. But when was the last time you saw somebody in the first round who's not a, quote, generational player emerge in 2 years or a second or third round pick. You normally do not get that. It takes several years for that to happen. Now, what he has to also do is shave some of that payroll, so he can get out from under it and make some signings that would help in the meantime.
I guess the Pedersen deal I liked to get a first-round pick out of that deal, and he was just wildly praised for that trade. The praise from Pittsburgh hockey media for this guy is unlike anything I've ever seen. He's made two of the worst free agent signings, or two of the worst signings, I should say, in the history of Pittsburgh sports, in Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry. And then we could go up and down with a bunch of other bad moves. Riley Smith was a terrible signing.
All these other guys, they just released Matt Nieto, did they? Guys they brought in, and, you give, again, it's
Nedeljkovic was a bad signing. He's not a good goaltender.
No, at the time it looked like it was going to be okay, but you're right. Now it's revealed itself as just an average guy. Although you have to also say the defense in front of these goalies has been terrible too.
Yeah, that too.
They give up too
Ryan
many.
Graves is a big part of that, isn't he?
Yes.
And then he reacquires P.O. Joseph. For what?
Yeah, that I don't understand. Even Kevin Hayes. I understand why they got Kevin Hayes.
They got the draft pick attached, for which, again, he was disproportionately praised for getting a draft pick attached to that.
But it's a second-round pick, too.
Yeah.
It may never turn out to be anyone. We'll see. You have to hit on these things, though. If he's going to make a turnaround, that has to happen.
How confident are you, scale of 1 to 5, that Kyle Dubas is the right guy to bring the Penguins back to glory? 1, you have 0, 5, he's going to do it.
I hope I'm at a 4, but I'll say 3. Because I just, drafting, we really haven't seen a lot of his work from drafting. We've seen a lot of trades. We've seen a lot of free agent signings. We have not seen guys that they drafted. Now, they have some in their system. Whether or not they're going to be up here sooner rather than later, we'll see. But so it's hard for me to gauge that, but I'm hopeful that he can get it done.
Well, we have him from Toronto, and there was some...
See, the thing about Toronto, they were just in town yesterday. His whole thing in Toronto, the biggest criticism he faced was not solidifying the goalie. They have Austin Matthews and all his firepower, and they never had a goalie situation that worked. So he comes here, and the first thing he does is sign Jarry to 5 years, brings in Nedeljkovic, and then what happens in Toronto, they come up with two guys who are doing a pretty good job. Yesterday, not so much. But Joseph Woll and Stolars, who is... these two guys have given them better goaltending they've had in the last 5 years. Whether or not it's good enough to be a Stanley Cup contender, I don't know. Because from what I saw of them yesterday, they look very sloppy for being a Stanley Cup contender.
Yeah, I'm definitely not sold on them. Now,
but it's been better than it's been since he left.
Well, we'll see in the playoffs.
I understand
that's
that,
all
but I'm saying,
matters.
Well, okay. But if they do take a step and goaltending's good because of it, there you go.
Well, there's no doubt that he had one mission in Toronto. The heavy lifting was done. All of their best players, except Tavares, were already there.
It's similar to Pittsburgh.
He needed
they had
to fix
all
it.
this talent, all this high-end scoring talent, and they had to figure out something to get them beyond that so that they didn't win.
They needed to figure out the goalie, and he never did it.
57 years it's been since they've won.
He won one playoff
57
series.
years since
He
they've
won
a
one
Stanley
playoff
Cup.
series in Toronto. Lou Lamoriello did the heavy lifting in Toronto. Dubas couldn't cash in. Then he came here and almost immediately made two of the worst moves in Pittsburgh sports history based on the tens of millions spent. And then his drafting record in Toronto, they had a good year in 2018, a very good year drafting. But how about 2020? Now, their first-round pick, I believe, that year had a severe medical issue. Having said that, they made 12 picks in 2020 in Toronto. Guess how many NHL points those 12 picks have combined for, Bob? We'll just go with 11 because the top pick again was 0. Does that infuse you with great confidence?
No. I'm more like
but that's
2.
what I'm saying. Now, everyone's going to, you're going to say, okay, he has these picks. That looks good. You got picks. What do you turn the picks into, and how soon do the picks provide results here?
Well, my take would be you accumulate more and more and more, and that gives you just mathematically
yeah, but based on what you just said there, 0 for 11,
right?
You better have.
Well, give me more first-rounders. The idea of keeping Rickard Rakell, does anybody out there have a good argument for keeping Rakell when he's clearly and obviously more marketable at this second than he ever has been or ever will be in his entire career for a team that's sinking to the bottom of the league? Somebody out there give me a good argument at 928-9370 fan Twitter. And keeping Sid's point per game streak alive doesn't qualify. Sid will do that on his own just fine. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up, let's continue our Penguin conversation as to whether you have any faith in Kyle Dubas, the Erik Karlsson disaster, and Raquel has to be traded by Friday, right? Let's go to the Good Feet store, Bob.
The Good Feet store. Have you had bunion issues or corn issues or
no corn
plantar
issues?
fasciitis issues?
No, but people have all of those and more. I had what I thought was arthritis in the joints of my big toes. It might have been. I don't care anymore about the diagnosis. I care that my pain lessened when I went to the Good Feet store. Worked for me, could work for you. The Good Feet Foot Arch Support System, designed to provide pain relief, balance, or comfort. It could be any one of those things that Bob mentioned, maybe pain in the lower back too. It's quitting time around here with New Year's resolutions. It has been for a while. One of those is, I want to walk more, but my feet hurt every time I go out. Well, this could work for you. You can visit one of the stores or go to goodfeet.com. I went to the store in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township on Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. So come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins picked up a point against Toronto, but have lost 2 games in a row. Still last place in the Metropolitan Division standings. The Pens will play Colorado tomorrow at 9 o'clock on the road. The NHL trade deadline is Friday at 3 p.m. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 24 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Matthew Stafford re-signed with the LA Rams, which leaves some NFL teams looking for answers. The Giants and the Raiders were in hot pursuit of Stafford and now have to make a strong pivot to their plan B or even plan C. My question, does that mean these teams dive into the veteran quarterback market or look to this year's draft, which is not exactly brimming with top-end talent? I'm Maggie Gray.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Hi, I'm Raj.
And I'm Kaylee. And we're a Henny couple.
I'm so happy I chose Henny. Our sales associate, Megan, was patient and kind during the whole process, and she helped me pick the perfect ring to give to Kaylee. I'd recommend Henny to anyone looking to find that special ring.
Raj proposed on the beach in Cancun, and the ring is absolutely perfect. Thank you, Henny.
Check out Henny Jewelers on their website at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
Nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home, just like I do. Hey, it's Dan Zang really letting you know that Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing with their newest location in Scott Township on Cochrane Road. Find out more at allegiantfcu.org.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with TruGreen. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard so your lawn can look like a fairway. Right now, you can sign up and get one free application. Plus, with their price match guarantee, you know you're getting the best value. And if you're not satisfied, TruGreen will come back to make it right. Don't wait. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a free application and let the pros handle your lawn while you enjoy the results. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. 93.7 The Fan would like to thank everyone who attended the Fan 15 anniversary party. We look forward to continuing to bring you the best sports coverage and talk in Pittsburgh. Special shout out to our fine partners, including Boyd and Blair Vodka and Rum, East Suburban Sports Medical Center, Hampton Beer Outlet, New Flow Men's Health, Icy Light, and Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette. Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out. Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity will be holding a Casino Royale on Saturday, March 29th at Live Casino. For tickets, go to cwhfh.org/gala. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Penguins trade deadline coming. There seems to be this idea, and I'm not saying it's without merit, that maybe a half or three-quarters rebuild is good, is the way to go. Because other teams like Chicago get buried in the full rebuild, tear it down to the studs thing. I hear that. But the way the Penguins are going right now, and the nature of the sort of the typical player they have right now, which is low to mid to upper 30s, tells me that they are one of the teams that should launch a full as possible. You're not going to move Gino, I get it. You may not move Rust, although his, I think, full no movement expires this summer. Letang's a different possibility. Josh Yohe has written that maybe he would move. Carlson, you beg him in the offseason, and for now you absolutely trade Raquel. And then other parts, you just get what you can. I think Grzelcyk has probably made himself into a marketable player, not for anything good, but you just basically, I think, as much as possible at the deadline and this offseason. I realize it doesn't all happen at the deadline. I think they are a strip it down to the studs candidate. I think that's the best way to go.
So before you endorse that, and I know that when you do it, sometimes you can, somehow Washington has done this. I know they had help in getting some contracts off the books. I get that. But they've done a very shrewd rebuild right before your very eyes. But look at Connor Bedard. That poor guy is struggling right now because he has nothing around him. You get a generational type of pick in a rebuild, if you have a number one pick, you better make sure you have things around him because he's developing some bad habits now. I noticed their play overall is not all that good. They're still looking now. At some point, you have to just load up on things and hope they all hit. And if they don't, you end up like them. Even Detroit, for that matter. If you want to talk about Detroit, when they're 25 years.
They're getting there.
They're getting there. But how many years? When was the last time they made the playoffs? They had a 25
It's been a while,
It's been like 7 years.
But all those young draft picks, and they're still in their young, early to mid-20s, they're starting to come together.
But listen, I say this to show you how difficult it is to go through this process.
Oh, I know, but we're there. There's going to be no easy way out. Even the Capitals, everybody thinks that they never really rebuilt. Okay, maybe they didn't sink to the bottom, but they did go 6 straight years without getting out of the first round. One year they didn't make the playoffs. They were a non-contender for 6 straight years. That's a long time. Now they're out of the wilderness. And they did get lucky. They got lucky when, Oshie and Backstrom went on long-term IR. That freed up millions and millions of dollars for them to make moves. Good for them. They're an exception. I don't know that I look at them as a team, the Penguins can emulate them. I'm not so sure about that. They did
make a good goalie trade. It turned into a guy they just signed for $8 million a year, and the only reason they did it is because they felt they needed to make a change, and they were bold about that.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of stuff that I want to see Kyle Dubas. I want to see him pluck players.
He's allergic to goalies, first of all, from his time in Toronto. There's some horrible chemical reaction when it comes to Kyle Dubas and goalies. Bob, I don't know what it is.
I don't know, but, Logan Thompson's been terrific for Washington. And they even signed their backup today, I noticed, to a 3-year deal for $9 million.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's hit a couple calls on the Penguins limits.
Grant is on the road. He wants to keep Rickard Rakell.
Hey, Grant.
Hey, Joe. Hey, I honestly just think it comes down to just keeping Sid happy. He brought you 3 cups. You traded his buddy last year. Keep his buddy here. That's really what it comes down to.
I mean, do you really think that's a good reason? And that's A. B, is Sid happy right now? Sid's one of the greatest winners in the history of hockey. He's going to be pissed off and sad no matter what happens these days. I just don't see, if I give you the choice of keeping Sid, reasonably content with a line mate, who, by the way, for all we know, since he's on the every other year plan, won't have a good year next year, to not take a first-round pick for that reason, I don't know. I guess I get the logic. It wouldn't be my logic.
I don't get the logic. I understand why Sidney Crosby needs to be consulted with all of this, but he has to be in on what they're doing. And if he is in on what they're doing, then he would endorse something like this.
What, did he endorse the Gensel deal? I highly doubt that.
Okay, but the fact that it happened tells you where they're headed.
Should tell you where they're headed, yes.
So he knows where they're headed, right? I don't know. I mean,
where are they headed? To a partial, mini, maybe, kind of, sort of, half, let's keep Sid happy rebuild, or to a rebuild? Where are they headed?
We're going to find out on Friday, I think. A lot more evidence will be on the table.
It sounds so impressive when people say, I don't forget how many picks in the next, they have 28 picks in the next 3 years. Wow, 28 picks. Wow, when's the next parade? Even if half of them turn out great, the next parade's not for 8 more years.
I get it.
And I told you they made 12 picks in Toronto in 2020, really 11 because the first-round pick had a medical issue.
Let me throw
they're
this
0
at
for
you.
11 right now.
Let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
Maybe they feel that they're still good enough up front to win if they solve their goaltender. Let's say they had a really solid goaltender this year.
If you ask Kyle Dubas
what would that have done? I'm just asking. What would that have done to their game, to the way
Put them on the fringe of a wild card in a first-round blowout. They'd be the Steelers. I'm glad they're not the Steelers. I'm glad they're sinking to the bottom of the league. And by the way, Bob, I did on Tankathon.com a little simulated lottery. You can do that. You can do that.
That's funny.
They'll run the ping pong balls for you. And on the one I did today, the Penguins wound up with the first pick.
And who might that be?
Not Sidney Crosby or Mario Lemieux, I'll tell you that, or Connor McDavid. It's not that kind of year.
No.
And I don't see a year like that coming.
Yeah,
and that's been the salvation of the Penguins.
I'm sure they're having meetings right now about what and this deadline's coming up. He has to start getting active on the phone and listening at least to these opportunities.
Yeah.
And if I am surprised that no one's gone to any, like a Carlson to this point and asked him anything. I mean, it's pretty late in the process, don't you think?
Yes.
I would have asked that a long time ago.
That's the other story there. You're right. He hasn't even been approached. So between how much is Carlson's cap hit for the Penguins? Because I know San Jose.
Yeah, it's a large percentage of it.
Picks up a decent amount of that anyway. Right? Limits?
Yeah, San Jose takes 13% of it, of the original contract.
Yeah, but that leaves 87% with them. Interesting number.
So his cap hit's 11.5 until, what does he have? 2 more seasons left at 11.5. Which for the Penguins, I think, comes in around 10.
Yeah, it's exactly 10.
So they have $20 million more in him. What, 15 or 20 in Jari, 15 or 20 in Graves? That's 20, 30. They have somewhere in the neighborhood, this GM has somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million tied up in Ryan Graves, Tristan Jari, and Erik Karlsson.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Think about that. Got another call there, Limits?
Here is Tony in Rhode Island.
Tony.
Hello, Tony.
Tony.
Oh, Tony.
Bob, you know what? His favorite? No, forget it. I'm not even going to say it. Thank you, Tony.
Don't you, Joey?
Tony! It's not that, Tony. It's definitely not that, Tony. Let's get a report live from spring training next, shall we, Bob?
Yes, love to talk about that with the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. John Perrotto.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what he thinks of people like Henry Davis. Connor Griffin's made some noise down there,
But he was
right?
sent down.
Yeah, but still, I know he's not going to make the team, but he impressed, I think, while he was here.
Yes,
an actual position player. How far away is Termarr Johnson? Everything with John Perrotto, who spent some time in Florida. We'll talk to him next. First, let's talk about Gina Giampietra, one of my favorite topics. Kelly and Kevin recently worked with Gina because they'd found a new home that they wanted to buy and needed to sell their home in Murraysville. They said Gina was excellent to work with. Her experience was evident every step of the way. Gina able to get some great results for Kelly and Kevin. Within 4 days, Gina had sold their home for over the asking price and helped Kelly and Kevin buy their new home for under the asking price. That's your over-under for the day, Bob. If you're looking for great results, Be sure to call Gina. You can't lose. You sit down with Gina, you choose a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold, Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina Giampetro from RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball put up a fight but lost against number 19 Louisville at the KFC Yum Center on Saturday, 79-68 the final score. Panthers have lost 3 games in a row. They're now 11th place in the ACC. Quite possible that the Panthers will play on the first day of the ACC tournament. Pitt will play against NC State on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. Hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan with the pregame show beginning at 6:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, today will be around 10 to 15 degrees warmer than we were yesterday, and the warm-up will continue on Tuesday with highs a good 20 degrees warmer than today. Highs today should hit the mid to low 40s with temperatures just at the mid-30s as we head into the afternoon. Overnight temps should dip to the low 30s before we warm up to around 60 degrees on Tuesday. Our next rain and storm chance comes on Wednesday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Celebrate Ashley's 80th anniversary by getting a great night's sleep. Buy a Beauty Rest Black mattress and get a free adjustable base, putting the luxury of custom comfort and function at your fingertips. Plus, enjoy even more flexibility with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payment required. See store for details.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platform.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on Federal Returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 10-4 in spring training action against the Detroit Tigers yesterday, but Henry Davis hit his first home run of the spring. Derek Hall also went yard, and Andy Rodriguez, 3 solo home runs for the Pirates. Rather, Rodriguez was a 2-run home run, I should say. And the Pirates lost against Detroit. Buccos are 9-3 in spring training. Buccos and Yankees tonight, 6:35 game that you can hear right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Bailey Falter, now wearing number 6, changed his number, will pitch for the Pirates against Max Fried. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. John Parado joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Sturkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, let's go back out to the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, where we find the one and only John Parado, who spent some time in Bradenton. He's safely back home in Pittsburgh. And Johnny, I guess I'd just like to start out with the single most impressive thing you saw during your time in Bradenton. Could be, I don't know, a draft pick, a rookie, could be Paul Skeens, could be something we don't think about. But what were you just blown away by, if anything, during your time in Bradenton?
Well, I was only there 3 days, unfortunately, so I didn't get to see a lot. But I was blown away that Paul Skeens, who already had such a great rookie year last year, winning Rookie of the Year and finishing third in the Cy Young vote, had added more pitches. And I don't know if he can get any better than he did last year, but maybe he will. He added a sinker, or not a sinker, but a sinker, a two-seam fastball, and also a cutter, which is like a version of a kind of a shorter breaking slider. And just watching him throw them in a bullpen session, and I realized a bullpen session not quite the same as a game, but it was pretty impressive. And I was really impressed talking to him. How much better he wants to get. He's certainly not resting on a fantastic rookie season.
Yeah, you seem to have conversations with him from time to time. I was just reading your story headline, Paul Skeens wants to be more than an ace. What does that mean? Like, what kind of conversation did you have with him? What did he say? And how does he impress you just as a person?
He impresses me as a no-nonsense type guy. And that's not to say he doesn't have any personality. He's not a good guy. He just he wants to win, and he wants to win badly. And, the story you alluded to, the column was he wants to be a leader on the team. And that's kind of hard to pull off a lot of times for a pitcher, be a starting pitcher, especially because, you're only on the mound every fifth or sixth day. And he is also just 22, which I realize is kind of hard to believe with everything he's accomplished. But he's really just a kid. But he already has the type of personality. He has the type of respect, which is the biggest thing in that clubhouse, or I do think he can become a team leader here very early in his career. And I think as much as anything, his hard work ethic and his attitude is a great way to lead by example, if not, get up in somebody's face when something goes wrong.
So today is March 3rd, 2025, Johnny. I want to get a name from you, somebody that we'll be talking about on October 3rd, 2025. Somebody not named Paul Skeens or Jared Jones, people we know about. Give me a name of somebody who you think will have the kind of season that we will be talking about basically 7 months from now.
I'm going to go with Mike Burrows, who did make his debut in the last weekend of the season in New York at Yankee Stadium last year and got the win in middle relief. He's kind of been the forgotten man here, Bob, the last few years. He had Tommy John surgery, didn't pitch at all in 23. He's one of that whole group of pitchers in Indianapolis with Bubba Chandler and Thomas Harrington and Graham Ashcraft, 4 really pretty good prospects there in the rotation of AAA Indy. He's probably ranked the lowest of the 4, but I liked what I saw. And again, it was only 2 2/3 innings last year. But this guy was in the Futures game a couple of years ago before he had his Tommy John surgery. So he's become a little bit of a forgotten guy, and I think in the shadows of some of those other prospects that he's going to have a good season, and we're going to see him in Pittsburgh at some point. I have the feeling, just in the bit I've talked to him over the years, that he has the maturity and makeup to be able to handle pitching in the big leagues.
I'm glad to hear that, because I think they need more and more of those guys, if for no other reason, to trade them to acquire other things. Do you think the Pirates even think that way, John? I mean, that they would look at it, we have a surplus of young pitching, and I realize you can never have enough of it. I get it. That's why they have those guys down there. But you also have a deficit when it comes to hitting and bats and power. Can they do that? Would they consider doing that? And if so, who would be the two guys maybe that you would trade if you had a chance to get a legitimately good bat?
Well, that's a great question. I think Bailey Falter would be one guy that I would think about trading, because he did have a pretty decent year last year. He's still relatively young. He's got like 3 more years of control before he can become a free agent, and everybody likes lefties, so I think he would be somebody that would get you something back. I don't know if he would get you a premier type player, but he certainly could get you a useful hitter. They did trade Luis Ortiz for Spencer Horwitz, and so far, because of injury, that hasn't worked out at all. But, I definitely wouldn't give up Bubba Chandler of those guys at AAA. I think he's going to be the best of the 4. But certainly, I think if you could get a good young hitter for Harrington or Burrows or Ashcraft, then I think certainly I would consider doing it. And if you were to get a real impact hitter, you might have to give up Mitch Keller. I don't know if I would necessarily want to do that, but I would think in the right trade I would consider it.
Johnny, Matt Gorski, do you think that there's any possibility he could end up being a guy at first base who's had a really good spring that could fill in for Spencer Horwitz on the IL?
He could be. I mean, the guy. No one's ever doubted Matt Gorski's talent. I mean, he can hit, he can run. He has put up some home run numbers in the minor leagues. Not huge, but he has shown the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark. I mean, no one's ever questioned his talent. He just hasn't been able to put it all together. And, maybe this is the time he does it. I don't get too excited about spring training statistics because, I've seen a lot of people over the years. I think of Mark Johnson. I think of Matt Haig, the current hitting coach, tore up the Grapefruit League. And then when the season started, not so much. So, I want to get too excited about the first week, 10 days of spring training games, but he certainly does have talent. And when you have talent, it is possible, but again, I wouldn't bet a large sum of money on it.
John Parado from Pittsburgh Baseball Now on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can talk to our friend Limits on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I don't put much stock in spring training stats either, John, but, doing good beats doing bad, I suppose. And Endy Rodriguez and Henry Davis are both having pretty nice springs, both with the OPS over 1,100. Who's more likely to make the team, and is there a chance both will?
I think if I had to go right now, and not really going on spring statistics, just on the vibe I got when I was there and over the winter, I would say Endy Rodriguez probably has a little bit better chance. But Henry Davis certainly is making his case here early on. He's 4 for 12 with a couple doubles and a home run. And, the other scenario I think could happen is that you see both Endy Rodriguez and Henry Davis go back to AAA, where they would have a chance to play more often, and maybe Jason DeLay begins the season as the backup catcher to Joey Bart. Not saying that will be the arrangement all season, that Endy or Henry or both of them could eventually work their way to the big leagues, but the Pirates have a lot of ways they can go with their catchers. They made it clear that Bart's the number one guy, at least to start the season. But they have a lot of depth and a lot of flexibility, and it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to shake out this whole catching situation toward the end of camp.
It sounds to me like, I don't know, I'm a big proponent of Davis being up here. I don't care. He's 1-1. To me, he's got to be up here. And if he's having a good spring, to me, that's an indication that he needs to be up here playing, whether it's backup catcher 2 days a week, DH 3 days a week. He and Andrew McCutchen split it. Do they look at it that way at all? Are they trying, if he has a good spring, to create opportunities for him at this level? Because I would be.
I don't get the feeling they're going far out of their way to do that. I think they would like to, in a perfect world, see him earn his way onto the team this spring. And, I will say this about Henry Davis. He cares probably almost too much sometimes to his detriment. He's a hard worker. I mean, he's one of the first guys there at the ballpark every day, sometimes the first guy and one of the very last people to leave. And, he says that he wants to be more relaxed at the plate this year, that he puts too much pressure on himself. And I would agree. He's been wound pretty tight during his times in the big leagues. And I think, and a good example for him to follow, Bob, would be Joey Bart. Joey Bart did the same thing in San Francisco. He was supposed to be the next Buster Posey. He was the second overall pick in the 2018 draft. And he admitted he put too much pressure on himself. And when the Pirates got him in the waiver trade early last season, he decided the heck with it, I'm just going to have fun with it and play baseball, and whatever happens, happens. And he ended up having a really good year in 80 games, hit 14 home runs. If that's the attitude that Davis can maintain, then I think that he could end up being successful, because I do think he's his own worst enemy at times because of his intensity. And if he does learn to relax a little bit and just have a little fun playing the game, perhaps it could make a difference.
I think it was against Baltimore, but O'Neal Cruz took a bad route on a ball that was hit towards deep center field, came in on the ball, didn't realize it was over his head and off the wall. What do you think about the prospect of Cruz playing center field after we saw it for a month last year, John? Are you confident in his abilities there?
I certainly think Austin, he has the athletic ability to do it. He's fast. He covers a lot of ground in a short period of time with those long legs. He certainly has the arm to play in the outfield. He has a great arm. He's still a work in progress, and I hate to not answer the question, kind of Dave Littlefield Memorial, don't answer the question answer, but, I think he could do it. I still think he's a work in progress. I think he's finally accepted. I don't think he was really happy last year that he got moved off shortstop, but I think he's had a winter to accept the fact that, hey, I'm a center fielder now, and I think he'll work at it. And I think he can do it, but we'll see. I mean, like I said, he's still very rough around the edges, and this is going to be an important spring training for him to really continue to learn the nuances of the position. And I think we'll see. It'll be interesting by the time camp ends here in about 3.5 weeks to see how much better he's gotten out there. But I think he certainly has the ability to do it.
So early in the show, Joe and I and Austin were talking about what Paul Skeens' schedule should be like. Opening day pitcher, fine, but they also have the home opener coming up on April, whatever that is, the 4th against the Yankees. Is there a possibility that he makes both of those starts? Will they create an opportunity for that to happen? Or will they just pitch him in that Yankee series at some point and not worry about the home opener if it means you can get 3 starts out of him over the first 3 series?
Yeah. Well, the way it lines up, he would pitch in the opener in Miami and then pitch in one of either the second or the third game of that 3-game series in Tampa Bay, the second series of the year. But I could see them possibly reconfiguring the rotation to get him into, if not necessarily the home opener, at least one of the games against New York. Because, I mean, let's face it, it's a business too, and they drew about 9,000 more a game last year when he started. So, I mean, he is a drawing card, and he does sell tickets. But I also don't think they want to rearrange his schedule to the point where it would be detrimental, where he would have either too short a rest or maybe too long of a rest. So, It'll be interesting. I haven't heard anything, to be quite honest. I haven't broached the subject with anyone, so this is all speculation on my part. But I could see it as a possibility just for the fact that you will draw a crowd. But now again, on the home opener, it really doesn't matter who pitches. They'll always have a good crowd, a sellout, or at least close to a sellout. But yeah, I mean, it would certainly make sense if they did play around with the rotation a little bit.
Bob, even though you went out of order with the questions, may I engage Johnny in a game of free association?
Not yet. I have another. No, go ahead. Yes.
Do you have another one?
No, go ahead.
Please.
No, free association.
The show's yours, Bob.
Free association.
You're first on the marquee.
Free association is something. It's free.
All right. It don't cost nothing, Johnny. Are you ready?
I thought it was paid association.
No, unfortunately, nothing like that.
Okay, I got confused. Okay.
So your bet is that Skeens will start the first game of the season in Miami and not the home opener?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
All right. Who's going to be the starter at first base?
That's a great question. I'm going to say Derek Hall. I'm very much in his corner. He hit a home run yesterday. This guy just impressed me the little bit of time he was in the big leagues with the Phillies. That's who I would pick. But right now, that's a very difficult question to answer. I don't think there is a leader right at the moment.
All right, we have about 2 minutes, so let's get down the field. Let's matriculate the ball here. Your initial impression in 10 words or less of Connor Griffin?
Outstanding.
That sounds enticing. How soon before he hits the big leagues?
I have scouts who I trust to back that up. I think that was under 10 words.
Yes, it was. How soon before he's in the big leagues?
I don't think this year, but maybe next year, or certainly 2027.
When is Termarr Johnson in the big leagues?
TBD. He's got to hit better than 239.
Your impression of Ke'Bryan Hayes at camp health-wise? Was he moving around okay? Does he look like a guy ready to play all the time?
He seemed to be, we'll have to wait and see.
And your rotation. What is the opening rotation?
I'll go Skeens, Keller, Falter, Skeens, Jones, Falter, Keller, Heaney. And the reason Falter's 3 is they'll want to break up the left-handers in the rotation instead of pitching Falter and Heaney back-to-back.
And how soon before we see Bubba Chandler?
I'll say June.
And who does he replace?
Well, Falter would seem to be the most likely candidate. So I would say Falter, but again, TBD, see how everyone else is pitching.
Trade or just emotion?
Trade would be optimal to get a hitter, but that was I think in a perfect world.
Anything?
Over and under 76.5 wins.
It's time for optimism. It's spring,
there you
so
go.
I'll go over.
When will we see Johan Oviedo, John?
I think early on, if not opening day, sometime thereafter. I think it'll be sooner rather than later.
Will David Bednar become the pitcher he was a couple of years ago?
I think so. I think he can.
Will Colin Holderman blow up again, or will he be semi respectable here?
I think he'll be semi-respectable. He really, other than the five outing stretch last year, he actually was pretty decent, but he had that nightmarish couple weeks where he just couldn't get anybody out.
Johnny, I'll leave you with this one, unless Bob has more after this, which I'm sure he does. I think in the modern era, anyway, the two most highly regarded seasons for a Pirates pitcher would be Drabek, his Cy Young year, and the Candyman going 20-5 with a real good ERA, I think, in 1977. Do you think that Paul Skeens is primed right now to have the best season of a Pirate pitcher ever?
Oh, yes. At some point in his career, he will have, for sure, the best season in Pirate history. Could it be this year? Absolutely.
Do you agree that those two are the top two? And maybe Skeens last year is up there too.
Well, Skeens last year was awfully good. The only thing he gets dinged on is the fact, and it's not his fault, is he wasn't there all year.
Yeah.
I mean, he only made 23 starts.
Thank you, Johnny. I have no further questions.
It's a pleasure talking to you, man.
All right, guys. I really appreciate you having me on. It's good talking with you, too.
What a wonderfully polite man he is, huh, Bob?
Yeah, he is. And he's very good at what he does.
That was a lot of questions and a lot of info.
Yes, it was.
Where do we begin here? He thinks, who did he say at first base? Hall and Oates?
Hall and Oates. I mean, DJ Hall, is that his name? I don't even know.
Derek, you're confusing him with DJ Stewart, Bob.
I don't blame him for confusing him with DJ Stewart.
The only thing I would have asked him that we didn't is how long is Horwitz going to be out here? He's got to go through his own little rehab back and spring training stuff and all that. But I want to see him play just because I want to see what they saw in him that made them give up Luis Ortiz to get him.
I can't believe that Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier were brought in here.
No, I mean it's one thing not to do anything. It's another thing to do that.
I'm simulating the NHL draft lottery on Tankathon. Ready, Bob? All you do is you press Sim Lottery, and it does the ping pong balls for you. You ready? Sim Lottery, Penguins choose 6 with Nashville as the top pick. Sim Lottery, Penguins choose 6th again with Chicago as the first pick. Do you like the lottery system, or do you think the team with the worst record should pick first?
Well, there was a time I thought the team with the worst record should pick first.
Pittsburgh picked second. I just did it again. They have the second pick in this one.
But I understand why it was instituted, and I understand, to try to discourage teams from doing this because you're not going to be guaranteed the first overall pick. So you have to be involved in a lottery. So at the same time, there are teams that really need help, and they're bad on their own. They legitimately need help, and they're not going to get that oftentimes because they're going to be 6, 7 in the NBA lottery. You can be even lower than that. So,
can you believe how horrifying the Penguins have become? Oh my!
You know what? I'll say this about that.
They have 16 regulation wins in 63 games.
They do. It's not good. But I always say, if you're just interested in going and watching a hockey game like yesterday, I thought yesterday was highly entertaining. It's one of those games where if you took your family and you just had, forget the records and just looked at this game and said, you got all these big-time stars on the ice, and it was a very interesting game, back and forth. Goaltending, not so much, but if you like goals, you got a lot of them. If you have end-to-end action, overtime, all of it. It was worth going for that reason.
Holy corn follicles. This one has Buffalo first and Pittsburgh second in this one. I'll say this, too, and this is from watching the games on television. Maybe you can answer this if you've been in the building. It really seems like the crowds have been good.
Yesterday's crowd was real good.
I commend Penguins fans on that.
Joe Louis. There were a lot of people from Detroit there, or from Toronto there. Those teams follow their teams well, and they were making a big amount of noise. And every time they would start with a "Go Leafs, go," the Penguin fans would counter with "Let's go Pens." So, yeah, it was good. I mean, considering where they are and what,
This one has the Penguins picking first.
And do they say who's going to pick? What the pick is?
No, it just has the
Can you do me a favor and find out who is supposed to be the top pick in this draft?
Yes, Joe, you can click the mock draft portion of it because I just got the Penguins picking first. They would pick a defenseman, Matthew Schaefer from Erie.
From Erie, Bob, just like Connor McDavid.
And what is his upside in terms of getting here fast?
What I mean by that is Connor McDavid played in Erie before somebody texts me. Plus, by the way, the Penguins also, right now, get the 14th pick because the Rangers are top 13 protected on that pick. So the Penguins could have 2 picks in the top 14. If they could unload Ricard Raquel to somebody like Vancouver, Ottawa, Detroit, Jersey, they could have 3 picks in the top 20, I think.
They could.
A lot of people don't think Raquel would draw a first-round pick. I don't know why.
Well, even if it was somebody who's on the brink of being up here, a good player who they could bring in and play, young player. Systems are full of those kinds of players. You just got to locate one, figure out who you'd like, and see if that would be the return if you did offer him up.
Coming up, Limits has everybody on board on the Limitless Express. That's next. First, 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates. Want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase? Parents, coaches, email us. Bob? Are you okay?
Bob never turned his mic off.
I forgot to turn my mic off. Sorry.
Are you all right? What happened? Did you hear that, Lemons?
I did. I think we're going to have to go back and listen to it again.
They thought that my yawns were strange. Bob sounded like some sort of wounded animal. Anyway, email us at usports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We got a little trip on the Limitless Express. Where are we going?
Mark Cabali's first mock draft is out. Woo! Who does Cabali have the Steelers picking? That's next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers will not be trading for Deebo Samuel as San Francisco moved Deebo to Washington. The Commanders only giving up a fifth-round draft pick, I should say, for the former wide receiver who made the Pro Bowl not too long ago, but has been banged up at times for San Francisco. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? If we've learned anything over the last 12 months or so, it's that Bill Belichick suddenly loves the cameras. Bill threw himself into the media during the season away from coaching, and now as the head man at North Carolina, he's agreed to have the Hard Knocks cameras follow him for the off-season edition of their show. My question, if Bill has editorial control, will we actually see anything juicy? I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules. Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party, Sunday, March 9th from 3:30 to 5:30 as Pittsburgh takes on Minnesota. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, and great eats.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I love you. I love you.
On trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
Idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
You
here?
can call me Ron.
Got you, Joey.
Tony!
You know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
You know what that means, Bob? The Limitless Express is on the tracks, and if you want to catch it, you better hop on. Limits, let's go.
Hop on the moving train, boys, because Mark Cabali has released his first Steelers 7-round mock draft. He has the Steelers picking wide receiver Luther Burden from Missouri in the first round.
Bob, that would ease their burden at wide receiver.
Certainly would ease their burden, yes.
What do you want me to say about it? The idea of picking a receiver makes sense. Yes, it does.
Yeah, we should keep this all generic because it's about position more than it is names. Whatever names end up being called, but they need help. Everyone knows where they need help, and they know where they need help.
I'm fine with the receiver in the first round, even though I'm not if a certain man is available. But we'll talk about that at 1 o'clock. What about Genty? Would you pick him? If he's available
In the first round? No,
yeah.
no.
Is he the best player in the draft? Top 5 player anyway?
I may consider him the best running back, but I'm staying away from running backs when I need wide receiver, defensive line, and cornerback help.
I'd be tempted.
Darius Slay was just released by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, really?
Pro Bowler, yep.
That was also a part of the Limitless Express topics. What do you make of that?
Bob's jumping in on everything today. Did you hear what he did with the free association with Johnny?
Well, he overtook free association.
He overtook free association.
I have been
never had that
excluded
happen
from all
before.
of these wonderful things. I felt I should just insert myself. That's all.
That didn't sound right, Bob. Go ahead. You're up.
Didn't sound right. What is the question?
I don't know.
What do you think of Darius Slay as a potential option in the secondary, Bob?
Because he was released, they can, come up with any amount of money. I wouldn't be against that at all. It would be a better version of Dante Jackson, I think.
It would? I'm watching Jackson Dart highlights
I know.
for 1 o'clock.
I can't believe you're
really
enamored
into this.
with him.
I am.
Keep in mind what he did at the end of the year when Ole Miss
ruin the topic.
Dogged out.
I know. Believe me. We'll do that at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, Limits. What was the question?
Well, the question was first about the wide receivers, and then we were going to go further into the Cabali mock. But while we're on the topic of Darius Slay, Joe, what do you think of the potential that Slay, he doesn't like being called Darius. He likes being called Big Play Slay or Slay, could be on the Steelers?
They need help at corner. I know that much. Dante Jackson had some big plays, but I think overall he really wasn't that good, to be honest with you. He's kind of like the team, and their secondary's kind of like the team in that when the competition stiffened, they lessened. And then what? Cam Sutton and people like that. So, yeah, the more depth at corner, the better, Bob.
Yes, that's why I would be interested. And like I said, he would be an upgrade from Jackson. So there could be a few other guys who fall into that same situation moving forward.
Cabali has the Steelers taking defensive lineman Deion Walker from Kentucky, a 6'7", 330-pound defensive lineman in the second round, saying that the Steelers could easily go D-tackle in the first round if the right guy is there, like Walter Nolan or Kenneth Grant at 21. But if not, Walker is an absolute monster that the Steelers could use in the middle of their defense, especially if you saw how the defense was gashed in the running game over the final month a year ago.
If he's an absolute monster, why is he going in the third round? I don't want to talk about this anymore. He said third.
No, second.
If he's an absolute monster, why is he going in the second round?
Monsters go in the second round.
Do they?
Yeah, so do wide receivers. So do a lot of people.
Yeah, I want to draft
the Steelers have
defensive
done
linemen.
over the years. They've in rounds 2 and 3, they have almost every year for the past how many have gone a wide receiver. So Some of them start out well and then, get traded. Others start out slowly, emerge. I'm going to be interested to see what Roman Wilson does this year, given the fact that he wasn't ready to go in there at any point last year, it seemed.
Yeah, wide receiver, tight end with Freiermuth a couple of years ago. Speaking of Penn State, he has Kevin Winston, the safety from Penn State, being the third-round draft pick. Winston was hurt in practice 2 games in and barely played this season.
Good for them. I don't want to talk about
I don't want a safety. Not in my top 3 picks.
Why, Bob?
Because I think they need more defensive line help.
Yeah, I agree with that. D-line is where it's at. You win Super Bowls with destructive defensive lines. Next, no more draft questions, please.
ESPN has a mock trade for Rickard Rakell, saying the Utah Hockey Club would receive Rakell for a player, a 2025 first-round draft pick, and Ottawa's 2026 second-round pick.
I'd rather see...
Who's the player? Do they name players or just a player?
Some younger player, I would imagine.
It can't be just a player.
Yeah, that's a great trade.
It's
Are you kidding me?
left winger Matthias Maselli.
He doesn't mean anything to me or to anybody else at this particular time. That's an unbelievable trade, and I was just telling somebody yesterday, because Utah's ownership wants to make moves for people with term, of which Rakell is one, that they might be a candidate to do something dumb at the deadline. And a first and a second round pick and a player? Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
I would do that in a second.
I do that in a heartbeat.
Thank
Absolutely.
you, Limits.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a slam dunk option, right? Like, automatic, have to do it if that's possibly on the table. Next, Dan Orlovsky tweeted out earlier today that the Steelers' yards per carry average over the last 6 seasons, we know what Najee's is, 3.9.
Yeah.
That's the Steelers' average as well. It's the worst in the entire NFL over the last 6 years. Worst.
Just an unbelievable indictment of one guy overall, and that's Mike Tomlin, for his coordinator selections, for his offensive line coach selections, for some of the draft selections, for the overall mentality on offense, for the Najee Harris selection. Just an incredible indictment of one man above the rest.
I think the philosophy doesn't bother me. It's the execution of the philosophy that has been the problem. You could have really good run success, like a lot of these teams. Philadelphia led the NFC, and a lot of that. Ravens were the top team in the AFC for that. You can have that mindset as long as you execute and get the right pieces in place. And you have to have the ability to go down the field more to offset that, to complement it. And if you don't, then you're going to be stuck knowing what's coming. And when that happens, defenses are just too good.
Right, so half of the mindset has to be we also need to have explosion plays down the field. For Tomlin, too often it's been, over that stretch of time anyway, let's just be in it at the end and try to win 13-11. And it's you try to win death by 1,000 cuts, and that'll only get you so far. Plus the personnel, plus the coaching hires, everything wrapped into one, all points to one guy.
Our friend Chris Carter points out that the Steelers in that span still have the 8th best record in all football, with their quarterbacks being Duck Hodges, Old Ben, Pickett, Trubisky, Rudolph, Fields, and Wilson.
Great. How many playoff wins do they have? How many? No. How many times have they been competitive in even a single playoff game in that time? Anyone?
Zero.
Yeah,
Zero.
Right.
None. 73-0 in the first quarter of those playoff games as well.
Exactly. And how long a span is that?
That goes back 8 years. This was going back the last 6 years for that 3.9 yards per carry average.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Limits.
Next up. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Bob.
No, go ahead. I'll get this at the end. Whenever you're done, I have this question for Joe.
You can pose it now.
Please.
Well, no, I didn't get a chance to get your feeling on Deebo Samuel trade to Washington. I am of the belief that that's not going to work for them. I've looked at his career, what he does. I mean, he could be helpful, certainly, to a young quarterback in Jaden Daniels, but I think his best years are not happening now. And I think the 5th-round pick is something, of course. It's a 5th-round pick, but they have to inherit that salary, too, which I guess they have room to do. But I'm not really sold on Deebo Samuel, and I'm glad the Steelers didn't bite on that.
No, I mean, he's going to turn 30 here, and I think his best year, he may have one more in him. He may have one more. I mean, just 2 years ago, he did have, 890 yards receiving, something like that, and 7 touchdowns, and then 5 more on the ground. So he had 12 touchdowns just 2 years ago. But every year is a lifetime in the NFL, and we're many lifetimes away from when he was one of the most lethal two-way players in the league. They say he's overweight. I don't think that was a good bet right there, old Debo.
For just a 5th-round pick, though?
It's
then
the
you
money.
gotta pay him.
You got to pay him all that contract. There's not a release involved here, so it is a lot of money.
Even if it's just a one-year deal, and then you let him walk if you don't want to bring him back. I would have been okay with them taking a flyer on him for a 5th.
Fair enough. Next.
What about Devontae Adams? Would you take a flyer on him? It seems that the Jets are taking calls on Adams, and maybe he'll end up winding up wherever Aaron Rodgers does.
He has to be released. I'm not dealing with him unless he's released.
So you have no interest in, even if it's like a 7th-round pick for Adams? Because his contract is up there pretty high, 28, 30 million.
Yeah, it's $38 million cap. I'd rather wait till, and I think he will be released.
I think this guy can still play.
I do too, but that's why I wouldn't want to get the existing contract. That's all I'm saying.
Think about the two situations he was in last year. Listen to this, Bob. He was in Las Vegas, where who was their quarterback? Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connor, or who else did they bring in?
A couple of stiffs.
Minshew. Gardner Minshew is right.
And then the corpse of Aaron Rodgers, and he had. You guys tell me. Are you looking at his stats right now, Limits, or are you not? You going to cheat on this question or no?
I actually do not have him up. I was going to pull him up, but now
how many total combined receptions did he have? Anybody?
He started off the season really well. They went to Baltimore, and he had a big game against the Ravens. They won that game. After that,
if you're within 5, I'll give you a bonus point, Bob. How many catches for him
for the whole year
with those two crap teams? Yeah,
29.
I was going to say 85.
Limits.
Way too much.
You're obviously looking at the numbers back there.
He cheated.
He had 85 on the mark. I saw you looking back there.
Did he actually have 85 on the mark?
You just guessed 85.
Look, you can take a look.
Bob,
I typed in
Bob, do you believe this?
Devontae. And I didn't even type in Adams or Adams stats or anything like that.
Again, the question is, I don't think any of us would not want to see him here. It's about the contract.
He had 85 catches for 1,063 yards and 8 touchdowns. He can still play.
Okay.
The year before, he had 103 I mean, this guy's still good. Yes, I'd give up a 7th-round pick for him. What's his contract situation? Do we know?
It's like $38 million on the cap. It's big. They need help over there. There's no question about it. And I will be interested to see what they do with George Pickens moving forward as well. I myself think that he's not going to get a new deal. They'll play it out and see what happens after that.
Well, that's problematic, is that to lower his cap hit.
It's more problematic to sign him to a 4-year deal and pay him $35 million a year, whatever the market is, and then get the same stuff in return.
Yeah, I'm starting to think money-wise that one's not worth it either, Limits.
Yeah, he has 2 more years left on his deal, including 2025, and man, that's a high number.
I want to see
base.
I want to see the Steelers draft young, like explosive type players,
and you could get them.
I know.
Every year, the Puka Nakuas in the 5th round come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden are stars. You can get them. You just got to use that draft to your advantage, and hopefully this will be the year they do that.
I hope so. Next.
All right, what do you think about the possibility of Tyler Shuck, the Louisville quarterback?
What is he?
Limits. You're asking me these questions about guys that the Louisville quarterback.
He was brought up on the Bob Showdown last night, Bob. So that's why
right.
I brought it up, because Bob was talking about him on KDKA.
But he is looked at as somebody who will be drafted. The question is where. But he is 26. He's been around.
Yeah, he's 26. He's almost as old as Ron. He's older than Kenny Pickett.
It's the Brandon Wheaton deal kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not
doing that.
Me neither. I'll tell you what I am doing. And that was a very nice Limitless Express Limits. Thank you.
Oh, shucks, it's over.
What a wonderful
Did he prematurely end it before you were done?
No, he can end it whenever he wants to end it.
I'm trying to adhere to the clock here.
Oh, stunning news. Ding, ding, ding. Breaking news. Joe Starkey, who's 4 minutes beyond, or now 5 minutes beyond the 50-minute mark, will tell you about the 50-minute mark. Since when have you paid attention to the clock?
The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Ian Rappaport has an item on the Steelers quarterbacks, and I have a guy I want to draft. I am convincing myself of this. And the more I hear,
the Trubisky train is going to be derailed for another train.
The more
this one is going to be like the bullet train in Japan, but it's called the dart train.
Yeah, this guy throws darts. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
I think this is a kid they should draft maybe in the first round. Have I lost my mind? We'll talk about it next on Cook and Joe. I mean Bob and Joe. I mean Pomp and Joe.
Whoa, we're going to hear that one again.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt basketball currently on a 2-game losing streak after losing to Louisville. Cardinals 19th in the country going into it. 79-68 made the losing streak now 3. So the Panthers 11th place in the ACC. They're 16-13 overall. NC State up next on Wednesday at 7 o'clock on the road. Hear it right here on the Fan and also on your Odyssey app beginning with pregame coverage at 6:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kinkawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. We have entered March. College basketball conference tournaments are here, and we've got Robert Morris, one of the great stories in Pittsburgh sports, a Cinderella story, if you will. They are playing in this tournament, and they are one of the favorites to win it, and they have had a tremendous year, 20-plus wins. Can they get back to the tournament, the big tournament? And you can bet on them to do it right now. Get to FanDuel, and new bettors, new customers get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything, anything you want, including who's going to cut down the nets at the end of March. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and get in on all the college hoops and get paid instantly when you play. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
Need a little help moving things around inside your house?
I like it.
2 Men and a Junk Truck can help you with the heavy lifting.
All right, then.
And while we're there, we're happy to help you clear away the clutter. 2 Men. Book us online at junktruck.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have signed defenseman Finn Harding to a 3-year entry-level contract. The minor league hockey player spent the 24-25 season as an alternate captain for the OHL Steelheads of the Ontario Hockey League. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you. Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let's do a little quarterback talk. We've talked hockey. We've talked Paul Skeens. We've talked Pirates. I'm not going to say there's been some developments, but there's been some report, some talk, a lot of this and that with the Steelers quarterback situation. But then I want to get to who I want them to draft all of a sudden. Let's start out with Daniel Jeremiah and Ian Rappaport talking about Fields and Russell Wilson in the Steelers quarterback situation. Shall we?
This was from the NFL Network.
If you say to me, what's the best educated guess based on talking to several sources around the league, Justin Fields over Russell Wilson, at least right now, feels like the direction they're going. Obviously, Russell Wilson was the starter last year. It was good until the end when it wasn't. He will at least have some sort of a market, but you're right. Justin Fields does seem to be at least the priority now. They do have an edge up on everyone. They can get a deal done right now. If they don't, I know at least a couple other teams
the
who
Jets.
eye him.
Wouldn't it be the Jets?
The Jets make sense. There's a couple other teams who still need one. Titans still need a quarterback, whether or not they draft one. Justin Fields is going to have a market. It's just, do the Steelers get in right now and try to stop his market by signing him to a starter?
Who else is there for him if they don't? If we assume that they've gone all the way down the path of Russell Wilson,
a draftable player, and they start.
Yeah,
and they got
they're picking. They're in a pickle.
I don't know.
Let me give you one more though, because the New Orleans Saints and Mickey Loomis has said he expects Derek Carr to be the starter. If they're not settled on a contract for Derek Carr, if they want him to take a pay cut, I don't see that happening. There is still a chance, as of right now, that Derek Carr becomes free. So you have a team like maybe the Steelers, maybe the Titans. I mean, there are options out there for him, unless the Saints get a deal done or keep him at his $40 million number right now. Carr could also be available. So this carousel is not quite settled just yet.
Bob, there's a lot there, including some real live football going on in the background. Do we talk about Derek Carr enough? Do we feel like he's, I don't want to say head case, but like there's something off with his situation? Because when you look at the last 2 years, he has a combined 40 touchdowns and 13 picks.
He's a good thrower of the football. I don't think there's any doubt. If it came to a plan C and he was it, I would not have a problem with that for 1 year. But again, I think the more of this chasing you do of these quarterbacks, the more it leads to uncertainty about future years. So I still think, and I've said from the beginning, Fields will be the guy, and it'll be a short-term deal, and they'll draft a quarterback next year.
Then why don't they go out and get him? Why don't they make this final instead of continuing to flirt with Russell Wilson?
Here's the thing I would say to you on that. This could be a money situation as well. In that last year, the Steelers did not pick up his fifth-year option.
Yeah.
He may have thought that was fait accompli. I'm a high pick. My fifth-year option would have been 1 year, $25 million. I would have taken that, looking back now, and that would have been resolved. Because it wasn't, They may be offering something less than that. He may want that as part, okay, you didn't pick up my option. My option was worth this. I want to start here.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I don't know how much of that's going on.
It just seems very curious if they're as gung-ho about Russell Wilson, and if that's the, majority opinion there among team brass, then get it done. Because the thing is, Justin Fields has to want them too.
Well, if you let it go to free agency, which I do not think will happen, they will have a signed quarterback here before it gets to March 10th. That has to. If not, you're risking losing both of those guys potentially.
As far as Derek Carr goes, what do you make of that, Limits? That Bob is supportive of Derek Carr. I'm not, because he seems to be.
I said plan C. If it came down to I need a quarterback, he would be okay for me. That's all I'm saying.
His numbers would indicate that he would be a good guy to have, but he's almost in the Kirk Cousins mold to me, which is there's just something missing. He's not a winner.
No.
Like Cousins. You know what I mean? There's just something about him that I don't want him.
I've always felt that way about Carr, Joe. Like, he is one of those guys where the big moments and it's time to shine. And other than that one year where he was like an MVP candidate with the Raiders, he is just not somebody that comes up clutch in big moments. And he, to me, at this point, is just, kind of a middling quarterback that's holding on. He doesn't really do anything outstandingly well. Just an average guy. Like, whatever. Derek Carr's our quarterback. Fine.
I mean, but the numbers do pop out, like with Cousins. Last 2 years, 40 touchdowns and 13 picks. It really does. It stands out. I think they're sort of empty numbers to me. I could be very wrong if he gets on a good team. But is this a good team? That's the other question.
That's the thing. They still need a lot. That's why I would just draft as much as their needs this year. And I know they don't like to just go straight for needs, but you have to when you're in this situation. There are certain things they need a lot of. I would make sure I got a lot of that. But I do see the room potentially for them drafting a quarterback somewhere in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round.
How about the first round, Bob?
So
that gets back to the dart thrower.
He is not going to be a first-round pick.
He will if the Steelers take him.
Well, that
how
would
about
be
a second?
That would
how
be
about
a
a second-round pick?
I think that would be a reach.
All right, let's get to Jackson Dart, because this guy has captured my imagination here, my fascination. He really has. All joking aside, I am going to put together a Jackson Dart bus and get that going pretty soon. He was the star of the Combine, Limits. He was the absolute star of the Combine. They gave him an A. You had Daniel Jeremiah comparing him to Jalen Hurts. Do we have that clip? Let's hear that.
With Jackson Dart, I was talking about him the other day, and the comparison that I had, they took some people off guard, but I talked about Jalen Hurts just in terms of the build, how the ball comes out of their hand, guys that have gotten better each and every year in college, and here we look at them side by side. I know Jalen Hurts ran the ball more, but Jackson Dart was successful running the ball in the SEC. He is very athletic. There's something to this one to me. Guys, I think are just going to keep getting better.
That's the thing. You guys can laugh, but that's the general opinion, is that this guy's rocketing up the board right now. And as Jeremiah puts it there, this is going to keep getting better. He's 6'2", 215. He's built similarly to Jalen Hurts. He's a dual threat quarterback. He completed nearly 70% of his passes for 4,300 yards this year, 29 touchdowns, and 6 picks. Like, he took a big leap forward this year in college.
Did you look at his last 2 games?
And then at the Combine, he was the star.
That's all fine. I'm just saying, I watch, maybe I'm just watching specific games and coming to a conclusion, but he was a big reason why they did not get to an opportunity to have a better opportunity in the postseason.
I mean, his last game was a bowl game where against Duke, he went 27 of 35.
Look at the previous 2 games.
Okay, you said his last 2. He had 4.
Okay, I'm not talking about the bowl game. I'm talking about
all right, but the bowl game,
end of the year where they had consequential needs.
They lost to they beat Mississippi State. They lost to Florida.
Look at the Florida game.
He was bad against Florida.
Right, and that was a meaningful game.
He still had 400 yards of total offense, I might add. But he had a couple
came
picks.
Late in the game when they were really down, and so you can make whatever conclusion you want. Maybe his combine is working for him in that he's moving up the boards. We've seen that before. It just seems to me that would be a little bit of a stretch.
What about second round?
No, I'm waiting till after that. I still have defensive line needs, wide receiver needs. There's
you
too
have
many
nothing
needs.
if you don't have a quarterback.
And then you're going to be reaching for one, and guess what? If it doesn't work,
Are
you'll
you
still
reaching
be reaching
for one?
You're
I don't
making
know.
the case. I don't know. I never
He
saw
seems
him
to
as a first-round pick.
I
think this is Cam Ward and nobody else that really strikes me as somebody being a franchise quarterback. That's just my opinion about this draft.
One opinion here. Dart came into the combine with the expected cool confidence in letting the ball rip during passing drills, showed his deep ball laser from his strong frame, Bob. Not a weak frame, a strong frame, while also accurate on shorter routes. His athletic upside could be seen in his frame and mechanics. He still has a fighting shot to sneak into the first round with a dazzling pro day in Oxford. At worst, the mentally and physically tough SEC product should be a priority second rounder for QB-needy teams.
All right.
I've been watching some of his games here. I've been looking at what people are saying out of the combine. I don't think it's crazy at all to imagine him at least as a second-round pick. I don't. What don't you like about him?
Inconsistency. I wouldn't compare him to Jalen Hurts. I mean, maybe he looks like that, but I don't think he's as good a runner. I also think that I remember when Kenny Pickett was in this situation. Do you remember how many people thought he was going to be a 6th overall pick, and everybody had him high? Seattle was going to take him. They needed a quarterback and all.
Yeah, but he was a guy who was dropping by the time the draft came around. This guy's rising.
Okay. I'm saying it's still to me, first-round quarterback this year would be a reach. That's just my overall opinion about.
But you think second round you wouldn't even go for?
No, I would wait.
You just don't like him, which is fine. I'm sure a lot of people don't.
Listen, all these guys have tremendous college careers generally. They get themselves in the position. You can look good in the combine. I've seen it's just like spring training batting to me. Sometimes, you come away with, oh, man, God, look what he did in the spring. He should be on the roster. And then you go into games and things change. I don't know. They have to make these decisions. My gut would tell me they're not going to take a quarterback in the first round. That's all I'm saying. And I think they have other needs that need to be taken. And it's a deep draft for some other positions, so I would go after that.
Well, they certainly do, but in the end, they have one need as an organization right now, and that's a quarterback. They have one need.
Okay, if you do it and it doesn't work, then what happens?
That could be anybody. I hear you. If you do it and it doesn't work, you go back to the old drawing board.
Yeah,
you still have a bunch of picks and a bunch of money to bring in players.
All right. I
hear you. If you don't like him,
first round.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't.
Of all the quarterbacks that I look at, and I still think Cam Ward is the best shot of being a legit franchise quarterback. The rest could be, but I don't know. It's not good enough to make a first-round pick, 21st overall, on a could-be, maybe pick. I have to be absolutely blown away that this is the guy for me.
Do you think they'll ever be in that position?
Next year, possibly.
Based on what?
Based on the
you don't think they'll go 9-8 again or 10-7?
Whatever they go, they still can maneuver themselves upward. They can do a lot of things. And they have the draft here next year. I think it's going to be an unbelievable experience to watch that all. And if it just so happens that they take the stage and Ben Roethlisberger takes center stage and says, with the whatever pick of the draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select whatever, I still think that may be the best way for them to go. I don't know. Nobody knows. We know all of the people who have made people like Trubisky a second overall pick, Justin Fields where he was picked, all these first-round overall picks.
Right,
I don't
of course.
know.
Nobody knows.
But I just don't think these quarterbacks merit a first-round pick after Cam Ward. That's just my opinion.
I think this guy might. And I think people are starting to agree with that. Limits, your thoughts?
Not me. I'm not in that majority or minority, whatever. I'm with Bob. I mean, if I don't think that the guy that they're picking is a slam dunk going to be the franchise guy,
then you're never going to get a guy. You getting one next year, slam dunk for sure guy?
Well, I think I'm going to feel a lot more confident about next year's guys than I feel about this year's guys. I don't feel
a slam dunk. Who's the slam dunk next year?
Arch Manning. We got to see him play out another year.
How the hell are you going to get Arch Manning?
You're going to have to trade up for him. I don't like any of these quarterbacks in this year's class at all. I mean, a couple of them are going to get picked in the first round. Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I have no interest in picking any of them. And Jackson Dart, I mean, there's upside. There's some things to like, but there's just not enough for me to like to want to pick him even in the second round either.
I just don't think you're ever going to be in a position, unless you sink to the bottom of the league, where you're going to take something close to a surefire guy. And you don't get drafts like the Ben draft every year either, where you have 3 guys who everybody absolutely loves, right?
No, I get that. But I think next year you have more of a possibility of having that. It's early in the process, but there seem to be a lot of guys, who have that opportunity. Meanwhile, defensive line is loaded with potential good picks here. And if you don't do that in the first round, and you don't do that in the second round because you may take a wide receiver, when are you going to do it? And how do you improve that part of your game?
No, I agree. I love the idea of taking a defensive lineman, but we have a crisis on our hands. The Steelers don't have their quarterback of the future.
Again, you're
where are they going to get him?
out Justin Fields can take a step up.
I'm ruling out
just
Justin
as I
Fields.
am ruling out what you have just presented.
Well, we
here
haven't
about
seen
Jack.
this guy in the NFL
I've
yet.
seen him in big enough games in the SEC to make me think that there are some problems there. But
there may be problems, and I'm not saying he's the answer necessarily. I'm saying I'm pretty hyped on this guy at the moment. But no, bigger than that, I don't care about receiver or defensive line. This would be like if my house was on fire right now.
So if you take Jackson Dart, you expect him to come in this year and play, right?
If my house is on fire, I'm not worried about the lawn. There's a crisis over there. A crisis. The Steelers don't have a quarterback.
Jackson Dart, he is your opening day starter.
Forget about him. How are you going to solve the quarterback crisis? That's what I want to know. What would your plan be?
Again, my plan, I've said it from the beginning, is Justin Fields for a 2-year deal if I can get that. Draft someone next year. You could bring back Kyle Allen this year. You always have Skylar Thompson. Don't forget about him. So my point is, I wouldn't rush into it just because I'm in this situation. If I do that and I make a mistake, just look at Indianapolis. I keep using them as the example. Over and over, veteran after veteran after veteran. Finally, they take Anthony Richardson, and now he's not good enough because they felt they needed to take a quarterback.
So what would you suggest they have done? Not take one?
No, I'm just saying you got to make sure that
you can't make sure. There's no making sure. Denver.
That's why I would go with Justin Fields.
They mortgaged their entire franchise for Russell Wilson. It didn't work out. Then they made a great draft pick. Now they got their guy.
Okay.
Just because something doesn't work out, it doesn't mean the franchise is over. And
and I'm not suggesting it. What I'm saying is they have to be methodical with how they're going to do this. And
so
just taking a quarterback at 21 because he's rising up the combine chart is not necessarily the reason.
I know. Forget about him for a minute. What your plan is to go with Justin Fields?
Yes.
For how many years? And then when are you taking a guy?
I may take somebody in middle rounds, or I'll do it next year. But if I still believe, and I'm one of the
somebody
few
in the middle rounds. Like, when are you going to fix this? You're gonna keep Justin Fields.
How about if you get a Will Howard in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th round? How about if you get you may like Jalen Milroe? You know, he's a guy who's going to be available in those rounds.
Maybe, but how is that fixing it? How is that a good plan?
How is Jackson Dart fixing?
At least I'm taking a chance on a guy I think can be a star.
And you don't think these other guys can be a star? You don't think
not
one of
to
those
that
guys?
degree, no.
You're basing it on what you've seen on a combine mostly.
Again, forget about Jackson Dart. Your plan is Justin Fields for the next 2 years.
Well,
okay,
no,
well
I want to see what he does
that's a plan
this year.
to go
this
9 and 8.
Yeah, you may say that. It may be totally different. I think he could raise his level of play in the passing game, in the pocket, with this decision. Yes, he can. He has a good arm. Okay.
A lot of guys have good arms.
He has to make better decisions. I'll grant you that.
He's a 61% career passer who started 50 games. And everybody that I've ever known in football says pretty much once you've started that many games, you know what you have. Now, if I kept Fields, I would turn him into mostly a runner. But either way, he does not excite me for the future. He doesn't.
You don't have to go long-term future. You have to go now. And now he's the best option now, in my opinion.
And then what about next year?
Well, if I draft someone mid-rounds this year and I think there's potential there, then that guy could be a developmental guy who eventually moves in. Or I can redraft that same position in the top end of the draft. I'll keep my options open there, but I'm not going to just do it because I need a quarterback.
No, you do it because you really like somebody.
That's what I mean. And if you like him, if you really believe, and they may, maybe they're going to come to the conclusion that Jackson Dart is their man. And if that's true, fine, do it. But, you got to hit it.
I just don't see how the odds will be better to pick up somebody next year. Because they're not going to have a losing season. They're not going to sink to the bottom for Arch Manning.
Not like 1, 2, 3, or 4, but I think that there's a better chance based on the lack of changes that they've already made and the way that the team basically fell apart at the end of last year. I mean, I could predict them to win 7, 8 games right now. It's not without the realm of possibility. I mean, I think it's possible.
It will be fascinating to see how they go about this, though.
Yeah, it will. I don't know if who else is on the board that you're even interested in.
Who does Cavalli have in his draft? You mentioned that earlier, Austin. Does he have do they have a quarterback being taken? Does he have a quarterback by the Steelers being taken?
He just included the Steelers, who he would take in the Steelers draft. And he had the wide receiver Luther Burden in the first round.
But
He
what
did
about
not include
later rounds? It was just first round. Is that all he did was the first round?
And he had Tyler Shuck in the 7th round, that quarterback from Louisville.
No.
Does that excite you?
No.
That would be an arm. That would be like, what you saw when they drafted. Who was the kid who went to Kansas City after he didn't play here at all?
Oladukin.
Yeah. I mean, he's a camp arm. I'm not interested in drafting a camp arm. If I'm going to draft a quarterback, I want at least somebody I believe who can be developed into something.
Well, this is our greatest fear come true. Life in the middle after Ben, and no answers. They're 0 for 5 right now. 0 for 5 since Ben left. Will it be 0 for 6, 0 for 7 after this year?
What would you make of it if Russell Wilson was the choice?
Not much. Do you think they have a chance to win a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson? I don't.
Well, again, I've seen things change quickly.
Or a playoff game?
Yeah, why wouldn't I think that?
Because of what we saw when he played good competition last year.
Okay, you can get in there, but as long as you get in there, you got to do better when you get in. There's no question. But if they make the right picks and come up with some players and are smart about this, they can turn things around. They finished second in the division this year, so I think Russell Wilson. It's not my choice. But if you did it, you're gonna have to probably give him what, $30 million a year minimum.
That's crazy for me. Absolutely crazy that idea.
Well,
I wouldn't do it.
Are you surprised it's taken this long? Here we are.
To replace Ben?
No, this long to figure out. They have 3 unsigned quarterbacks.
No, I think it'll all come to a head in the next, 10 days?
Yeah, it has to.
12 days?
If you're betting, somebody has to be signed before March 10th, correct?
Yeah. And this is life when you're not bad enough to get one of those prized picks and you're not good enough to compete with what you got. You're just stuck in the middle. You made a horrible, I shouldn't say you, Mike Tomlin made a horrible pick in Kenny Pickett that set the franchise back. And now let's see if he can make up for that. It doesn't look like it to me.
Well, that's why they play the game, Joe. And we're going to play the draft game coming up, and we'll see what happens. Also the free agent game, which I will find interesting, at least the first couple of days of it.
Yeah.
And after that, it kind of, deteriorates.
It is. And I think this year the Steelers are going to spend last year they did, really. But this year we might even see a bigger splash. You know what I mean? Did you see where Josiah Anderson, I think, put out there?
I don't know what some of the stuff she throws out never comes to pass. She said there's a big move.
Same is true of everybody, I think.
I guess, but
I think she has her ear to the ground pretty good. She said they're going to make some very, what was the word she used? Interesting. Things are going to be real interesting with the Steelers.
That's such a wide-ranging word.
Why don't you like her, Bob?
It's not about her. It's just about, those kind of things appear on social media all the time. Well, I can't wait till you see it's going to happen. All right. I've heard the Pirates are still having a big move. What is that? You can hear this stuff all day long. I don't pay much attention to it until I actually see it.
I do.
I'm not in that game where you don't do that on social media. You don't throw out things like that.
No, I don't throw out things, but I pay attention when people that I think do have their ear to the ground. We just played Daniel Jeremiah twice. We play Adam Schefter.
No, I understand it. I'm just saying to say things are going to get interesting. Okay, what does that mean? Define interesting.
Ben Brasino, you've never watched Jackson Dart play, apparently. Potentially to be a star is comical. So tell me why I'm reading and hearing and seeing everything I'm reading and hearing and seeing that could be a first-round pick.
Those guys could be wrong, too. Everyone could be wrong.
Sure they could.
You can look at whatever you want to look at. I just don't think that lines up with what the Steelers are going to do. That's all I'm telling you.
No, you told me a lot more than that, Bob. I'm looking at Ben Brasino's account now. Look at this guy, Bob. He's an absolute legend.
Where are you looking? I'm trying to find these things.
What the hell is going on here, Bob? I don't know. I'm in love with Jackson Dart. Now you guys have ruined it. I think he's going to be a good player. And I think, I think he might go to? What if he went to the
I
Rams?
love the name, though. You have to admit the name is a pretty catchy name.
For a quarterback,
Jackson
especially,
Dart. Yeah.
yes. And I'm not going to let you two ruin my fun. I'm going to stay.
No one's trying to ruin your fun.
Yes, you are,
No,
Bob.
we're not.
You've ruined my fun.
Would you want us to agree?
No.
We throw out confetti here. Whoa, Dart! It's a Dart day. What are we going to do? Wait,
It's
you
a
see
Dart
Jackson.
day. Yes. It's a Dart day. I like that.
We're throwing darts at the board, Joe, and you're coming up with ones and twos.
Yeah. I want them to take him. I want to see somebody come in here who, forget about him for a minute. I want to see them take young, explosive type players. We're
Yes.
talking about bringing Najee back.
I don't think that'll happen.
I hope
There
you're
are
right.
there are a lot of running backs out there. Even though there's some meat to that potentially, I still don't think that's going to be the way they go.
I hope you're right about that.
They would have given him the fifth-year option if they felt that. And they did feel that last year, but they still didn't do it. Would have saved them money, too.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Joe. I'm sorry to dampen your Dart day.
412-928-9370. Should the Steelers take a quarterback this year, and should it be Jackson Dart? They've met informally with him. I think they met formally with
Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers, and
Yeah.
who else did they meet?
Do you like him?
Not really. No. Do you?
Lukewarm. Again, nothing that makes me think.
Maybe Ben Brasino has a scouting report on him, Bob.
I think,
Do you
he admitted yesterday or whenever I saw that
Ben
he had
did?
that Quinn Ewers had a abdominal injury of some sort, of oblique,
Yeah.
and he played through it, which can tell me a lot about him potentially with high threshold of pain, or would explain his. I don't know. There's so much to go into these things.
All I know is he's rising on the boards. Let's go to the lines limits. Who do you got? Bob, are you excited for this part of it?
Yes.
Let's go to
Love hearing from people.
Luke, who's in Freedom.
Hello, Luke. What's up?
Hey guys, what's up? I just gotta say, pump limits are on it 100%. I think Jackson Dart. I hear that name. I think Kenny Pickett. I think Paxton Lynch. I think somebody shows you who they are, and then they have one good year, and everybody's out there looking to pump him up. And I think the fact that he's moving up the board as much as he is a sign of how weak this quarterback class is. I think the move is, Justin Fields. I think, but even then, I'm not sure I want to commit to Justin Fields long term. I think next year's a much deeper quarterback class. You have Cade Klubnik coming through, Arch Manning, who's hopefully going to be out of reach for us. That guy from Tennessee, that Nico Emelavea or whatever, Drew Aller. I mean, it's a pedigree class next year.
You include Drew Aller as part of a pedigree class?
I won't go that far.
Yeah, neither will I. Drew Aller and that guy from Tennessee, it may be a better quarterback class. I don't know. I think Cam Ward is a pretty good prospect myself.
He's the guy I think in this draft that'll make the biggest case for being a franchise quarterback.
We'll hit the phones again coming up next, and Bob and I will wrap things up. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter, Bob, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates have claimed right-handed pitcher Justin Lawrence off of waivers from the Colorado Rockies. And breaking news, Jimmy Johnson is retiring from TV with Fox Sports. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 24 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Rudy Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Commanders' run to the NFC title game surprised everyone. Now they enter the offseason with a ton of cap space, ready to make moves. They traded a fifth-round pick for veteran receiver Deebo Samuel over the weekend. That might just be the beginning. Washington could be very aggressive, maybe even going for Brown star Myles Garrett. Things move quickly in the NFL, and the Commanders now have every right to call themselves contenders. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Febreze. Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605. 800-390-4605.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football here, thinking I did something spectacular, dropping 45 pounds. But then Steve pops in and he dropped a whopping 150 with Awaken 180 weight loss.
I got started because I was sick and tired of just being sick and tired all the time. Wanted more from life, and I knew that at my size, I wasn't being who I could be, who I want to be for not only myself, but for my wife. And I just like, something has got to change and it's got to start soon. I mean, the program is so easy. Everything is really written down for you on your first day. Having someone there to help you and also keep you accountable, just having that someone to talk to, and even the fact that Awaken 180 offers free maintenance for life is amazing, because our lives change on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. And sometimes you need help figuring it out, because keeping the weight off is a lifetime commitment.
A lifetime commitment is what you'll receive with Awaken 180. 45 pounds to lose like I did, or over 100 pounds like Steve, Awaken 180 can get you there and keep you there. Free support for life online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom.
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You thinking just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let's go to another call limits as we excitedly wrap up the show. Bob's treating me to lunch today.
Oh, where are you going?
I don't know yet.
Wonderful. Here is Andrew in Carnegie.
Hello, Andrew in Carnegie.
Couldn't resist, huh?
Do you think the Steelers should draft Dino Tomlin?
All right, that's...
Oh, come on, man. And he hung up anyway. He had a point that he wanted to make about Steeler quarterbacks.
No, he didn't. He fooled you.
Yeah, he sucks. Here's Kevin in Moon.
Hello, Kevin.
Hey, Joe. How are you today?
I've never been better. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Hey, so I hate to rain on your parade here with Jackson Dart, but here's the sad truth. It doesn't matter who our quarterback is right now, whether that's Fields, Wilson, or Dart. The glaring and obvious truth is that our offense stinks. It is absolutely devoid of playmakers right now. You don't have anybody that can really move the chains in the passing game, and no quarterback is going to thrive the way that this offense is set up right now. So I'm going to side here with Bob and say if you can sign Fields to a 2-year deal, you really need to build this offense up through this draft that is very deep at the running back position and has some wide receivers that can help you out. First round, you go Igbuka. He's the safest wide receiver in this draft class. He's a guy that can move the chains for you. And Russell Wilson was never going to use the middle of the field, and I know Tomlin doesn't want Fields to use the middle of the field. But your best room on the offense right now is your tight end room. You've got to have somebody that can activate those guys, and Fields can at least do that and run for his life while this offense.
Who excites you in the tight end room?
I mean, Freiermuth hasn't been able to be utilized in the past few years, and then I don't know why they don't throw to Darnell Washington. He had 3 red zone targets that I remember last year. One was a touchdown, one was a DPI, and one was an incompletion. I'll take a 67% success rate in the red zone.
I guess, Bob. I don't know. Mount Washington doesn't really excite me as a receiver.
He was so excited at the beginning of the hour here when we were talking about Jackson Dart. And
he
now
brought me all the way down.
I think Kevin forgot about the interception that Russell Wilson threw in the back of the end zone intended for Darnell Washington. Remember when he just lofted the ball up there?
I mean, Freiermuth did catch 7 touchdown passes this year.
Yeah, I think he should be more utilized, absolutely. I think in the middle of the field is a storyline we've been talking about for a long time.
He had some end game malfunctions in multiple occasions, but he's a
You're gonna have
average to slightly above tight end, I would say. You?
So if Tyler Warren was on the board at any point.
Oh my God. Then we're talking game changer.
Again, though, you have to make sure you utilize him. It's one thing to draft him. It's another thing to put him in the position to be used.
Without a quarterback, that's tough. Yes, Limits? You raised your finger.
Oh, yes. I was letting you know that we have another caller.
Oh, I thought we had a big news item or something.
No, unfortunately, we do not.
Who's this one?
Let's go to our final call of the day. Hello, sir.
Here is Rob in the car.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing, man?
Good. You?
Terrible.
What happened?
Terrible.
Why? It's a beautiful day.
We're talking about drafting a quarterback, man. Especially not none of these guys, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do it.
Well, what's your plan here? What's your plan for the Steelers' future at that position?
I would give Justin Fields a 2-year deal. Either we're going to do good, or we'll be 5-12 and get a quarterback.
Well, that might be the best thing for everybody is to go 5-12 and sink down into Penguins country.
Yeah, because I'm going D tackle. Wide receiver. D tackle, running back. We need some defensive tackles, man. Defensive tackles help those guys in the back secondary. Outside DJ Reed at corner or Tre'Davious Ward. But I'm not. I wouldn't even interview these quarterbacks, man.
Oh, I'm definitely interviewing this guy. I mean, the part of it that's real is that he's an impressive specimen who's rising wildly up the draft charts. I mean, I don't know that you just ignore all these guys. I wouldn't. Rob?
College football you watch. But I watched a lot of these guys, man. A lot of these guys are just good college quarterbacks, man. It's the difference between when, you watch a lot of NBA, right? I know you do. I hear you talking about it.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys are good college basketball players, but when it comes to the NBA, it's a whole different ball game.
I know, but sometimes it's hard to tell. I mean, Lamar went with the 32nd pick. Jalen Hurts was a second-round pick. Sometimes it's not the guys at the very top. You got to be smart and identify these people who come after them.
Yeah, but I watched all these guys play. A lot of these dudes ain't nothing but good college quarterbacks, man. That's it. That's it.
That's true, and that's true every year.
Absolutely.
Most of the guys
they take advantage of defenses that, Rob, are just average defenses. You may have one or two studs on the defense.
He played in the SEC, Bob.
I know, but the rest of the guys out there are people you can deal with. So.
How about Bo Nix? Did he surprise some people last year? I'd wager to say yes. A lot of people.
Bo Nix, yeah, but I think
he looks like a star.
He was, he went around and he went 2 different places and did a very good job in those places. So, I don't know. I just don't have a very good vibe for this quarterback draft class right now.
Same size as Jackson Dart, I might add. 6'2", 217 for good old Bo Nix, Bob.
Okay.
I don't care anymore.
I know, you
I
do. I don't want to rain on your parade. I hope Jackson Dart is the pick. He's an all-pro, and you can sit here every time and talk about the day you designated Dart as the man. And we'll hear
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Hester.
kindly. And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Good night, Bob.
Good night, guys.
I love
See
you.
you on
Good night,
Wednesday.
Limits.
Bye, guys.
Good night. See you tomorrow, Joe. Bye, Bob.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Yankees tonight. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan at 6:30. It's spring training baseball with Bailey Fulter getting the ball, Tommy Pham, Nick York, O'Neill Cruz, Joey Bart, Jack Sawinski, Jared Triolo, DJ Stewart, Emmanuel Valdez, and Joshua Palacios is the Pirates lineup. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Houston Cougars are 9.5-point favorites at home tonight against Kansas, but instead of the spread, maybe consider the under. 132.5 is a really low total, but Houston's defense has been absolutely stifling, giving up just 58 points per game. Kansas has been underachieving all season long, and they're hot to the under, going 20-9 to the under. Under 132.5 is the play. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project. Plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check you have gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Start your day right with GetGo Cafe and Market, where value meets flavor. Wake up, double up on GetGo breakfast sandwiches and save. Enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, all served on buttery croissants. It's easy to have a great morning with this delicious deal. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store, plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop. At your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit GiantEagle.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. And we are getting closer to the playoffs. And right now, so many games are going to pave the way for what happens at the end of the year. Matchups that are really good measuring stick games, and one of them is going to get played Sunday night between the Cavaliers and Bucks. We've seen the Knicks struggle against the upper echelon of the NBA, so it's really a 3-horse race in the East. Bucks, Cavs, Celtics, and two of these teams are going to play. I love Cleveland. They do not have a winning history since LeBron left or a marquee player per se. I love the team basketball they play, so I like them in this matchup, and new FanDuel customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
They're going to be playing at 6:35 tonight from what will be the Rays' actual stadium this year because of hurricane damage to the Trop. It'll be the Pirates and the Yankees on the Fan. You ready for some big Bailey Falter spring training action, Don? Here we go. Let's get the crafty lefty out there. It's better than watching Erik Karlsson screw up and the Penguins barf up 2 more losses, I suppose. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What's the best educated guess based on talking to several sources around the league? Justin Fields over Russell Wilson, at least right now, feels like the direction they're going. Obviously, Russell Wilson was the starter last year. It was good until the end when it wasn't. He will at least have some sort of a market, but you're right. Justin Fields does seem to be at least the priority now. They do have an edge up on everyone. They can get a deal done right now. If they don't, I know at least a couple other teams
the
who
Jets.
eye him.
Wouldn't it be the Jets?
The Jets make sense. There's a couple other teams who still need one. Titans still need a quarterback, whether or not they draft one. Justin Fields is going to have a market. It's just, do the Steelers get in right now and try to stop his market by signing him to be their starter?
Who else is there for him if they don't? You know, if we assume that they've gone all the way down the path with Russell Wilson,
a draftable player, and they start him.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
where they're picking, they're in a pickle.
I don't know.
Let me give you one more though, because the New Orleans Saints and Mickey Loomis has said he expects Derek Carr to be the starter. If they're not settled on a contract for Derek Carr, if they wanted to take a pay cut, I don't see that happening. There is still a chance, as of right now, that Derek Carr becomes free. So you have a team like maybe the Steelers, maybe the Titans. I mean, there are options out there for him, unless the Saints get a deal done or keep him at his $40 million number right now. Carr could also be available. So this carousel is not quite settled just yet, guys.
All right, that's Ian Rappaport. Welcome into the PM team. Rap Sheet, fresh off of getting through the mean streets of Indianapolis area coffee shops, apparently unscathed after he became the story of Combine Weekend. He and Jordan Schultz, who's been on this show before, apparently having some sort of dust-up, and that's Rap Sheet chewing the fat. With the great ambient football noises in the background, Donnie, that looked like the sound effects you'd hear in a football movie off screen. Guys are working out at camp, and there's just, and he's laying out and dishing dirt on the Steelers' potential situation at quarterback. Justin Fields, a little bit more nudging ahead of Russell Wilson now in the eyes of the kind of shadowy insiders who don't want their names put out there. I would be making noises like that, by the way, if they actually tried to make a play for Derek Carr. I hope that doesn't upset you. I know
My former MVP.
couple of years ago that you were ready to make him your MVP pick. You did make him your MVP pick before season. That goes in there in the pantheon of funny things. Hold on. I'm trying to get the YouTube stream up because I like to watch the comments here, Donnie. But I had the sound on, so now we should be good. It's just it would make me vomit if Derek Carr came here. No offense to your prediction from 2 years ago. I think he was your 2022 MVP in the making. I think so.
I want to say 21. That first year that Davante Adams went there. When was that? Whenever that
he was still on the Raiders. You're right. He wasn't a member of the Saints when you were.
Yes, it was Raiders Derek Carr, and it was the first year he had Davante Adams.
Man, that one goes out there. That's out there with ponies. It's not out there on the level of Lamar. Won't be as good as Mason Rudolph kind of thing, but it's one that lives in infamy for you. I hear a clip like that. Rap Sheet's pretty plugged in. I have a very first sort of inclination to hear that coming out of the combine and kind of wanting to get an overall review of what went down and get a sense of what the people at the national levels are talking about. And at the very outset of it, I am happy to hear that they are much more serious about trying to get Justin Fields in here and bring him back while they have exclusive time to negotiate with him than Russell Wilson, that he has nudged ahead in that little race. I would, however, like, Donnie, for them to show me that their fever as an organization, the collective fever is breaking. You know what that means, right? You're getting sick, finally your fever breaks, you start sweating everywhere, but usually things get a little better after that. I would like, in the next couple of days, to get a sense from the Steelers that not cooler heads, but more rational heads are starting to prevail over there on South Water Street. Because I think that they are standing the chance here of messing this up badly, more so than it could already be messed up, by waiting any longer here. I would hope that there is somebody over there, if Art Rooney is the biggest backer, almost the exclusive backer of Russell Wilson, if his affinity or affection for Russell Wilson is really the reason that we're all still hearing Wilson's name connected to this as this starting job here as a possibility. I would like for somebody to whisper in his ear and say, hey, here's where we're at. Here's what we need to do. I would like there to be a series of behaviors by them, decisions made, that suggest they understand what their general position is in the NFL and that they are going to act accordingly. Somebody there in a position of power has had a light bulb go off for them and realized, okay, this is what we need to start doing here. We need to act like a team with a plan. Because I will say, after hearing that clip, I would tell you this. Getting a deal done, it probably 2 years. Do you have to overpay slightly for the first year and guarantee an amount of money you don't actually think Justin Fields is worth to make this happen? Probably. Can you, like every other team, afford to do something like that because the salary cap's going up and because you're not here for a long time, you're here for a good time when it comes to whoever you bring in or you sign as your next quarterback? Also true. You get something done with Justin Fields. You leave the Russell Wilson nonsense on the cutting room floor where it belongs. That would all be a sign for me that the Pittsburgh Steelers are understanding of their position, understanding of their standing within the NFL, and are acting accordingly. And by the way, their standing, if I'm not making it abundantly clear here, is you're one of the middle-of-the-pack teams in the league. You can probably say that about the 6th and 7th seeds in each conference both years. Are they really among the NFL's elite? Absolutely not. Is a team that staggers in at 9-8 or 10-7 really close to a team? They could beat them, yes, in any one-game scenario. That's why people love the playoffs. But is a team like the Steelers really close, for example, to the Philadelphia Eagles, the Chiefs, or the Bills? Not really. They haven't behaved like a team that's close to them in terms of their playoff performances. Is a team who was the 7th seed in the NFC? Why am I blanking on that one, Don? It wasn't the Rams this year. They won the division. Who would have been that 7th seed? Washington?
Oh, no, it was the Packers.
Packers, thank you. Good team. Tough team. Not a great team right now. Still have some work to do. Maybe got a bad draw. Rams, okay, they had Stafford, whatever. That ship already sailed. Bottom line is, usually every year, unless the team has like a hotshot quarterback like the Commanders did and they sort of come out of nowhere and make a run, chances are the team that's in the 6th or 7th spot is closer to the middle of the pack by definition than the top end of the NFL. That's where the Steelers are. Like, this offseason should be about putting forth one major effort, and that is bridging things to next year. Yes, when Neil Huntington called, 2016 a bridge year, we all vomited, but that team was coming off of 98 wins and could reasonably say that they were the second best team in baseball in the regular season. Their problem was that they were in the same division as the best team in baseball in the regular season. Also the third best team in baseball, but that's neither here nor there. You need to bridge to next year. You have the draft next year. You have not just Arch Manning, but a bunch of other quarterbacks next year who comprise the draft class overall at that position that is much stronger than 2025. You can do a bridge contract to next year with the bonus that you would get a better look at the player long term if you are harboring even like 1% of an idea that he might be your viable long-term solution. You just kind of whiffed on giving him a chance. You'd be able to do all this, get a sense of what Justin Fields truly, really, finally is, and bridge to next year by just signing him, handing him the ball, sending him over to Arthur Smith saying, here's your starting quarterback. Hey, starting quarterback, here's your coordinator. It's your job for 17 games or until you get hurt. Would accomplish a lot. Even if your deal terms are not like perfect, that charts you on a basic course. That is a plan. So it is heartening in one sense to hear that, yes, Justin Fields appears behind the scenes to have nudged back ahead, that the people who know people think that he is more likely to be their pick at this point. That would suggest that people are getting into Art Rooney II's ear and maybe talking him off the Wilson position. But the time for them to be negotiating exclusively, as Rappaport says there with him, with Justin Fields, is growing small. You might want to get a deal done soon, because if he has a chance to test the market, he might find that somebody else, even if it's another stop on his career kind of barnstorming tour, even though he has to go and learn on all new offense, somebody might knock him over with enough money or a sales pitch, so to speak, that you lose him. And then what? Donnie, one-word reaction. Starkey loves doing this. If you find out that they just let Justin Fields talk to other teams and he goes and signs with, say, the Jets, you heard that in that clip too, and then you find out they have re-signed Russell Wilson for what will not be a veteran minimum deal, it would be a lot more money. That's the other big part of this. First word that would come into your head about the Steelers' 2025-26 season.
Infuriating.
I think that's a pretty good one. I think that's apathetic would start to creep in with me because I would just say, what am I supposed to expect here? What am I supposed to actually think of here?
And with Fields at this point, I am almost anticipating him to absolutely talk to other teams. And
if they let it get this long, then he's going to tell them, I don't really want to do anything?
Yeah, I mean, we're already only a week away from the legal tampering period. So, I mean, what's another week for him? That's how my
guarantee him a
approach would
little
be.
extra money if you're the Steelers. But clearly, if they're just letting this play out right now, and I didn't get a sense from Rappaport that he thinks they're going to do anything imminently. He says they still have a chance to. It tells me that they don't love him enough that they're worried he's going to go somewhere else and, oh no, what will we do?
Yeah, that would be a little bit better, I think, if the quarterback market was more flush for them, but it isn't.
It's not. They just brought up Derek Carr, who
Yeah, they're banking on
Fake John Robinson sends me one. Yeah, he sends me one social media post. He sends me one social media post every week about how Spencer Rattler's on the rise there. Now, granted, it's from a South Carolina University affiliated type of Instagram feed, and they might be
Gamecock 69.
Yeah, sure, whatever. But the reality is, they probably do want to move on from him down there sooner rather than later. You're going to take somebody else's discard pile quarterback again? To me, you said it best. Every passing day you don't sign Justin Fields in legal tampering approaches brings you one day closer to a brink where you might end up empty-handed. They also, I think in that clip at the very beginning, you heard them kind of suggest that there will be a market for Russell Wilson elsewhere. No, there won't. What are we talking about here? He's old. Most people don't like him at this point. He's not very good. he causes like some sort of problem. Even though he's not a bad guy, there's some sort of baggage that seems to accompany him everywhere. Sean Payton couldn't wait to be rid of him. There's stories out there that no one's denied so far that he doesn't work all that well with Arthur Smith, and they tried their best, but it didn't click. He and Pete Carroll aren't buddies. That relationship fractured. What are we talking about? Like, the bottom line plan should be draft the next guy when the draft is here in 2026, when the class is better. The message should be very simple. Get to that point with some dignity and with a much better sense of like what Justin Fields is or will ever be. Get there with some dignity and sign Fields. That should be it. That should be like the bottom line thing that the Steelers do here. And I'm still, even though I'm encouraged by this report here, I am still very concerned that they're going to screw this up by doing one simple thing, dragging their feet. 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Ian Rappaport suggests Justin Fields has nudged back ahead in the race to be the Steelers' starting quarterback next year, that the insiders think the Steelers favor him over Russell Wilson. What's your reaction to that? 412-928-9370. Are you worried that they are going to screw this up by just letting it drag all the way into the new league year and potentially risk losing Fields to another team? 412-928-9370. We'll get a little bit of an expanded thought from Donnie Football as well. Pony's off with the C-suite in Bradenton, so the inmates are running this particular asylum today. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Tigers beat the Pirates 10-4 yesterday. The Buccos on the air tonight against the New York Yankees. 6:35 first pitch. The coverage for that game begins at 6:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The March Beer of the Month is Hey Honey from Two Phrase Brewing, and the Charity of the Month is Yasu, Young Adult Survivors United.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sometimes the best moves are the ones that didn't happen. The Giants and the Raiders were not successful in their efforts to get Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford. But Stafford was only a short-term solution anyway. To win in the NFL, you need a long-term answer at quarterback, especially if you're a struggling team like New York and Vegas. Now that Stafford is off the table, it's time for both teams to really get to work and find a franchise guy. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter's at 93.7 The Fan, of course, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You know, Donnie, I am a sucker for the YouTube comments, mainly because the handles that people use are very funny, regardless of what they say. And then there's like one that I can't even say technically. I mean, we probably could, but it's continuously the one that makes me laugh the hardest. Joe has somehow, this is from the end of Joe's show, I think. Joe has somehow taken over for Muller as my least favorite person on this radio station. Immediately after our show started, yes, it's the ultimate pessimistic bald guy. Man, what did he think, this guy, of Starkey and Muller? That must have been a bust for him. At least he's still listening right now. Your quick takeaway, all kidding aside here, before we head to the phones, Don, on maybe I needed to state this much more clearly. I want them to sign Fields because I think it represents an actual path forward, even though it's only for 1 year. And my main concern here, to be very clear, is that I think they are dragging their feet because in their minds, these are very equivalent situations. I think the only good thing I could say about Russ coming back to the Steelers if Fields goes elsewhere is it might get so catastrophically bad it, like, shakes them out of the doldrums.
As in, like, they have a bad season.
I could see them going 6-11 with Russell Wilson. I could actually envision it. Now, maybe that's being a prisoner of what I just saw to end the season, but, like, unless their offensive line, like, undergoes, like, a major leap because they switch around Jones and they bring in Fautanu healthy again, nothing I saw from Russ suggests to me that he's a player with, like, anything left, really.
Yeah, I just wouldn't really understand it. And on top of that, you have a known rift between Russell Wilson and your offensive coordinator. So you're going to just willingly run that back? And Russell Wilson will know whether he cares to admit it or not. We know how he's sort of a toxic positivity type guy, so he won't come out with anger, but he may be feeling it inside. He's going to know if he ends up as the Steelers quarterback in 25 that he was not the first choice.
Oh, that would crush him, even though he would say, yeah, I always thought I was coming back to the Steelers. I always had great talks with Art.
But, don't you kind of get that feeling with the way things have gone?
If they loved him, he'd already be back.
Yeah,
he'd be on a deal,
legal tampering.
Yes.
We could find out this time next Monday that Justin Fields has agreed to terms with, I don't know, the Jets, the Giants, whoever.
The
Doesn't
Titans
matter.
still need a bridge.
Yeah, whoever it may be. And, well, there goes plan A. I guess we can call Russ back.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You could reasonably say Fields shouldn't expect the Steelers to be in a hurry to deal with him and try to make something happen because they did bench him after all. He could be feeling raw about that. If you're Wilson, if they really liked you, even though the season ended the way it did, they're probably talking to you pretty much immediately. And he's the only one that really has put that out there other than stuff we see in chats where people intimate that Art Rooney, in fact, does like the guy for a bunch of weird, nebulous reasons, most of which don't even seem to be related to, his ability to play football. 412-928-9370. You worry the Steelers are screwing this up a little bit when it comes to their quarterback, that, you got to roster somebody. You cannot turn the keys of the operation, as unimpressive as it often seems to be, to Kyle Allen and Skylar Thompson. Hey, Kyle, come on back on a one-year deal, all right, buddy? I do think I'll say this, Kyle Allen feels likelier to me if Fields really is the front runner. I think that it ends up being Fields, Kyle Allen potentially, and Skylar Thompson on their roster. I could absolutely see them just trying to bring him back.
I said a couple of weeks ago, and Cabali tried to clown me for it because he's a massive Russell Wilson fan. I would be happier if they had Kyle Allen come back and try to play that guy at quarterback for a season than try to convince themselves and us that Russell Wilson still has enough in him to get them over the top. Yeah, we couldn't get it done with this guy for pennies on the dollar for the league minimum. So we're going to pay him $25 million a year, and now we'll try to tell you that we can be a better team.
Yeah, that should be the most disqualifying part of it, truly. You're right. 412-928-9370. Seth is on Long Island. Hey, Seth.
Hey, Chris, Donnie, what's up, guys?
Yo.
Love the show, man. Chris, I couldn't agree more with your opening monologue. 100%. I've been a Field supporter since they benched him. And quite frankly, I think to answer your query, I think they screwed it up already, man, because they should have brought him. I mean, listen, you got a 3-game losing streak, right? Why didn't you bring him, let him get back into the Cincinnati game for the last game and get him off the bench, let him get some, that was an important game, right? So you get him out there. You got a pitcher that's got a goalie gets 3 goals against him. You take him out. You bench him, right? Wilson should have been benched. You bring Fields in, let him play the Cincinnati game, and you burn all the boats like they said they were going to for the playoff game, and at least you have Fields. I personally believe that Fields is probably weighing it out with his representatives and saying, why do I want to come back to a dysfunctional team like this where I can't throw over the middle? They're going to have the restrictor plate on me. And the bottom line is, what's going to be different?
I think you and I, Seth, are a little bit different. Why you're saying, what would he think is going to be different about this year? Probably not a lot, to be honest. He'd make more money, I think. I think Seth is different than me, though. Seth, I think, likes Justin Fields and thinks he has, a chance to really show them something. I just think that that's the safest. That's the shortest distance to me between now and the 2026 draft, which is when I expect them to pick in the first round, mind you, their quarterback of the future. I guess I don't want this to get misconstrued. You're not hearing right now from a guy who thinks Justin Fields can be the answer. I saw some things I liked, but at some point with him, despite the athletic ability and the kind of the options I would argue he gives you, you have to kind of look at what he is and acknowledge that that's probably what he's going to be. I've never seen a true progression from him that makes me think that there is something else there that's not already been mined. You can probably put him in an offense that's ultra tailor-made for exactly his skills, and you might have that offense look decent as long as his running ability stays there, but I don't think it's a long-term sustainable proposition. Dave in Delmont. Hey, Dave.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
What's up, man?
Not much. I'm just, I don't care who we get to play this year. Rodgers, Fields, Russell Wilson, Kyle Allen. It doesn't matter. What the Steelers should be thinking about right now is there isn't going to be a good quarterback coming out, I don't think, this year. They have to start trading some players, and they got to load up on draft picks and get your quarterback the next year. That's what they have to start doing. If they don't do something like that, they're going to be in the same. I would trade T.J. Watt, Pickens, and Minka Fitzpatrick.
Well, you're speaking my language with Watt, which is something that they should have considered doing before last season, but just did not have the starts. So they don't have the starts to do it now. I mean, they have prioritized, Dave, the idea that certain guys should be Steelers for life. The YouTube comments are also rife, Donnie, with people saying, why do people want their supposed favorite team to take a step back, like so-called fans want that? Man, do people just still not get that is the way most teams have to find their next quarterback? The Colts had Peyton Manning for, a decade and a half? He pieced out. They, more or less intentionally, they had the campaign, suck for luck. Then they drafted
Curtis Painter in there.
Exactly. I do think that it's like odd that people view that and say, well, how could you ever want them to lose? I said it at the start. They are not close. They are more than a quarterback away. They need to draft one, and they need to start building. They are not a quarterback away. Coming up, the Penguins have a chance after this weekend's games. They have a chance now moving forward to set a record. I will tell you what that is in a little hockey talk. Coming up, here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another loss for Pitt Hoops over the weekend. Louisville beats them 79-68 on Saturday. The Panthers visit North Carolina State on Wednesday at 7. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony. Some explosions. And a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients at Federal Returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760, to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Here's a break. Moving in, Pasternak to the backhand, to the forehand. Pasta scores! Extend that point streak to 17 games for David Pasternak, the hottest scorer right now in the National Hockey League.
Yes. The ESPN audience, the ESPN Plus audience got to see all the worst out of the Penguins. A TNT audience got to see even more bad the next day. I mean, listen. I want to be very clear here. They're rebuilding this team. It's still, though, very funny that this keeps happening. David Pasternak flies in, opens the scoring on the Bruins' first shot of the game on Saturday. The NHL, their official stats department, Rob Rossi had this in The Athletic. They have kept a record of goals allowed on the first shot of the game going back to 09-10, so 15-16 seasons. The Penguins have currently, this year, given up a goal on the first shot of the game 13 times. That ties them with Edmonton, 2017-2018 Edmonton, for second most in a season. The only team worse was the Flyers of 2011-2012. You will recall that's the Flyers team that beat the Penguins in one of the absolute most insane playoff series you will ever see. I think 3 straight games in that series, the winning team scored at least 8 goals in the game. That was fun, including a 10-goal performance. So they're 1 behind the Flyers. They're going to set the record, Don. This team is going to give up more first-shot goals than anybody else has, at least since they started keeping this. I would bet a decent amount of money on that right now. And here's the actual story with this. At some point, aren't you obligated to point the finger back at Mike Sullivan here? Am I not allowed to just not like slough this off and say, well, what do you expect? Bad hockey team, bad goalies, stuff happens, and actually put a little blame on the head coach? Yes, I am aware that they have 0 defensive structure. Yes, I am aware their goalies are by and large just terrible. Blomqvist got sent down. Jari got brought back up. Probably the right move, by the way. Blomqvist needs to go play with maybe players where he can be the best guy on the ice and gain confidence, not behind this ramshackle outfit. But at what point do I say, they come out with sloppy play, careless defensive structure, not valuing the puck. They do all of these things consistently, mind you. It leads, because of their leaky goaltending, because they have 0 good goaltenders on their entire roster right now, it leads to a lot of these first shot goals. At what point am I allowed to say, that's a reflection of the head coach and not just something that happens totally independent of him in a vacuum? Nedeljkovic, has said, hey, this is Nedeljkovic's quote in Rossi's piece. Quote, I think for a majority of them, it's just about starting on time for everybody. Some things are preventable. Some things just happen. That's hockey, right? Shots going to go in, get deflected, go off. Guys are going to have bad bounces. Pucks go over sticks or whatever it is, and they end up with good looks. We need to find a better way of starting on time, playing with a little bit more emotion from the get-go, and I don't think you'll see those type of things happen. Okay, how is that not a reflection of your coach, the last part? A little more emotion from the get-go. If you ask me, does Mike Sullivan do X, Y, or Z well? I would say I think he tactically, when he has a good complement of players, I think Mike Sullivan's system generally is pretty solid. But that's only one half of it in the NHL. And usually the reason coaches get canned isn't because their system's awful. Everyone's playing the same risk-averse system by and large. It's because the team tunes them out. If the goalie is saying, yeah, we got to start games with more emotion and just a little fire in our pep in our step, that's on the coach. That's basically the same thing Tyler Kennedy said was lacking when they got blown out by the Flyers last week. And we had him on just tearing them a new one.
It sounds similar to how we talk and break down the Steelers after another disappointing playoff loss where they get blown out of the door in the first half. Game is already over by the time they go to the locker room. Now, I know that it's not really the same case, but these slow starts are what is similar here. The Penguins come out, and it's the defense, the goaltender especially, they're asleep at the switch.
And it's not like in most NHL games, you'll get, league average save percentage, I haven't checked, but I'm assuming it's right around between 902 and 907, somewhere in that range. So about just under 91% of shots get stopped. It might be a little lower this year, I'm not sure. But you think about the percentage of shots a team sees in a given game, for the first one to be a high-quality chance, and Pasternak was on a breakaway there, so, it was a very high-quality 10-bell chance. For that to keep happening over and over in a part of the game, I would argue you can kind of scheme for and plan for, is just mind-bending to me. And I think it does reflect on the coach. When he's at his best, I think he's one of the best coaches in the world. When he's at his worst, which I think we're closer to his worst, which I think he's been at for a while now, I think he just doesn't trust young players. His message gets lost in the sauce, and no amount of Boston accent painting the paint off the walls, peeling the paint off the walls. God, I can't apparently start this show well talking in English. No amount of locker room speeches seems to get through. In a normal circumstance, you would can that guy. You'd say, I'm just going to let somebody else do this job. But this is where, again, there are some similarities here with them and the Steelers about being set in their ways. They have decided that they love this guy and they think he's the long-term answer at coach. And so you're going to have to deal with this. Even though if it happened to pretty much any other coach in the league of a middling to bad team, they would be getting clobbered for it. The stink never seems to like get caught on Mike Sullivan and stay there. It's always on the players or the goalie. Like, well, come on. It's the coach too.
League average save percentage, by the way, is at .901 this season, which is actually the lowest.
I knew it was lower than it had been.
It's the lowest in about 20 years. 05-06, it was .901. The Penguins' 3 goaltenders this season: Ned 892, Jari 884, Blomqvist 885.
Yeah, they're horrible. I mean, we're talking like their goalies are playing like 1980s hockey that would have been acceptable when every game felt like it was 6-5. Although Gary Bettman made sure to tell me, no, this version of the NHL is as high-flying as it was back then. I do think like they are making a pretty major mistake in being so pot committed to him. He doesn't trust young players. It's fair to say that his message has gotten stale. He hasn't gotten any results for them in terms of what they actually are seeking to do year to year since they last won a series, in the playoffs in 2018. It's been a long time. It's not getting better. The team makes some of the same sloppy mistakes. Carlson, don't even get me started, made insane mistakes in the Maple Leafs game in the second period. And yet, again, this just rolls off his shoulders. It's apparently not him. Like, even if you are putting out a roster that, I think there's a difference between putting out a roster that doesn't realistically have a chance to contend and putting out a roster that's just playing atrocious-looking hockey, and they are doing the latter. You don't have structure. You come out of the gates very slow, flat-footed. That should be on the guy wearing the suit, not the guys wearing the sweaters every single time. Are you ready for more Tristan Jarry, though, Donnie, now that he's back? This is a smart move to get Blomqvist the hell out of there. Like, not because I think the guy's never going to be a good goalie, but, like, get him away from whatever the hell this is.
He was rattled.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was rattled because look at the team in front of him. It's the ultimate defense optional. The fact that Fleury survived that kind of, like, an even worse hockey team with no stars that was just under siege all the time early in his career makes it impressive that he became the player he was. But I'd rather if they're going to be cannon fodder, I would rather them sacrifice Jarry, who they got to get the hell away from anyway. Just, hey, yeah, you suck. Go out there and, hey, these guys ahead of you don't really care about playing defense. The most meaningful thing that they are going to pursue over the next, 20-odd games or whatever it is, most meaningful thing they're going to do is have Sidney Crosby try to keep the point per game streak alive. That's not a joke. That's the truth. All right, so that was the actual, like, small picture Penguins. I actually want to talk about the big picture Penguins coming up next because I think this is arguably the biggest week of Kyle Dubas's entire Penguins tenure coming up. The big week portion ends at Friday at 3 o'clock. But I think it's worth talking about. What will Kyle Dubas do? And maybe more importantly, what won't Kyle Dubas do with the trade deadline Friday at 3? By the way, every guest in the fan appears on the fan hotline here, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's talk Penguins, the deadline, and Dubas. What moves will he make? What moves can he make? And what moves will he not make that he should? I've got answers to just about all of them coming up next. First, here's, nothing.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge Home and Garden Show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dartboards, and professional billiard service. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take a shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile Home Internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile Home Internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates baseball spring training action on the Fan tonight at 6:35. You'll see Bailey Falter getting some work in against the New York Yankees. Heard of them before? They're allowed to have beards now as long as they're well-groomed. More Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
PM team. Solo Mulsey today. The 1.5-man team. It's 2-man team. What am I saying? But Donnie's got to push all those buttons and do all that extra work. So that's why I say his attention as a host is half here. He's half producer, half host. It's going to be very difficult for Pony to perform that job as part of his shame bet payoff whenever we can make that happen. Donnie obviously very skeptical that we'll be able to. He thinks that the bureaucratic red tape, the C-suite types that Pony's palling around with right now in Bradenton are going to be impediments to that. He is going to be back on tomorrow, though. Some of those people go down there for a nice couple of days. You know, it's just a good thing that happens. He goes down there and he's desperate to work. I mean, just real psycho hours, right, Donnie? To get into the man's psyche is to go to a dangerous place.
Was it a year or two ago that he would take days off and there would actually be some pretty notable Steelers news that would happen?
The Pickett,
I feel like
the
last
Pickett
year,
trade
yes.
happened. So, okay, I remember this. When they signed Patrick Queen.
He wasn't here for that, and he wasn't here for the Pickett thing.
He wasn't here for Patrick Queen, and I want to say he texted us both and kind of gave us a sense that something was brewing on that front because he had heard before the trade was announced. But remember, I was holding back on him because I had heard some stuff on the side about Pickett, very credible stuff that Pickett had asked for a trade out of here. He was not here for any of that. We always joke, and I wonder if the people listening realize this, we always joke that if he was taking a day off but still in Pittsburgh and something seismic happened, like, for example, what would happen, just quickly, or humor me, before we get to Penguins, we are going to talk trade deadline. Say he was down in Deep Creek for one reason or another. He was taking a short trip away from family, right? Or away with his family. He and Amanda and Stella down at Deep Creek, maybe with some neighbors or some family members. For argument's sake, let's imagine this is happening, I don't know, in this time of year, like dead time. And he He has no idea, no inkling. We get a shock resignation from Mike Tomlin. I think he's like, honey, I know we only drove one car here. I'll be back in 8 hours. Hope you don't need anything. Move
or
the
if
cars.
it happened during the show, he would call.
He would just call and then be like, but I'm staying on the line for the entire show.
Yes.
Here, what are the reads? I'll host. He'd just be hosting from a cell phone. I'm serious. He did that once on national radio. Their signal dropped out. He hosted like the first hour of a show or something on his cell phone, which is wild. Anyway. This is, I think, arguably the biggest week of Kyle Dubas' tenure thus far. We know Kyle Dubas has done a lot to stockpile picks in the first 3 rounds of the next 3 drafts. And we know that he, even though they won't say it because, like, for, I think, branding reasons, the Penguins just do not want to be overtly out there as saying, hey, we're a rebuilding franchise. As we know, he's well into a rebuild. We also know a couple other things, though, about the way the NHL tends to work. And one of those things is even first-round picks in the back half of the round are hardly sure things. Second-round picks, not sure things. Third round and so forth. Like for every Henrik Zetterberg or Patrick Hornquist that gets drafted in the 7th round, turns into a really good player. Hornquist, I believe off the top of my head, was hockey's Mr. Irrelevant in his draft. For every one of those guys, you have lots of examples of players who just never make it. I mean, the Penguins kept trading first-round pick after first-round pick to try to win now in the Rutherford era and even before that. That's why they've had so few of them that they've retained since like 2014. And there are many examples of those guys just never panning out. So like Kyle Dubas has done some good stuff already. He's got, I think, a big decision to make. I think it's safe to say that Grzelcyk's going to be dealt. Because I think he's played better than people have maybe thought, or he's going to be in demand because defensemen are always in demand. I think Anthony Beauvillier, we hardly knew. He's having a pretty good season, by and large. I think he's going to be seen as useful to a team. Josh Yohe has just written about this, so you can go and see what he wrote. You can check out stuff on our website. The name that everyone wants to know, Donnie, is this. And it is, by the way, a very seller-friendly market because there are very few teams in bad shape enough in the standings that they are definitively selling. So it's a supply-demand question. There's going to be more demand than there is supply. Erik Karlsson's not going anywhere, mainly because one of the major teams, maybe the major team that might have wanted him, the Panthers, that might have been a destination, they just traded for Seth Jones, so they're not in the market now. That kind of is nullified. What I think everyone wants to know is he going to trade Rickard Rakell? Now, I think this is an interesting question for a couple of reasons with Kyle Dubas. How he handles Rickard Rakell tells you a lot about a couple of different things. One is how close he thinks the Penguins, even in this stage of a rebuild, are to being competitive again in an actual tangible way, not in a, we hope to be competitive. We think we've got a good team, and no, we know we've got a good team. We're going to be around. If you actually believe that you are much closer than other people think, that you're an off-season of aggressive moves away from being competitive and better goaltending away from being competitive, and how could the goaltending be that much worse? I would imagine you'd keep Rickard Rakell. Streaky player, but ultimately a good player, guy putting up good numbers. Very good numbers. Despite the streakiness. Here's another thing that you have to consider when the topic is Rickard Rakell, keep him, don't keep him. He's got 52 points. He is showing an ability to play with Sidney Crosby. Sidney Crosby, in case you're scoring at home and forgot, has a point per game streak, that is going to stretch 2 decades here very shortly, as long as he keeps up his pace. Rickard Rakell is a big part of keeping that streak alive, finishing plays. So what about that? How much does that matter to Kyle Dubas? Also, just in general, I would imagine that Rakell likes playing alongside Crosby. Seems pretty natural to assume, right? How much do they want to focus on keeping Crosby happy by keeping a good offensive player around? Rickard Rakell is on power plays with Sidney Crosby. He's going to be eating more than he might otherwise eat. Rickard Rakell in general playing with Sidney Crosby. He's going to make Crosby happier. He's got a guy who can finish a little bit. How much does Kyle Dubas want to balance trading what is ultimately his best asset versus trying to compete for the future? I don't think he's going to deal Rickard Rakell. There's no impetus or urgency to have to deal him. I have a feeling what the Penguins' approach here is going to be is they try to live mostly for the future, but keep a couple of the pieces that they could otherwise deal without they're not going to deal any of the no-movement guys, according to Dubas. He doesn't even want to ask them. Carlson's telling people he hasn't even been asked. I think they're going to do the following. I think they're going to look at what they've stockpiled over the next couple of years. I think they're going to continue to choose to believe in what they have sitting around already on this roster, even though it's produced a pretty bad season thus far. And I have a feeling that they are going to say in, I don't know, maybe not next year, but maybe the year after that, they can be a contender again. And they are going to try to hang on for that level, for that amount of time. But I think if you were to see them get bowled over by an offer and deal Rakell, it would be to some extent a sign, a tacit signal that maybe they think it's going to be a little bit of a longer process than they've otherwise let on. Because right now it seems like most people are telling you who are big Dubas believers, I would say. And I would count Yoey in that camp. I think Yoey seems to think that Kyle Dubas is doing a pretty good job. They feel like this stockpiling of picks that's gone on is like most of the battle. And he's going to make the right picks. And one of the goalies they have in the minors, now that Blomqvist is back there, of their pretty promising players, is going to eventually stabilize that position. Maybe two guys are going to come up and be good, and they'll have a nice rotation. They won't have to count on one player, and then they're going to roll this ball out there like that. Personally, I would look at Rakell, Donnie, as this. A guy whose value might never be higher than it is right now. And if you're actually committed to a real honest-to-God rebuild, doesn't it take making a hard decision like saying, yes, we know that we have to roster an actual team on the ice, and that might become more and more difficult, but man, is this guy ever going to have more juice right now than he has for us as a trade piece? That's how I'd look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are in a situation where if he has played his last game as a Penguin, that's not the worst thing in the world.
Or if he's about to.
Yeah, I mean, I would even go into this with, hey, let's sit him out tomorrow night or Wednesday night. Tomorrow night.
Avalanche,
the Avalanche. Sit him out in that game. Make sure he is fully healthy for the trade deadline, because you never know what's going to happen. And if you are able to pull something off, you get a lot back for him. Like you said, the value probably never higher for Rickard Rakell, then it's a win. If you keep the guy around, he's not young, but he's not old. He's not one of the older guys on this roster, which is filled with dudes that are closer and closer to 40. He's just over 30. Then he's somebody you can keep around. So it's not like you absolutely have to move on from the player here, but I think they should absolutely try.
412-928-9370. By the way, I completely forgot to tell you that the 50-minute mark happened. And it's my tardiness that's the problem here. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. That was several minutes ago. That's on me. Question for you at 412-928-9370, though, right now. Trade deadline's Friday at 3 o'clock. Kyle Dubas has already made some moves, obviously, this season. Kyle Dubas has a handful of players most people expect to be dealt because they're more minor names that might fetch more minor returns. He's got one big prize chess piece that he could choose to deal. Rickard Rakell. Do you want to see the Penguins deal a guy having a career year who's also helping, by the way, Sidney Crosby continue a pretty meaningful points per game streak? 412-928-9370. Would you tear this thing down more or less to the studs if you were Kyle Dubas, or try to keep one foot in both worlds and keep a guy like Rickard Rakell around? 412-928-9370. That's the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Back with your calls, what you want to see out of Kyle Dubas as the trade deadline is only a couple days away on 93.7 The Fan. Here's Don.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates on the air tonight. They will play the New York Yankees at 6:35. Coverage begins at 6:30 right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. College hoops, conference tournaments are getting started in just a couple days here locally with Robert Morris finishing in first place in its league. And that's a one-bid league, so they got to win this league to make it. And you can bet on the conference tournament winner on FanDuel. Robert Morris is plus 270. They have the second best odds behind Milwaukee at plus 250. And right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. So you can bet on Robert Morris to win this conference tournament. And if you're right, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets in addition to what you're going to win on Robert Morris if they do turn out to be the conference champions. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/Andrew and get in on all the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm going to assume for now that this is just Aaron Rodgers' camp trying to create some buzz around its client. The Giants can't actually be interested in the former Jet QB after being the butt of so many jokes this past season. They can't possibly sign up for all of Rodgers' baggage. Any other QB plan, draft one, bring in a different veteran, makes much more sense than Rodgers. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3-room Zero Resified starting at $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com today. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1230.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the ramp from Camp Horn Road to the outbound side of the Parkway North. There is a shoulder closed, so expect a slight delay in that area. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. So parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. I did a bunch of those last year, Donnie. They're always fun. The kids are still out there getting after it. Tomfoolery, hijinks. I will say Big League Chew, still undefeated. Big League Chew, one of the greatest ideas ever. Hey, kids, you can't have tobacco products, but what if we just made it like a tobacco product, but instead it's grape bubble gum?
Was that your go-to flavor? I went with green apple.
I remember chewing a lot of grape. Did they have strawberry too? I think I would have been strawberry.
Definitely
or
like
grape.
a strawberry or cherry.
I hated cherry-flavored anything and still do. Like, everyone loves cherry Italian ice. I can't. No way. I probably was grape or strawberry. But then, as you know, I think the greatest of all Little League treats is the Cowtail. Dude, I used to get sick. I would eat so many of those things, man. Our boss, Craig, he has like a private stash. Craig stopped putting candy in the jars.
Yeah, no more candy in his jar.
Apparently he doesn't want to, he said that was a gimmick to get people to come and talk to him, so he didn't want to be like mean boss. So he wanted everyone to always feel like they could come into his office, have a piece of candy, just say hello. No more candy. And then I see him, got the Cowtails in there. He must have private stash. He's keeping the good stuff away from everybody. Best thing that the Penguins have to deal at the deadline is Rickard Rakell. Big question is whether or not they have any actual interest in trading Rickard Rakell. He is due $5 million a year for the next 3 years after this one. That is not going to look so bad as the cap goes up. He is a player in the midst of a career year. I'm of the opinion if you're going to do an actual rebuild, do a rebuild. It is a hard decision only because I think that there is a desire within that organization, and there probably should be to some degree, to do right by Sidney Crosby on a variety of levels. I think trading away a guy like Rakell in the midst of the season he's having probably rubs Crosby the wrong way, both in the immediate and maybe even in the short-term future as well. 412-928-9370. Let's go to our number 2 fan on the PM team, Jeff in South Park, who I know has opinions on this.
I actually have an Erik Karlsson jersey, and I blame Pony for this because he put the idea in my head when that trade first happened in August of 23. He's like, are you going to get a Karlsson jersey? And at the time I was thinking, wow, I hadn't even thought about that. So, of course, I got a Karlsson jersey, and his stint on the team might very well be the worst stretch of Sidney Crosby's Penguin career. So Go figure. So I actually want the Penguins to hang on to Karlsson for as long as possible so I can get my damn money's worth out of that jersey.
Oh, so you're somebody who won't wear one after the player's gone, right? My wife's very much like that.
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. I will wear one because I still wear my Yager jersey. And I did even when he was totally being a mercenary at the end of his career. If the memories of the player on that team are great, then yes, I will continue to wear that jersey. If Erik Karlsson
goes, you should burn that thing at the bottom of a 55-gallon drum, Jeff.
Exactly. So,
do you want him to trade Rakell or not? If you were in Kyle Dubas's chair and somebody made you a very good offer, it would obviously involve a first-round pick and probably some other assets. Would you make a deal for Rakell?
Well, it's tough because he's got 3 years left at that affordable salary. However, that affordable salary, a lot of times when you're trying to put these trades together, you're talking about, well, how much are the Penguins going to have to retain? Like, for instance, if they were to trade Karlsson, they're probably going to have to work out something like that. Rakell's salary is such that he's actually, not only with the cap going up, but he's actually worth that amount of money right now. So the Penguins would not have to retain any salary on him.
It's a pure assets trade. You'd be hoarding assets if you traded him, but you would be taking away the guy who's been a reliable point producer.
Well, the thing is, too, since he has multiple years left on his contract, it can't be one of those deals like last year with Jake where they got a conditional first-round pick. It has to be an absolute first-round pick plus because he's affordable, we won't have to retain, and he's got multiple years left on the deal.
So you're laying out all these conditions. Let's say you get your conditions met here. Are you doing it?
Yeah, I would. I mean, because, as of right now, Chris, they look like they're going to pick between 4th and 6th in the draft. What are we doing here? So, yes, I would do it. And what you laid out earlier, you made an excellent point, and God bless you for talking hockey in multiple segments. You brought up an excellent point. You said that it's not that this team is absolute gutter trash as far as the talent on the roster. It's the fact that they're tuning Sullivan out and they're not playing well to start games, and then they just give up after the goalies who
Jeff, unfortunately, to that point, I can't trade Mike Sullivan for this, and I've got to let you go because there are other people who are ready to roll here on hockey. We can't let Jeff have the floor for the entire time we would. He said he would trade him for the record. He hemmed and hawed, but then when I put him to it, he said very quickly, yeah, hell yeah, I would trade him. Nick is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Nick.
Hey, what's up, guys? First point I'll make is we all expected this, okay? So when you win 3 cups in 15 years, you have to give up assets. We all know that. But what I would do, I wouldn't trade Rakell, mostly because he's really not.
Wait, when you say expected, when we all expected this, you mean the downturn in play?
Yes.
Well, I will counter that briefly by saying this. I think if you had asked most Penguins fans, hey, if you told them, hey, Sidney Crosby is going to continue to be a point-per-game producer year over year, he is going to continue to be, what would you say is fair, one of the 10 to 12 best forwards in the league still at this juncture? I think most people would tell you, Nick, that they wouldn't have expected the team to be this bad.
Well, those people really don't know hockey then, because one guy who my favorite athlete, is an outlier. I mean, he's an outlier. He can't play defense. You have 6, 7 guys on your defensive core, and you don't have any guy with real upside as a goalie. Your bottom lines are trash, man. The bottom.
So would you trade Rakell to try to continue to gather assets? No.
The reason why, because you can get guys like look at Washington. They take a flyer on Dylan Strome, and now look at him. He's unbelievable. And Tomasino looks like a good move. And I think you can definitely trade Karlsson even if you get a third team involved.
The problem is he has to approve it, though. I mean, he already has made it clear, I'll take my stand if they approach me. So he can dictate terms to you.
But who's going to be? He has to approve it. But who's going to be the teams that are going to try to get him? Teams that are going to the playoffs. Teams that have cup aspirations. So why would he not want to go to a team that has a chance to go to the playoffs? It's not like he's going to go to some bottom dweller like.
I mean, I think Florida would have been a good choice. I think Florida would have been a good choice and a good candidate for this until they worked the Seth Jones deal, because he's a right-handed shot, obviously. And in Carlson's case, you'd be getting a right shot whose contract is nowhere near as onerous over the next couple of years because the money drops considerably. But I think one of the major teams, and thanks for the call, Nick, we got more people who want to chime in still. I think one of the major teams that would have been a suitor that maybe Carlson would have wanted to go to has taken themselves out of the running. Luke is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Luke.
Hey, guys. I just got to say something to Donnie Football here first. Bear Thugs for life. That's all I got to say. Waynesburg guy. But as far as this trade, I'm doing it 100%. I don't think Sid is going. Sid's the type of guy who puts the sweater first, and I think that's got to be the sales pitch. Dubas has to do what's good for the team, and Sid's not going to glory hunt, I don't think, and I think if he was going to, he would have thrown his fist up in the air when we got rid of Jensen. And the big thing is, too, as far as getting rid of Carlson, if we do get rid of Raquel, and he's worth that contract, and to get that $5 million off the books, then this summer, or even now, with a retention slot open, we take that $5 million off the books, we move that to retention for Carlson, and all of a sudden, we might actually get something.
I'm not in the frame of mind, Luke, where I'm thinking they're going to get a lot for a guy that has a no movement clause, period. Like, no matter how much salary they retain. I know Carlson has scored an okay amount of points so far this year, not nearly at his peak. I think other teams are smart enough. They have advanced scouts for this reason. They've seen some of the boneheaded plays, even on a contender, is Erik Karlsson, that he would agree to be traded to. Is he going to be a responsible actor? I'm not so sure about that. 93.7 The Fan, that's our fan Twitter. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Every Friday, we do something on the show called TGIF. We talk about what we're looking forward to watching in sports that weekend. Every Monday, we wrap it up with PM Team Weekend Review. That's coming up next. After that, I should say, Donnie, what is that I hear? Another discussion about hockey? In this economy? It's true. First, though, PM Team Weekend Review. Here's Donnie with a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yeah, our buddy Jeff is probably going to call back in a little bit.
Would he call in as an assumed name? What if Jeff called in as Johnny the Barber?
No, I would catch him. He would call in just as Jeff again.
Hi, guys. It's me. I'm sorry, but I had to go back to the well.
I'm too excited.
I'm playing an Ernie Banks as a caller today.
The Penguins lost both games at home over the weekend. Boston beat them 3-2 on Saturday. Toronto beats them in overtime yesterday, 6-5. Tristan Jarry recalled earlier today. The Pens and Avalanche get after it tomorrow night, 9 p.m. puck drop out in Colorado. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 24 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Memphis is laying the lumber against Atlanta. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Grizzlies are minus 9.5 versus the Hawks, making them the biggest favorite the home team has been all season. Ja Morant questionable with a shoulder, but I'll take ATL plus 9.5 after getting the weekend to rest, and Memphis playing for the third time in 4 nights. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See our weekend features. Celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori, March 7 through 9, and Pittsburgh native and HGTV celebrity Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords, March 14 through 16. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's 3:30. Now's the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. All right, so we do TGIF. We have started, especially now in the offseason, to look ahead in these lean non-football times where the hockey team is more or less playing for draft position. The baseball team hasn't formally gotten started yet. They're playing exhibition games where Trey Turner is challenging. I know this isn't a Pirates spring training game, but Trey Turner is challenging a strike right over the heart of the plate by Max Scherzer on the first pitch of the game just for laughs. And other stuff is kind of just in the weeds, pit basketball in the weeds. We are looking through on Friday the old TV guide, so to speak, and trying to determine what we're going to be targeting to watch that weekend. Now, what was yours this past weekend, Donnie?
Oh, I had a booked-up weekend. I mean, I had the PAC Women's Championship game on Saturday.
Who took the dub there?
W&J. Ended up being a pretty good game. They were up 31-13 early second quarter. I'm thinking this
is
could
cruise
turn into
control.
a laugher. The Chatham Cougars, they started chipping away. I'll give that team
They had the
credit.
little hammers out
they
there
evened
just
things
chipping
up
away.
Like midway through the third.
Wow. I think I saw you post like a highlight maybe, and it was some interesting ball movement followed by like a last second on the shot clock three-pointer from a lefty, I want to say.
Yeah, end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
We had a buzzer beater.
Yeah, that was
close to that in the third quarter.
All right. So it delivered the goods. Did you feel like you rose to the moment?
I actually did feel really good during the game.
Did you get to say, you are looking live?
No, I didn't give that to you.
Didn't give me the Musburger? All right. So my big one that I was watching, I said I don't want to typecast and constantly pick golf, but that tends to be what I'm like filling up my weekends with. You know, I know there are Penguins games and a Pitt game, and we've talked about that, but I was at PGA National 2 years ago with my dad. We went down on a trip to Fort Lauderdale, my parents and then my family. And so my dad and I got away for a day, and we went to this golf course, and we watched what was then called the Honda Classic in its final year, Donnie. Honda just decided we got to drive away from this one. It had already become an event where they weren't getting the best players necessarily. They call it like an other side or off field, whatever you'd want to call it, a B field. Now, they had Spieth there this weekend. They had Fowler there. They were both kind of in contention. That Luke Clanton, the kid who's an amateur, who got his tour card basically whenever he wants it, either this spring or next, by making the cut through this program that they have. But instead, I'd like to focus on the dude who shot 59 in round one. Man named Jake Knapp, who can dunk, who is like a kind of a gym bro, so he lifts a ton of weights. He shot 59 on a par 71. So he's in an exclusive club of guys who have shot sub-60 rounds in tour competition. He was bidding to go wire to wire, Donnie. Now, I'm not even sure if you know whether he won or not, but I'll spoil it. Narrator. He did not go wire to wire and win. A guy named Joe Highsmith came out of nowhere wearing one of those kind of old man bucket type of hats.
Wait, I saw that guy.
Yeah.
He looked ridiculous.
He was also just making every putt he looked at, but that's not the reason I'm talking about this and following up about it. Jake Knapp on the 11th hole, he splits the fairway on a pretty straightforward par 4. This, by the way, the other story at this course is it's supposed to be, traditionally it was one of the toughest courses on the PGA. The U.S. Open, the winning score is usually around par, sometimes 1 or 2 under, sometimes a couple over. At Oakmont, they'll be thrilled if it's 6 or 7 over. That would be a bloodbath, but they'd love it. So usually for regular events, it's between, I would say, 15 and 20 under anymore for a variety of reasons. But this was a place, because of the layout of the course, because of when they would have it, and because of the wind, which those guys hate more than any element. They hate the wind. They don't care if it's raining, if it's windy, they are in a world of hurt. It's usually playing tough. The winning score's been 6 under for the whole thing. It did not play tough. The wind was not present, and then they made the course easier. However, 11th hole, Jake Knapp is in the lead by 2, I believe. He splits the fairway. He's got 155 yards left. Hits it in the water. It's just on the edge, though. It rolls from the bank into the water. It's completely submerged, but he knows it's his ball. Okay? He takes the shoe off, attempts to hit a fully submerged ball out of the water. The entire time, the announce crew isn't saying what they should say, which is, why the hell is he doing this? For the record, you can hit a ball out of the water. Some great shots in tour history have been played out of the water like that. Usually 2/3 or at least half the ball has to be above the surface for you to have a chance at it. He attempts to hit it out of the water. It gets a foot out of the water and rolls right back in. He attempts to again hit the ball out of the water and leaves it on the bank. Doesn't get it out at all. His third attempt, the first attempt kept it in the water, got it slightly more out of the water, but it was still submerged halfway. Second attempt puts it on the bank, rolls it back in. Third attempt leaves it on the bank. He has now attempted 5 shots. He ends up making a triple bogey on the hole.
So that just did him in.
He lost the tournament. I believe he shot either 15 or 16. Highsmith won at 19 under. His triple bogey basically meant that he had no chance, and had he just parred the hole somehow, he would have come down the stretch needing a birdie to force a playoff. And I do love to see a guy pull a Mulsey out there. Lose his mind, makes the wrong decisions, hits an awful unforced shot to start the whole thing off. He was on cruise control, honest to God. And then he just went. That's the only sport where you truly see guys do occasionally something like you would do out there, or I would do out there. And it was just glorious. I enjoyed every second of it.
Would love to see how Joe would be in that situation.
So I will say this. Those guys, I don't know if whatever emotions are boiling inside of them, because when you're that good, maybe you intellectually realize I'm this good, I'm playing at the highest level, stuff happens. I've played in obviously a couple of competitive enough tournaments, net events, where it's for people like me who are decent but by no means great compared to the average weekend warrior. when I've hit a ball like out of bounds and you've got to go through the proceedings of trying to find it or then going back and teeing up, the like churning pit of the stomach embarrassment, like, oh my God, everyone's judging me. They all think I suck. This is the worst. I would melt down, I think, on television. Like, it wouldn't even be anger. I would just like shrivel up into like a corn cob. Joe, I think we could get a Happy Gilmore. You got to kick him off the tour, Doug.
I think he would do something to get kicked off.
I mean, guys have thrown
He gets
clubs.
a bit explosive in the back when he misses a putt on that practice green.
Oh, yeah, there was like a half cuss today. He's like, it's because I looked up. I pulled it. I was like, Joe, you're on a dead straight mat. What are you doing? And then he'll also say, though, this is the best I've putted in years. I'm like, again, you are on a practice putting mat. How can you judge whether or not you're putting well? He's into it, though, this year. I can already tell. He's already asking me when we're going to go play together, all that stuff. He's telling us about all these rounds he's going to book down in Florida. He's going on a little trip next month. The man's in.
Yeah, there may be some midday Fridays I may need to keep open on my schedule.
I'm all for that. Midday Donnie, I support that fully, Don. I've got more Penguins talk lined up. I do want to get to a couple people, though, on this, because what I want to talk about next is not really related to the trade deadline. It's more of a self-contained rant. I actually want to hear from some people because we did ask about would you trade Rickard Rakell with the deadline here looming on Friday, how you would handle that if you're Kyle Dubas, because it's the biggest chip he has to move, and whether or not he wants to move it is another story altogether. Let's go to Mike real quick on the fan. Hey, Mike. Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What up?
Hey, if I'm Dubas, I think you got to go all in on the rebuild. To me, you get rid of Malkin, Letang. You got to get rid of some of that money, them big contracts.
All those guys have to approve any deal, which means A, it's unlikely to happen. Rakell, you don't have to go through this process. That's why I'm mentioning him. But Carlson, Malkin, Letang, every one of them has to approve any trade, which kneecaps any kind of return you're going to get.
Yeah, I think with trying to just add a guy here or there, you're going to end up right back in the same spot.
To be fair to Malkin especially, but Letang too, the contracts that they're on right now are not horrible. I know Malkin has not had a good year this year. Last year he had a much better one. Like, what those guys are actually playing for financially does not really equate to, like, oh, God, got to deal him. Carlson's the thing that went belly up that they thought was going to extend this window for them. They thought he was going to nudge open and push open the window. Instead, he has slammed it shut with their fingers inside. I also got kind of pissed off, I'll be honest, reading his quotes. I have no idea how they were delivered tonally, but him saying, yeah, I'm in full control of my situation because of the clause, the no movement clause. They haven't approached me, but if they do, then I'll take a stand. About what? I mean, come on. The guy is incredibly gifted offensively and has just, since the minute he got here, made some of the most enraging, boneheaded, don't give a rat's ass, gonna do what I want errors I've ever seen. He made 2 in the last minute of a period this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Donovan. You're on the fan.
Hi. I would say I wouldn't deal Rakell because if you look at how it happened with Gensel initially with Crosby went into a slump when they traded Gensel. Like, yeah, camaraderie goes only so far, but when you have that much chemistry, do you really want to affect it and go full-on rebuild? Or do you want to try and...
In the case of Rakell, I get it, but in the case of Rakell, you're dealing with a player who might be having a career year. Like, and so you'd be approaching this from the standpoint of his value is never, ever, ever going to be higher than it is right now. That's why I would consider it. Up next, speaking of Sid Crosby, he set 2 records. He had a huge weekend. Not set 2 records, I should say. He had 2 more milestones he checked off on his unbelievable kind of career dossier. I'll tell you what those were if, admittedly, you're frustrated by this team and did not notice them pass by. And in talking about Sid passing a couple very big names on a couple very big lists, we have to get into another just ridiculous take by somebody in the national hockey media that even I, a person who doesn't get that fired up about this stuff, is starting to get really tired of. I'll tell you what that is after we cover Sid's big weekend, even though the Penguins lost, coming up next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Clouds roll in overnight, lows near freezing. Tuesday, warm, 61 for the high under partly sunny skies. Warm again Wednesday in the 60s with showers and even a few storms, and then colder on Thursday. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
Discover sweet and exciting flavors at GetGo Cafe and Market. Count your lucky straws because the Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. Don't miss out on this refreshing treat before your luck runs out. Head over to GetGo today and indulge in this magical treat. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program. Just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Think trifectas are rare? Not at PJ Fitzpatrick. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gertken Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Already seeing some backup on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're delayed from the Bennett Bates into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pretty long run in the broadcasting game ends today. Jimmy Johnson retires from Fox Sports after 31 years at the helm. Man, I did not realize it had been 31 years.
He was there from the start in the 93 or 94 season when they began.
So, wait a minute. Question here. He had the little gap when he was with the Dolphins, yeah. Because he would have left in 96.
Then he came right back.
No, he was gone for, they're counting 31 years. He was gone for 6 years, man. 96 to 02. I was like about to hallucinate. Like, wait a minute, did I just imagine Jimmy Johnson coaching guys like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, late career Dan Marino, Brian Cox, Zach Thomas? Anyway, shout out to Jimmy Johnson, man. It's a long time. And happy retirement to him. He'll be sitting on a boat, probably fishing, and probably is doing so right now. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Rust across the ice. Crosby sets up Erik Karlsson. Return to Crosby. Crosby scores! He kicked it along the ice. He fooled Joseph Woll. And a power play goal. Pittsburgh's taking a 3-2 lead. Crosby moves it down. Rust tutting to the backhand, and he scores! What a play by Brian Rust on the setup from Sidney Crosby.
Two pretty significant, and thanks to TNT, their calls of those two plays right there. Pretty significant ones, Donnie, in the career of Sidney Crosby. The goal put him ahead of Bobby Hull on the all-time goals list. Hull with 610, Crosby now with 611. The assist put him ahead of Gordie Howe on the all-time assists lists. Crosby has 1,050. Howe finished his career with 1,049. Donnie, before we dive in here, can you name either Gordie Howe's famous nickname or Bobby Hull's very famous nickname?
I know Gordie Howe's Mr. Hockey.
Can you go 2 for 2 and give us Bobby Hull?
I don't know I don't know what his nickname was.
It is transit themed, so like some sort of thing that people travel in or on.
Like the bus.
Yes, he was not nicknamed. Can you imagine another goal for the bus, Bobby Hall?
Man, Bobby the Bus Hall kind of sounds good.
I know.
Oh, the train.
I'll give you one hint. His son's actual first name and nickname are a rhyming play on Bobby Hall's.
So Jet.
Yes. It's the blank Jet. Bobby Hall, very blonde.
Wait. Now you're confusing me.
The nickname is 3 words long, Bobby Hall's. The last word is Jet. The first word is the. There's a word in the middle you're missing.
What, like the blonde Jet?
The Golden Jet.
Golden Jet.
Because his son's nickname was the
Brett.
Golden Brett, even though his actual name was Brett. Anyway, I just thought you'd have fun with that one. Anyway, Crosby, though, 2 big-time, all-time players, especially in the case of Gordie Howe, just an all-time player. He passes. He just continues to pile up accolades and to continue to climb career points lists, as you heard, assists and goals lists. He's got 65 points in 61 games this year. If he has, if you can even find 2 or 3 more 3-point games like he had against the Leafs yesterday, he's going to end up cruising, I think, to another point-per-game season. We already know in Sidney Crosby's case, he has averaged a point per game every single year for, I'm just making sure I'm not missing any here. What will it be? 20 years, basically. He's got a ridiculous points per game streak that is showing no signs of abating at present time. In fact, he hasn't even had that many close calls on the points per game streak as you go back year over year and look at this. Here is, I don't know if you heard it or just read it. I read it, and it made me just laugh. Here's the reason I'm bringing up Crosby here. Everything that happens to the Penguins in this this sort of like run up to the trade deadline, where we talk about how much do they owe him. We talk about how much they should let what he wants or what they want for him dictate the way they maneuver and Kyle Dubas maneuvers. It all kind of speaks to the level of respect he commands. It all kind of speaks to the level of sway and kind of juice he has within the organization, within the sport, etc. And that's why it makes me laugh that he is still subject to takes like what I am about to read for you. Darren Dreger is probably, I don't know if he's necessarily hockey's Adam Schefter. Maybe he's hockey's Ian Rappaport. If you want Elliot Friedman to be hockey's Adam Schefter, you can kind of pick. They're all fighting for the void created when Bob McKenzie retired. Darren Dreger, though, he's been on this station before. He's TSN's big hockey insider, so that makes him, basically because hockey is the football of Canada, that makes him Schefter or Rap Sheet. So he said this on TSN this weekend during one of the intermissions, I think of Penn's Leafs. He said Sidney Crosby, and I'm paraphrasing, should request a trade out of Pittsburgh in the offseason. Quote, for the greater good of the league, end quote. What are we doing here? There's a couple things that drive me nuts about this. One, it's like it's very disrespectful. You're telling the guy who's made it very clear what his stated intentions are, like what this franchise means to him. Yes, I'm sure every Canadian hockey fan wishes he had somehow gone to the Leafs or the Canadiens when he was drafted, or any of the Canadian teams, honestly. I think they'd have taken any of them. Edmonton, even Western Canada, they'd have been okay with. It is so bizarre to me that people in the hockey media up there, because this is not, by the way, a new take, and I know it's not even a new take here. People here have even said, if he wants a trade, they should make sure they do whatever they can to make it happen. I've even probably gotten annoyed with them and at one point said, he deserves better than this. I've never said he should go ask them for a trade for the greater good of the NHL. What do I care about what the NHL is doing at large? What do I care about the league's greater good, and what should Crosby care about the league's greater good? The guy has been as close as you can be, like if you're doing a cross-sport comparison because they came in nearly the same times and definitely at the same ages, he's been as close to what LeBron has been for basketball as anybody could be. He's also had Ovi, if you want to make Magic and Larry Bird cross-sport comparisons. He's had a foil like Ovi who's having an incredible late career run just like he is. What does he, or for that matter, if it ever got said about Ovechkin, owe the league? What should Sidney Crosby truly care about when it comes to the greater good of the league? Sidney Crosby is one of the rare athletes that's been so great for so long, done so much for the team and the city that actually drafted him, conducted himself so well, been such a picture of consistency. He should absolutely do what Sidney Crosby wants to do as he's into his late 30s here, which appears to just be play hockey at a really high level for the Pittsburgh Penguins still. Be a point-per-game producer for the Penguins. The other part of it that is kind of odd, it's like that he's being treated like a child almost, Donnie, like where they're begging him to do it. Hey, come on, you really should clean up your room here, Sid. For the greater good of this house. You really ought to consider this. Consider maybe picking up your stuff from the floor. It's really dirty in here. I think that there is this desire. It's unsaid by Drager there. He's not hoping that Sidney Crosby requests a trade to random United States team. The implicit meaning of that is this offseason he should try to get moved to either Montreal or Toronto, I think is really what we're boiling this down to. Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Ottawa, whatever, Vancouver even, whatever. They want him to get traded to one of the 2 original 6 teams that resides in Canada. You really think if he was like, I want to force a trade to go play with Connor Bedard for the Blackhawks, that people in Canada would be over the moon? Or if he said, Mike Sullivan's from Boston, I've always loved the city and its history, Paul Revere, things of that nature, and request a trade there? No, they'd be beside themselves. It is just such a thirsty and desperate thing to ask of him. He has done, I think by almost any way you could twist it, a ton for the NHL. He is not a big flashy personality, but newsflash, they're not really a big flashy personality-driven league. The implication here, I think by Drager, is that if he were to land in one of those 2 spots, Toronto or Montreal, that even in the twilight of his career, the boon for the league, I think especially Toronto, because it's the biggest market, it's massive, hockey's bigger there than it is anywhere else. They haven't won a cup since 1967. Just remind them of that. They think that it would be such like a random late career boon that the attention he would garner would be somehow something that would boost hockey permanently. Let's get real here. The Four Nations kicked ass. Everyone loved it. We had Gary Bettman on this show last week to talk about it, right? Have any of the people that were telling you how great the Four Nations was continued to start opining, to keep opining about NHL hockey that they've watched? No. Because it's always going to be a fleeting thing. Because the league's popularity, I'm not saying it's capped. If they had an insanely dynamic star with a massive personality, if they had something equivalent to like Tiger Woods for golf, where if they had somebody who was just magnetic and everyone wanted to watch what he was doing at all times, and he was somehow like playing like a singular force, averaging 3 points per game, putting up Gretzky in the 80s numbers, and he had massive appeal across every swath and demographic, maybe that would goose the league. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of capped at what it is. And Crosby absolutely made it more popular. He is pretty much single-handedly responsible for creating the modern hockey boom as far as youth participation here. He doesn't owe the league anything. Imagine him going to the Penguins, seriously, after out of nowhere, Donnie, this offseason. And he says, Kyle, I really like a lot of what you've done during this trade deadline. You've acquired all these picks. I do think you have the franchise in a great place. I need you to ship me to Toronto for pennies on the dollar. And Dubas just stares at him. What? It's for the greater good of the league, Kyle. Didn't you hear Drager? He said so. Do you find this? I mean, I had to rant about this. Do you find it as absurd as I do?
I think it's weird that somebody in Drager's position is the one calling for this. Like, you compared him to Schefter or Rap Sheet insert big NFL insider. Or
how about the NBA where it's all about, like, it would be like Woj back in his prime going, Giannis should facilitate a trade to the Lakers.
Yeah, or like, I don't know, if you want to bring in Jeff Passan for baseball, it's kind of odd to me that it is a top insider in the game that is pushing for something.
I think that he blurs
putting it out there.
Yeah, I think he might blur the line a little bit, like the way they have Schefter do for like analyst versus just pure dirt sheet insider. I think that kind of tends to happen there, but even so, it's still odd rationale because they're saying the quiet part loud. It's essentially Van Slyke is here on YouTube saying it's really Toronto is the market everyone cares about. He's right. Montreal is like the next biggest one, but it is Toronto. He's basically saying the quiet part loud. Please come to Toronto. We deserve this. Hockey deserves this. No, you don't. Oscars are last night. 1992 Oscar winner, Unforgiven. Deserves, got nothing to do with it. Here's the other problem. Here's the other thing I would like to make very clear. The fact that they're so thirsty for him to come to a Canadian team just shows writ large how bad the league has been at creating new stars. McDavid's incredible. McKinnon's incredible. And yet still they're begging like the old...
McDavid plays for a team in Canada.
Exactly. He was in the Cup final last year. He was very close to finally bringing it home. He was a game away. What are we doing here? I just think it's also an indictment on that league. They can't create new stars.
It is pretty rough. I mean, the guy's almost 40. And it would be a little bit different, too, if he was a guy that is chasing a Stanley Cup. He's won 3 of them.
Once again, Donnie, I have screwed up here, and I apologize to my friends at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, because we did rocket by the 50-minute mark many minutes ago, but I was so hot to trot about getting this take out there that apparently I kind of like lost my mind. So my apologies, but I think they're getting more out of it here because I'm making a huge show of talking about it. When they do sponsor the 50-minute mark, and I'm an idiot. I can't count. I was sitting, by the way, in Pony's chair to start the show, his typical chair, the old chair I used to sit in when it was me and Joe. I can't look at it. I couldn't sit there. The clock is still off on his end by 7 minutes. On his clock right now, it's like 4:16.
Oh, yeah, that one is way off.
It's a disaster.
We at least have the overhead.
Well, mine matches the overhead. Mine's good. By the way, Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Up next, busy day across all sports. I've got a Bucko Minute for you. We'll have Pirates baseball here on the Fan. Spring training ball, 6:35, Pirates, Yankees. Bailey Falter's going to get some work in. You'll hear it right here on your flagship home for the Pirates. And I've got a Bucko Minute subject for you after Donnie gets a Fan headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Louisville 79, Pitt 68 on Saturday night. The Panthers play NC State Wednesday at 7. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. It is your pal Mulsey for Universal Windows Direct. So tax season's here. So you got maybe a refund coming. How about you reinvest your home with some of that money with brand new energy-efficient windows? Universal Windows Direct has their tax time sale, and that allows you to save big while making your home more comfortable and more energy efficient. Right now, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. There is no limit. If you need 4 windows, you're only going to pay for 2. If you need 20 windows, you're only going to pay for 10. And by the way, congratulations on all your success if you have 20 windows in your home. Here's something that's going to make your wallet even happier. You could pay no interest until 2030. Yes, until 2030. And there's even more. Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Why is Universal making something that's so great for your home, these windows? It's because of their Super Spacer technology. It's exclusive to them, keeps the edge of the glass warmer, makes your house more energy efficient, more comfortable. Take advantage of this limited time tax sale before it's gone. Buy 2, get 2 free. No interest till 2030 and an extra $500 off only in March. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
I'm Bill
Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Daryl Morey, who runs basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers, made a great gamble last summer on Paul George. You pair him with Joel Embiid, you'd have Tyrese Maxey, you construct a brand new basketball team from scratch. It didn't work. Sometimes gambles leave you broke. Not mad at Daryl. You shouldn't be either. But the Sixers are finished. I'm Bill Ryder.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
Cloudy with a couple of showers overnight, the low 35.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Already seeing a lot of backup on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're delayed from the Birmingham Bridge all the way through the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet in response, just as a very quick capper and coda to the Darren Dreger thing about him saying Crosby should request a trade in the offseason for the good of the league and sport. Somebody said, I think what he really was saying was McDavid should request a trade to a United States-based team so he can actually win a Stanley Cup. I like zingers like that because they're true. Text us on the fan text line, 412-928-9370. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. When you hear me talk and stumble over my words, don't let anything stand in your way to be a radio host. You can host a talk show and not even be able to talk. It's true, kids. It's time for Bucko Talk, Donnie. I'm actually going to start with something positive. I get occasionally accused of being very negative, but frankly, I think people are coming around to my point of view given the fortunes of most of the teams in town. It appears we have another Paul Skeens pitch that he's developed. It appears we've got a new offering from Skeens. He now has a kata. It's a kata. And it looks ridiculous. Did you watch the overlay? Craig came back, our boss, Content Craig, was just foaming at the mouth. Did you see they put the overlay of how his regular fastball looks and how the cutter looks? I watched one dude swing at it, and it did look unfair. And it just looks like an outrageous weapon for him to use against left-handed hitters.
That's the word I was going to use. A lot of the stuff the guy does is unfair. And now he is just working on different things, bringing different pitches to the mix. That's even scarier than what the guy already was able to do.
You know, have you ever fallen down any kind of a YouTube rabbit hole and you if you were watching a baseball highlight and they start sending you stuff about Greg Maddox's some of the cool stuff he would do, how his personal catcher was Henry Blanco one time. He didn't want Javi Lopez ever to catch him in Atlanta. And so he'd have multiple personal catchers. And at one point, one of them tells a story about how for an entire season, Maddox, he didn't call pitches for Greg. Greg, how he caught the ball when he would have it thrown back to him, determined what pitch he was going to throw. He would tell the catcher. So, if I catch the ball away from my body, it's something. If I catch the ball in, if I basket, catch it. And that's how he called pitches, literally, which is insane. They also tell stories about how Maddox was so smart and could set up hitters that he, he could say on the third pitch of this at bat, this didn't happen very often, but on the third pitch of this at bat, I'm going to get him to pop out to third base. And it would happen once, everyone only has records of the time it actually happened. My point in bringing that up is that dude had very good stuff, but by no means overpowering stuff. He could make the ball move and dance all over, but he was always like 2 steps ahead of the hitter, setting them up. Skeens does have overpowering, overwhelming stuff and raw talent, and it appears that he views the craft the exact same way that a guy like Maddox did. I think it should be scary to the rest of baseball that he's a right-handed pitcher. It would obviously stand to reason lefties would see him better and hit him a little bit better. I didn't even bother to go look up his splits, Donnie, from last year. His righty-lefty splits. I would just guess, like most people, he sees way more left-handed or way more right-handed hitters, so there's a way bigger body of work. I would guess lefties hit him a little better. Here it is from last season. Against right-handed batters, he gave up a 562 OPS. Against lefties, he actually gave up a 541 OPS. So nobody sniffed him, basically. He just decided to come up randomly with another weapon to make lefties even more helpless against him. And presumably he'll find ways to use the cutter against righties, although you remember Mariano Rivera. I mean, what he really did was just saw bats in half for left-handed hitters or induce, like, weak ground balls to the first baseman off the end of the bat for righties. It's exciting to know. It's exciting to know that you get to watch a guy like this for at least several more seasons here, and if he doesn't get hurt, you're going to watch somebody that I think is the best in baseball, and I think most people agree with. And I want to get excited and more pumped about all of this, Donnie, and what this like foretells, except I can't. Like individually, I can get pumped and say, wow, this guy's what a specimen, basically. Like just an absolute all-time type of talent we're watching, an all-time motivated guy we're watching, and yet it's not even the fact that it's going to be over in 4 years or whatever it might be. It's the fact that what have they done to surround this guy? He's doing so much work to get even better when you feel like he should be almost maxed out already as the greatest pitcher in the game at the moment. He's trying to get better, and what are they giving him to supplant him?
You guys, I feel like you guys brought it up. Maybe it was last week or 2 weeks ago, just comparing his mentality to the guy we just got done talking about, comparing the mentality to Sidney Crosby. Like, you know what? Maybe I am great, but I can always be a little bit better. Mm-hmm. And this guy goes into his first offseason where I feel like a lot of guys in his spot would probably rest on their laurels.
Oh, they'd be sitting on those big fat laurels and just chilling.
I mean, they win Rookie of the Year in dominant fashion. Like you look like the best pitcher in baseball, and really nowhere outside of the top 3 to 5 by anybody's ranking.
I think it's him, and I think it's Skubal, and that's really it. It's top 2, I honestly believe.
Yeah, and he could have sat back and thought, well, I'll just keep doing the same thing. Like, I was so good last year, and it was my first year in the league. But he decides, yeah, I'm going to change a couple of things up. I'm going to add a few things. I'm going to attack guys in a different way. And just took such a good mentality to his offseason, makes him even scarier when he trots out onto the mound.
So I think where the intersection here exists of, like, what I would call frightening talent with frightening desire to be better and a frighteningly smart approach is, I think it's one thing to say, I'm going to work on some new pitches or I'm going to try to really perfect a new pitch. It really is another thing altogether to be able to, it sounds like, already have decent command. We heard about the splinker, the really glorified, like, super hard splitter, and how quickly he was able to master that. He's throwing more of these cutters now, and it just looks unfair that he's commanding it. Like, you would love to just go tell Jared Jones, hey, Jared, work on a cutter. We need you to develop a new pitch this offseason. He probably can't do it because as talented as he is, he's not that talented. And in Skeens' case, he actually is. It just, again, it does frustrate me that they have not, they've seen this guy be this incredible right off the jump. He would have won the Cy Young. I think he still should have, for the record. He would have won it had he pitched here all season. And they are taking that gift horse, Donnie, and they are looking that bad boy right in the mouth.
He's going to be among the favorites to win the Cy Young for the next 10 years.
If he doesn't get hurt, 10 years, okay?
At least. No matter where he's at.
He's not going to be here for 10 years. I feel pretty confident
but wherever
saying
he
that.
goes next, it'll be the same thing.
If he's healthy for the next 10 years, why would he not win like 5 Cy Youngs? Why would that not be the ceiling? Somebody would have to explain to me why that's so unreasonable. It's like when you say Mahomes could win 10 Super Bowls. Now, granted, that would look much better if he had won this last one. He'd really be cooking. But why can't Paul Skeens win half of the next 10 Cy Youngs if he's healthy? Who's really going to emerge that's more polished and better? The guy throws 102 when he really wants to reach back for something. He sits at basically 98 or 99 at all times. He has actual command of apparently 5 to 6 pitches, it looks like now. Who else has that?
Watching him makes me feel good that one of my long-running Pirates season predictions will finally come true. Dating back at least 5 years now, maybe even earlier, I'd go into every season. One of my 4 or 5 predictions for the team is that we will get a no-hitter. And I keep saying I will predict this every single year until it happens.
I have a weird theory on no-hitters that's more anecdotal. It's just funny that you bring that up. I have a theory on it that's anecdotal and I know isn't backed by the evidence. But I almost feel like the really great pitchers, Halladay was a great pitcher who threw obviously a perfect game. Through a playoff no-hitter, he has a perfect game too. And I know that there are other great pitchers. Nolan Ryan overpowering through a ton of them, although I think most people would not say that Nolan Ryan's even close to one of the greatest of all time. I think they would just point to how many games he lost and the fact that he was pretty hittable for a while. I think the best pitchers, I always just feel like, are machines for throwing like one-hitters. You know what I mean? So like it's like a dude who's in
one
that
guy
next,
gets lucky.
That next tier down. Remember when Josh Harrison? Who did he break up?
Rich
Scherzer?
Hill.
No. He broke up Rich Hills, but back when I think it was either Scherzer or Verlander. I think it was Verlander when he was so dominant.
Harrison broke that up in Detroit.
When Verlander was so dominant that it was like him against the Pirates. I want to say maybe was it 2013 or 12. I forget which one it was, but it was like one of those games you're like, he might, before he threw a pitch, it was like,
I
he might
remember.
throw
He
one.
like poked it into shallow
center. Just had like a little line drive single. I feel like it's harder for those guys who are super, super, super great to throw them because people just get like a bat to ball one time and it's always bad luck. If you went and looked at the group of pitchers who've thrown no-hitters recently, I'm sure I would look foolish because most of them are probably pretty great pitchers, but that's always something I've thought. Oh, Pedro Martinez in his prime? Yes, get ready for a one-hitter with 14 strikeouts.
Randy Johnson had a perfect game, right?
He's got a bunch. I think there's one other corollary to this. I think if you're a truly elite left-hander, it's just easier. Because I think you're just not seeing as many lefties, and I think it's easier for a guy like Randy Johnson who essentially, if somebody's dumb enough to start a left-handed batter against him, that guy is eliminated, is immediately 0 for 3 unless it's Barry Bonds in his prime. I think it's a little easier to do.
Yeah, you had guys who aren't remembered as all-time greats by any means, but they had great stretches, like Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum.
Lincecum's another one. If I look list of no-hitters...
How about the Phil Humber perfect game? Who could forget that one?
The one where he got legitimately bailed out by a horrible
that was a ball four.
Or the Armando Galarraga perfect imperfect game. Do you consider? I think we've talked about this. Do you consider that a perfect game? Because I do. I ignore the list, and to me, he's the only pitcher ever who's thrown a 28-out perfect game.
And I think it's almost better for him now because everybody remembers him as the guy who got screwed out of a perfect game.
He's
like
also
if you would have said, "Hey, tell me everybody who's ever thrown a perfect game," maybe I remember him because I was in like my prime sports viewing age when that was happening.
Yeah.
But somebody who wasn't
probably
don't know who the guy is. But every single year we get the reminder.
It helps that he handled it very, very, very gracefully.
Yes, he did.
Like the fact that he had to be like dead on the inside, he couldn't believe that they had called it that way and they didn't have a way to actually adjudicate it and fix it like they would have in the replay days. He's a classic example of if you handle something with like total class, like people are going to remember it a lot. People still bring it up. I just did. I'm looking at guys who have thrown like the most recent runs of no-hitters here. Imanaga, a combined one. Blake Snell threw one.
Yes.
Dylan Cease.
Domingo Germán had a perfect game.
Right. Framber Valdez, I mean, he's really good. Michael Lorenzen. that, you know what I mean? Like, it's guys who have, like, the arm talent to be great.
Homer Bailey had, 2? The one against the Pirates. Arrieta.
There's a couple of Astros pitchers from 2022 who were involved, 2 of them. Christian Javier and Ryan Presley, who were involved in combined no-hitters that same year. They had the one in the World Series, remember?
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Anyway.
It's definitely not as cool when it's combined.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you that I think that when I was marking out like an idiot for Francisco Cordova, Ricardo Rincon.
So here's where I'll draw the line there, because that was an extra innings game.
True.
So, yeah, I think that is a little bit different.
Smith swings, fly ball, home run, no-hitter, you got it all!
Yeah, and I'm not going to act like if that would happen this year, like the Pirates have Skeens go 8 innings and then Bednar closes it down and they throw a no-hitter. I'm not going to act like I'm not excited.
No, people would be livid that Skeens wasn't allowed to finish
Well,
it.
that.
Unless he was at like 115 pitches. Even then, I think people would be mad.
But it's without question cooler when it's just one dude. I mean, knowing how this will go, it'll be like Bailey Falter goes 5 innings. You throw
True.
Dennis Santana out there for
it's
an
gonna
inning.
It's going to get more common, those kind of combined ones, I think, because just so many bullpen arms are good. I also think I think my favorite perfect game or no-hitter ever is going to always be Burley, just because when you have an all-time defensive play that happens very late in the game, that's the best defensive play to save a no-hitter or perfect game I have ever seen, and probably always will be. Anyway, that was a surprisingly robust Bucko talk. Donnie's segment, the Donnie Football Debrief, is coming up next. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Follow us at 93.7 The Fan. Here's Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Yankees tonight on The Fan. 6:35 first pitch. Coverage begins at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. So if you missed the first few minutes of a game, maybe you're running late, you got errands to do, your wife wants you to help out around the house, and you can't get a bet in before the game begins. That's no problem on FanDuel, because you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout on FanDuel. And new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Games tonight I'm looking at Rockets and Thunder at 8 o'clock. Man, what a great game that is. Houston, an up-and-coming team. Oklahoma City, the cream of the crop. 8:30, Kings and Mavericks. Those teams jostling to avoid the play-in or in some cases get in to the play-in tournament. FanDuel.com/Andrew. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania for sound real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Nick Gonzalez. Just 24 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's that time again. It's Donnie Football's personal segment where he takes you on a trip through the football world at large. And the Donnie Debrief is brought to you by Boyd & Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Fan 15th anniversary and proud sponsors of the Debrief. Donald!
The Debrief, March 3, 2025. Malsey, you put this in one of your headlines earlier. Jimmy Johnson, the Hall of Fame head coach, retiring from television as part of the NFL on Fox coverage. Handful of these guys have been with the network since it started. They count Jimmy Johnson in that, technically, even though you pointed out that he left that for coaching for a half decade and then came back to the TV booth. Terry Bradshaw, Howie Long, those guys. Pam Oliver, the third longest tenured person at NFL on Fox. She's been there since 1995, so the second year.
Wow. That is pretty crazy, man.
But seeing this with Jimmy Johnson, it does make me wonder, and I know we had this conversation around the Super Bowl, how much longer our guy Terry Bradshaw has on TV.
Isn't he 4 years younger than Jimmy Johnson somehow? Which just makes absolutely no damn sense.
Bradshaw is 76. And Jimmy Johnson's 81.
I mean, Jimmy's got the silver hair, coiffed neatly. I think that goes a long way.
A former Survivor cast member.
I kind of think when Jimmy Johnson rolls out of bed in the morning, I think he looks more 80 and not more like 67 years old with the silver hair. Really quick, more famous Jimmy Johnson, that one or the race car driver?
Due to football's popularity, it's this one.
More accomplished Jimmy Johnson, this one or the race car driver?
I think the race car driver. He's like an 8-time Cup winner.
He dominated that sport for like a decade plus. All right. I think honest answers, both of them from you. Yeah, so Terry, I think we've had Terry on the show. Terry's a good soundbite, especially if you're sick of, if you don't like Mike Tomlin. Terry's always got something, a little needle for Tomlin, a dart, as Joe would say. He hit him with a felt tip dart, Don. It feels painful to have Bradshaw so prominently involved, man. I'm not like trying to say it to be rude to him. He's been doing it a long time. My dad is younger a little bit than Terry Bradshaw. Would I want one of my parents up there in like such a high-profile setting? I mean, my mom was at the Butler ice sculpting thing.
And she was loving it.
She was loving it. It was like something in Minneapolis. And my mom is a trained journalism major who excels at public speaking. But having Terry in these situations, I don't think is a great look for anybody involved.
Well, we also know he's in declining health.
Right. Like, I'll make this exception. Hubie Brown just called his last game at, 90 years old, I think? I watched more NBA than I would imagine most people in this city do, especially, like, the national games. That's really what we get. Hubie was sharp as a tack right till the very end. You didn't get the sense that, hey, I'm listening to somebody who's in health decline and can't really do this anymore. Hubie Brown would call games as acidic and as polished as he did 20, 30 years ago or whatever. Terry the health isn't great. I think when you put him out there, you're putting him in an unfair position sometimes, or he's got to do some of these trophy presentations. I don't love it. And there are some talented guys in the newer generation that I think could have much bigger and more expanded roles.
I feel like some tough conversations have to be had in those situations because, I'm sure Terry loves doing it, and that is probably why he's still there. I'm sure
it keeps me young. It's something to do. I'm sure there's like a lot of benefits to him almost health-wise. I still see the same guys.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not really just, I need the money and it helps me with my finances. Right. Like that, I mean, we've had the conversation about Lee Corso with the college game day coverage, too.
Great point.
Where they are really pulling back what his responsibilities are.
Yep.
So, as much as people love Terry Bradshaw around here for what he did as a player, he's been a great analyst for them for the better part of 30 years.
He's been entertaining for a product that's in his position, it's supposed to be an entertainment product. And he has been entertaining.
And he was part of that crew that came in originally for Fox. And I know at the time, Fox was worried about how could we stand up to mighty CBS and NBC and their football coverage. And
yeah, he gave them instant credibility. He did.
They had Howie Long, Bradshaw, John Madden.
He gave them, and Summerall doing those games with Matt. I mean, he gave them instant credibility. He helped in a big way, and you weren't even alive. I've read some of the history of this. Like, it's hard for me to explain to you or anybody that's not at least my age or older or somebody that's a massive media nerd how big and random a deal it was that a network like Fox, which was seen as like the little brother of the three big networks, it was like, who are you? Like, what are you doing here, essentially? They were treated like an outcast. They really were. Oh, you're the network that has The Simpsons? Wonderful. They were treated like an outcast. For them to get a seat at that table with the money involved and all of that, and then to like legitimize themselves and do a good job with it, I can't even like really come up with an analog for it today because now it's all streaming. Just imagine if there was another over-the-air broadcast network somehow that was an upstart that actually bid for the rights and did a great job with it, and people really liked it. There's no real analog for it. There's no real comp.
No, like if anything, we are seeing like returns to old networks, really. Like the NBC is going to get the NBA back.
Exactly. Like
we don't know what's going to happen now with
MLB and ESPN is a dissolved relationship. Yeah, it was a huge deal what they did, but I think it's time to let Terry kind of move on from it. Hoagie, our buddy, points out he feels like Strahan could easily do what Terry has been doing, like handing off the trophy and stuff and doing those interviews. Yeah, Strahan's like actually like almost like a trained media pro, more so than Terry, who they have on as being he's going to be folksy and he's going to be fun. Just let that guy do it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You know who my dad's like favorite studio analyst is now?
Randy Moss.
Burleson.
Nate's really good. I mean, Nate's another guy that's polished enough to be on regular, like, non-sports television.
Right.
That kind of tells you all you need to know. I think Randy Moss, when he's on, does a great job. He gives you the Terry Bradshaw, like, deep, he's not from the Deep South. He's from West Virginia, but he gives you that, like, folksy down-home routine, but it also just happens to be from literally one of, like, the 5 most athletically gifted people ever to set foot on an NFL field. All right, Donnie, I like that one. That was a good debrief. They're all good debriefs. What am I saying? Fan Hotline, by the way, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Combine is done. So, naturally, we've got sort of a let's all catch our breath before the start of legal tampering. Is there any period quite like legal tampering periods in sports, Donnie? I mean, we've got the first period, the second period, the third period. You've got the signing period. You can talk about portals. Is there any period, though, in sports quite like legal tampering? We're not far off from it. So let's take stock of what happened at the Combine. Plus, a very big name, just got cut, and there's very good reason to believe that the Steelers might be interested in swooping in. We'll tell you who it is and what position he plays, in case you somehow wouldn't put 2 and 2 together, coming up next.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, March 7th and Saturday, March 8th. Come see Adult Star. Sherry Noble, only at Cheerleaders.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hi, I'm John Henney, 4th generation owner of Henney Jewelers in Shadyside. When it comes to shopping for a diamond engagement ring, be sure you're getting the very best value. Before you think about purchasing a ring anywhere else, please stop into Henney Jewelers to compare. Our friendly team will make you comfortable and never pressure you. We are confident we'll help you find or create your dream ring at the absolute best value. Stop into Henney today or go to HenneyJewelers.com to make an appointment. Henney Jewelers, we're your jewelers for life.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or Allstate.com. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 no, wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or Allstate.com. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out. so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin. And over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center, downtown.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy but cannot because you're in pain? You deserve a better life, and the Good Feet store can help.
I just had difficulty walking. I could not walk in bare feet at all.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts from the store or online with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week, pain-free.
Don't let foot pain get in the way of staying healthy and having fun. Stop by the Good Feet store today with your favorite shoes. We'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to ensure your comfort. Come to the Good Feet store today and live the life you love. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
It used to be a point in time when people were scared to get into accidents. I was talking to my bro the other day. You want to know what he told me? He told me he wished he could get into an accident so he could call Top Dog. I told him, bro, people died from accidents. What are you saying? Don't ever say that around nobody again. You sound stupid, dog. Willing to risk your life for some money? You sound stupid, dog. Matter of fact, take it back. Say it. Say I take it back. An accident? You wish? Take it back. Man, take it back. You thinking just a car accident. You can die from that too. Medical malpractice can happen. You can die from that too. Any accident, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Join Lamont on March 13th for a 5-course wine dinner. Prosciutto wrap mozzarella, gnocchi calabrese, Mediterranean branzino, steak pizzola, and baked Alaska bomb, paired with amazing wines. For reservations, visit lamontpittsburgh.com or 412-431-3100.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
When you get the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime you work out. And now through March 13th, get your first month free when you join. You heard that right. Conquer the stair climber with your partner in climb. Enjoy a post-workout recovery session in the hydro massage. And do it all again with access to any of our 2,700 convenient locations. So, you coming? Get your first month free and all the perks with the PF Black Card for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends March 13th. See Club for details.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of a disabled vehicle on the outbound side of 28 just before the Harmer interchange. The left shoulder is closed. You'll start to see a delay around the exit for Freeport Road in Blawnox. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Over the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, yet Awaken 180 still stands alone as the proven solution for lasting weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, we'll have Pirates baseball tonight on the Fan at 6:35. Bucks and Yankees in spring training action. Bailey Falter will start for the Pirates. You know who won't be pitching for a while for the Pirates? Unfortunately, it's Johan Oviedo, who was placed on the 60-day IL. They did the team a lat strain, a right lat strain. This move allowed them to claim right-hander Justin Lawrence off of waivers from the Rockies. This allows them to do that because Lawrence will be right on the 40-man roster. So a setback, to say the least, for Johan Oviedo. Todd Tomzik, the Pirates Senior Director of Sports Medicine, expected to address some more on this tomorrow per a Noah Hiles tweet. More fan headlines. Did you get all that? Which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
$50-minute mark on the Fan. See, I did it right this time, Donnie. Is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. It's a solo PM team because Pony's with the big hitters, Donnie. He's in sunny Florida. He's with the C-suite, as they like to say. You and I, we're blue-collar meat and potatoes, guys. We're right back here. We're cracking rocks with a pickaxe. We're in the sports talk mines. I bet you he's got a white-collared shirt on right now. There's no blue in that shirt of his.
Well, I hope it's not pinstripes, considering who the Pirates play in a few hours, and I assume he'll be at that game and at the game tomorrow.
It is.
Doing the show there.
I was going to say, he is a complete, kidding aside, he is a total psycho about doing the show when he goes down there. I would be like, yeah, so do I have to work? And if they said no, I'd be like, all right, what golf course are we playing? Like I would treat it like a trip. He does not.